Transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in Kibwezi West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the Form 34As, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, but by the time of counting, the commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those 2 areas. Largely, voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results of Form 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And there are teams, as you can see, in the center of the auditorium working on it. And we hope that this exercise will largely take place mainly between today and tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against from 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collecting from 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion, I wish to say that the law requires that the commission undertakes this exercise within 7 days from the presidential election. And as I said earlier, we shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest possible time. And once again, urge Kenyans for their patience as we undertake this important exercise. So thank you very much. I would like now to
Thank you very much. That was Professor Gulie, who has given details of what is happening at the center of the auditorium floor, the verification of the results, statutory Forms A and Forms B. And for those who are watching us from various platforms, we are at the National Tallying Center here at Bomas of Kenya.
Transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in Kibwezi West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the Form 34S, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, but by the time of counting, the commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those 2 areas where largely voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results of Form 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And their teams, as you can see in the center of the auditorium, working on it. And we hope that this exercise will largely take place mainly between today, tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against from 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collating from 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion,
Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission for putting in place a structure to ensure efficiency in the process. We are, however, concerned that elections were suspended in some parts of the country. We urge the voters and candidates in the affected areas to remain peaceful and patient as they await the opportunity to vote for their leaders, which the IEBC has announced will be done soonest possible. 2, counting and tallying. Following the closure of polling stations across the country, the electoral process has now shifted to counting and tallying of the votes. We call upon all the IEBC officials agents of political parties and candidates, and all others involved in the process to exercise the highest possible levels of transparency, accountability, and accuracy. It will be an affront to Kenyans if the ballots they cast so faithfully are miscounted. Whereas the IEBC is constitutionally mandated to declare results, other actors have been allowed to undertake parallel tallying. We ask all who do so and broadcast their findings to continually inform their audiences that such results are provisional. This is to ensure that mistakes made by specific institutions do not mislead the public. Dealing with results. Constitutional democracies such as Kenya are premised on competitive elections which produce winners and losers. We therefore call upon all candidates, supporters, and commentators to carefully consider their words and actions in response to the results that are announced. Recognizing that every Kenyan has a role to play in the betterment of our society, we encourage both winners and losers to accept the will of the people. As provided for in law, any candidate or Kenyan who is dissatisfied with the results may seek legal redress. No one should incite Kenyans to engage in violence on account of the election results. Let us remember the word of God recorded in first letter of Peter, chapter 3, verses 10 to 11. Whoever would love life and see good days must keep his tongue from evil and his lips from deceitful speech. We must turn from evil and do good. We must seek peace and pursue it. Religious leaders and institutions remain available to provide pastoral care, support, and counseling to all the candidates and supporters. 4, uphold peace and national cohesion. The peace witnessed across the country today is a positive sign of hope for all Kenyans. We encourage all actors and stakeholders to act responsibly and at all times endeavor to preserve peace and national cohesion. The individual aspiration for leadership by any person should not put the lives of Kenyans at risk. In conclusion, we commend the millions of Kenyans who turned out to vote today. We have exercised our constitutional and civil duty. Let us continue upholding peace and responsible character in line with the prayer we make through our national anthem. O God of all creation, bless this, our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. God bless our beloved country, Kenya. God bless you all. This message, signed on this 9th day of August 2022, at Donum Dei Karen, where we met, is signed by Reverend Canon Chris Kinyanjui on behalf of National Council of Churches of Kenya, and Right Reverend John Obala Owa on behalf of Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops. Blessed evening.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Obala, and the entire KCCB team and NCCK team for coming again to be with us and to pray with us and to preach the word of peace to all Kenyans all over the world. Allow me to invite Kwaya Mtakatifu Kizito to just give us a number as we welcome the chairman of IBC, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, to come and officially commission the results transmission management phase. Thank you. Well done. Thank you so much. We will now invite the chairman of IBC, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, who is also the presidential returning officer. And after his remarks, Muungano Choir be on standby. Thank you.
Good evening. I really want to appreciate the choirs today, our Kenyan choirs, Musalendo, Muungano, and of course the choir Takatifu Kisito from Tanzania. I want to appreciate Ambassador Dan Kasungu for making it possible to introduce our team to the choir Mtakatifu. You're welcome to Kenya. We appreciate your solidarity. And this is in line with the East African cooperation. I also want to appreciate my colleagues from the region. There are a number of chairpersons who have come to be in solidarity with the Electoral Commission in this journey. So this evening, I welcome you to the results transmission phase of this process. Today, as a commission, we appreciate Kenyans who turned up in large numbers to exercise their democratic right to vote. Voting has now closed in a majority of the polling stations, except in a few areas in Kakamega, Makueni, Isiolo, Nairobi, and Mombasa. At the time we were coming here, I believe. Transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in Kibwezi West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the Form 34As, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, but by the time of counting, the commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those 2 areas where largely voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results of Form 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And there are teams, as you can see, in the center of the auditorium working on it. And we hope that this exercise will largely take place mainly between today and tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against from 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collating from 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion, I wish to say that the law requires that the Commission undertakes this exercise within 7 days from the presidential election. And as I said earlier, we shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest possible time. And once again, urge Kenyans for their patience as we undertake this important exercise. So thank you very much. I would like now to introduce the team leader for purposes of this exercise ongoing, Professor Gulie, to come forward and give some guidelines on what's happening on the floor. And then if you have any questions, we can take after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We did explain the process that is taking place at the auditorium floor, but we explained to the presidential agents then, but it's good for us to explain to everyone here what is going on. We have currently 4 desks that are going to serve returning officers as they come in. The returning officers will come in through these gates on my right here, at the bottom, and they will walk to any of the 4 desks, 1, 2, 3, 4, any of the 4 desks that will be available. At the desks, once the PO arrives, they come with the original results form as announced at the polling station. That is the result form A. They will also come with the collated constituency-wide results form, which is the form B. What happens there is once they arrive at the respective desks, they will present the originals plus copies of the same, and copies will be given to each of the presidential agents on the desks. And on that desk, apart from our team that is going to do the work that they are assigned, there are presidential agents, 4 of them on the extreme ends of the table. The returning officer will sit on the left side, and our team, the receiving and quality assurance, will be on the right side of the desks, and the agents are on either side of the corner of the desks. Upon presenting the forms, the team, IEBC team, will do the receiving part of the forms, and here they will do preliminary checks. Are all the forms correctly filled? Are they stamped? Is there a missing entry in the form B? So that's what they do. Then amongst the team, there will be those who will be doing quality assurance. And here, they will be checking the original form B that has been brought by the returning officer. And as I said earlier, the form B is a summation of the form S in the constituency where the returning officer is in charge. So they will check the entries of B against each of the form A original that is there or presented by the RO. So they will check B against the original S to ensure that the entries in the B originates from the form A. Then after that, we have these 2 desks. They're actually coordinators' desks. What will happen is that that particular desk, the receiving and the QA desk, will also generate, in the event that there are any disparities between A and the B, they will be capturing those errors. And since as a commission, we cannot alter if the error originates from the polling station result form, since we cannot alter, they will generate an error report, which will be presented alongside the certified copies of the originals to the Supreme Court. So that's what that desk is doing, and all the other 3 desks are replicating that. And while we are at those desks,
we ask observers, agents, or anybody not to take any pictures of what is going on the desks. And please respect us. We have given you as much openness as is possible, but respect the privacy of the people who are working there and their faces. We do not want any pictures taken on any of these desks. I hope it is clear to media, observers, and any agent present. We do not want the faces of our officers to be splashed all over the world. The coordination desk is a second check on what the quality assurance, the B versus A, have done. So it's a second check, and that is what happens there. It also, that desk also does, whereas the 4 desks are checking the original B versus the original A, that particular desk does a check of original A versus the uploaded image of the form in the web portal. From the polling station, POs are supposed to transmit the image of the form from the polling station, and once it is transmitted, a copy is deposited in a publicly accessible web portal. So what this desk will do is to check whether what has been uploaded in the publicly accessible web portal matches the original Form A which the RO has brought. So this is to ensure that what has been uploaded and is available to the public is the correct image of the original Form A as declared at the polling station. So that is one of the coordinating desks here will do. And so the other desk is administrative, is in charge of the entire process. They will also do a quality overall check to ensure that everything is seamlessly running. And the returning officer, once is done with the quality assurance, actually can present the originals to the presidential returning officer. And we have a safe at the back end where all the originals will be kept under lock and key. So that is what is happening here on the floor. We have given presidential agents an application program link, and so they can use their APIs to download and to come here when they already have the results. If they don't want to use their API access, it is even easier to access it from the public web portal. You can actually download by constituency the PDF copies of all the A's in that particular constituency from the public portal. So we are not coming here, agents, presidential agents should not come here to do a tally here or to counter check and do entries on their results here. Because if that is to happen, 1 hour will take 3, 4, 5 hours. We don't have that time. So please use your API rights given to you, or you can use the public portal to download forms and do your preliminary checks. All you are coming here is for confirmations once you are given copies of the original A's and B's as they arrive. And this is to expedite the process. So that is what is happening, and we thought we would need to explain that so that we don't make this process too laborious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Gulie, who has given details of what is happening at the center of the auditorium floor, the verification of the results, statutory Forms A and Forms B. And for those who are watching us from various platforms, we are at the National Tallying Center here at Bomas of Kenya.
Transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in Kibwezi West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the Form 34As, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, but by the time of counting, the commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those 2 areas where largely voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results of Form 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And there are teams, as you can see, in the center of the auditorium working on it. And we hope that this exercise will likely take place mainly between today and tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against from 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collecting from 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion, I wish to say that the law requires that the commission undertakes this exercise within 7 days from the presidential election. And as I said earlier, we shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest possible time. And once again, urge Kenyans for their patience as we undertake this important exercise. So thank you very much. I would like now to introduce the team leader for purposes of this exercise ongoing, Professor Gulie, to come forward and give some guidelines on what's happening on the floor. And then if you have any questions, we can take after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We did explain the process that is taking place at the auditorium floor, but we explained to the presidential agents then, but it's good for us to explain to everyone here what is going on. We have currently 4 desks that are going to serve returning officers as they come in. The returning officers will come in through these gates on my right here at the bottom, and they will walk to any of the 4 desks, 1, 2, 3, 4, any of the 4 desks that will be available. At the desks, once the PO arrives, they come with the original results form as announced at the polling station. That is the result form A. They will also come with the collated constituency-wide results form, which is the Form B. What happens there is once they arrive at the respective desks, they will present the originals plus copies of the same, and copies will be given to each of the presidential agents on the desks. And on that desk, apart from our team that is going to do the work that they are assigned, there are presidential agents, 4 of them on the extreme ends of the table. The returning officer will sit on the left side, and our team, the receiving and quality assurance, will be on the right side of the desks, and the agents are on either side of the corner of the desk. Upon presenting the forms, the team, IEBC team, will do the receiving part of the forms, and here they will do preliminary checks. Are all the forms correctly filled? Are they stamped? Is there a missing entry in the Form B? So that's what they do. Then amongst the team, there will be those who will be doing quality assurance. And here, they will be checking the original Form B that has been brought by the returning officer. And as I said earlier, the Form B is a summation of the Form S in the constituency where the returning officer is in charge. So they will check the entries of B against each of the Form A original that is there, or presented by the RO. So they will check B against the original S to ensure that the entries in the B originates from the Form A. Then after that, we have these 2 desks. They're actually coordinators' desks. What will happen is that that particular desk, the receiving and the QA desk, will also generate, in the event that there are any disparities between A and the B, they will be capturing those errors. And since as a commission we cannot alter if the error originates from the polling station result form, since we cannot alter, they will generate an error report, which will be presented alongside the certified copies of the originals to the Supreme Court. So that's what that desk is doing, and all the other 3 desks are replicating that. And while we are at those desks, we ask observers, agents, or anybody not to take any pictures of what is going on the desks. And please respect us. We have given you as much openness as is possible, but respect the privacy of the people who are working there and their faces. We do not want any pictures taken on any of these desks. I hope it is clear to media, observers, and any agent present. We do not want the faces of our officers to be splashed all over the world. The coordination desk is a second check on what the quality assurance, the B versus A, have done. So it's a second check, and that is what happens there. It also, that desk also does, whereas the 4 desks are checking the original B versus the original A, that particular desk does a check of original A versus the uploaded image of the form in the web portal. From the polling station, POs are supposed to transmit the image of the form from the polling station, and once it is transmitted, a copy is deposited in a publicly accessible web portal. So what this desk will do is to check whether what has been uploaded in the publicly accessible web portal matches the original Form A which the RO has brought. So this is to ensure that what has been uploaded and is available to the public is the correct image of the original Form A as declared at the polling station. So that is one of the coordinating desks here will do. And so the other desk is administrative, is in charge of the entire process. They will also do a quality overall check to ensure that everything is seamlessly running. And the returning officer, once is done with the quality assurance, actually can present the originals to the presidential returning officer. And we have a safe at the back end where all the originals will be kept under lock and key. So that is what is happening here on the floor. We have given presidential agents an application program link, and so they can use their APIs to download and to come here when they already have the results. If they don't want to use their API access, it is even easier to access it from the public web portal. You can actually download by constituency the PDF copies of all the A's in that particular constituency from the public portal. So we are not coming here, agents, presidential agents should not come here to do a tally here or to counter check and do entries on their results here. Because if that is to happen, 1 hour will take 3, 4, 5 hours. We don't have that time. So please access, use your API rights given to you, or you can use the public portal to download forms and do your preliminary checks. All you are coming here is for confirmations once you are given copies of the original A's and B's as they arrive. And this is to expedite the process. So that is what is happening. And we thought we would need to explain that so that we don't make this process too laborious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Gulie, who has given details of what is happening at the center of the auditorium floor, the verification of the results, statutory Forms A and Forms B. And for those who are watching us from various platforms, we are at the National Tallying Center here at Bomas of Kenya. And the next update from the National Returning Officer, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, will be at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in Kibwezi West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the Form 34As, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, But by the time of counting, the commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those two areas where largely voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results of Form 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And there are teams, as you can see, in the center of the auditorium working on it. And we hope that this exercise will likely take place mainly between today and tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against from 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collating from 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion, I wish to say that the law requires that the Commission undertakes this exercise within 7 days from the presidential election. And as I said earlier, we shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest possible time. And once again, urge Kenyans for their patience as we undertake this important exercise. So thank you very much. I would like now to introduce the team leader for purposes of this exercise ongoing, Professor Gulie, to come forward and give some guidelines on what's happening on the floor. And then if you have any questions, we can take after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We did explain the process that is taking place at the auditorium floor, but we explained to the presidential agents then, but it's good for us to explain to everyone here what is going on. We have currently 4 desks that are going to serve returning officers as they come in. The returning officers will come in through this gate on my right here at the bottom, and they will walk to any of the 4 desks, 1, 2, 3, 4, any of the 4 desks that will be available. At the desks, once the PO arrives, they come with the original results form as announced at the polling station. That is the result form A. They will also come with the collated constituency-wide results form, which is the form B. What happens there is once they arrive at the respective desks, they will present the originals plus copies of the same, and copies will be given to each of the presidential agents on the desks. And on that desk, apart from our team that is going to do the work that they are assigned, there are presidential agents, 4 of them on the extreme ends of the table. The returning officer will sit on the left side, and our team, the receiving and quality assurance, will be on the right side of the desks, and the agents are on either side of the corner of the desks. Upon presenting the forms, the IEBC team will do the receiving part of the forms and here they will do preliminary checks. Are all the forms correctly filled? Are they stamped? Is there a missing entry in the Form B? So that's what they do. Then amongst the team, there will be those who will be doing quality assurance. And here, they will be checking the original Form B that has been brought by the returning officer. And as I said earlier, the Form B is a summation of the Form S in the constituency where the returning officer is in charge. So they will check the entries of B against each of the Form A original that is there or presented by the RO. So they will check B against the original S to ensure that the entries in the B originates from the Form A. Then after that, we have these two desks. They're actually coordinators' desks. What will happen is that that particular desk, the receiving and the QA desk, will also generate, in the event that there are any disparities between A and the B, they will be capturing those errors. And since as a commission we cannot alter if the error originates from the polling station result form, since we cannot alter, they will generate an error report, which will be presented alongside the certified copies of the originals to the Supreme Court. So that's what that desk is doing, and all the other three desks are replicating that. And while we are at those desks, we ask observers, agents, or anybody not to take any pictures of what is going on the desks. And please respect us. We have given you as much openness as is possible, but respect the privacy of the people who are working there and their faces. We do not want any pictures taken on any of these desks. I hope it is clear to media, observers, and any agent present. We do not want the faces of our officers to be splashed all over the world. The coordination desk is a second check on what the quality assurance the B versus A have done. So it's a second check, and that is what happens there. It also, that desk also does, whereas the four desks are checking the original B versus the original A, that particular desk does a check of original A versus the uploaded image of the form in the web portal. From the polling station, POs are supposed to transmit the image of the form from the polling station, and once it is transmitted, a copy is deposited in a publicly accessible web portal. So what this desk will do is to check whether what has been uploaded in the publicly accessible web portal matches the original Form A which the RO has brought. So this is to ensure that what has been uploaded and is available to the public is the correct image of the original Form A as declared at the polling station. So that is one of the coordinating desks here will do. And so the other desk is administrative, is in charge of the entire process. They will also do a quality overall check to ensure that everything is seamlessly running. And the returning officer, once is done with the quality assurance, actually can present the originals to the presidential returning officer. And we have a safe at the back end where all the originals will be kept under lock and key. So that is what is happening here on the floor. We have given presidential agents an application program link, and so they can use their APIs to download and to come here when they already have the results. If they don't want to use their API access, it is even easier to access it from the public web portal. You can actually download by constituency the PDF copies of all the A's in that particular constituency from the public portal. So we are not coming here, agents, presidential agents should not come here to do a tally here or to counter check and do entries on their results here. Because if that is to happen, 1 hour will take 3, 4, 5 hours. We don't have that time. So please access, use your API rights given to you, or you can use the public portal to download forms and do your preliminary checks. All you are coming here is for confirmations once you are given copies of the original S and Bs as they arrive. And this is to expedite the process. So that is what is happening. And we thought we would need to explain that so that we don't make this process too laborious. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Gulie, who has given details of what is happening at the center of the auditorium floor, the verification of the results, statutory Forms A and Forms B. And for those who are watching us from various platforms, we are at the National Tallying Center here at Bomas of Kenya. And the next update from the National Returning Officer, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, will be at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that they are about to finish or just about to close, and this is because voting started late.
Mr. Wafula Chebukati. We have a few choirs and we want to recognize, Chairman, the presence of Choir Mtakatifu Kizito from Tanzania. They arrived yesterday at 2 a.m. We want to appreciate you for coming to spread peace and to celebrate with us and to also instill confidence and to support us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen from Tanzania. Let's give them a hand of applause. Thank you for coming to pray with us for peace in this country. We also recognize the presence of Wazalendo singers. They are here with us. Where are they? Thank you. Thank you for coming to support us, to pray with us, and to hold us together. I also wish to recognize the presence of Muungano National Choir. Thank you, Muungano National Choir. Thank you as well for coming to support us and to pray with us. We also have Ninga Melodies Band. Thank you, Ninga Melodies Band. Thank you for your support. And without taking a lot of time, allow me to welcome Wazalendo singers who will give us one song, and thereafter Choir Mtakatifu Kizito from Tanzania.
Kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu, Kenya yangu, nitaijenga, maisha ni nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Tazama porini, simba anguruma, kifaru yu pale na ndege wa anga. Tazama porini, simba anguruma, kifaru yu pale na ndege wa anga. Kenya yangu, nitaijenga, maisha ni Kenya yangu, nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Ziwa la Bogoria kweli la shangaza, majini ya moto kweli ni ajabu. Ziwa la Bogoria kweli la shangaza, majini ya moto kweli ni ajabu. Nitaijenga, maisha ni nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Nitaijenga, maisha ni nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Mlima wa Kenya ni mlima wangu, waona barafu hata jua liwake. Mlima wa Kenya ni mlima wangu, waona barafu hata jua liwake. Kenya yangu, nitaijenga, maisha ni nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Fika Mombasa, wito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Fika Mombasa, wito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya yangu, nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Kenya yangu, nitaijenga, maisha ni mwangu. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Na wananchi wote ni sawa tu, wapenda ugali na sukuma wiki. Nitaijenga, maisha ni nitaijenga, maisha ni
Let's give them a hand of applause. A better hand of applause. Wazalendo singers, Kenya nchi yangu nitaitukuza milele. We now welcome our guest choir from Tanzania. Let's give them a hand of applause. Kwaya Mtakatifu Kizito.
wa nchi ya Kenya. Tumekuja Nairobi kusali sote, tumekuja Nairobi kusali na Wakenya. Tumekuja Nairobi kusali kuombea uchaguzi wa nchi ya Kenya. Tumekuja Nairobi kwa moyo wa ibada, tumekuja Nairobi kusali pamoja wapendwa. Tumekuja Nairobi kusali kuombea uchaguzi wa nchi ya Kenya. Tumi Nairobi, Nairobi, Nairobi. Tushikane joni tusali kwa Kenya. Joni tusali watu wote walembo. Tuombee joni tusali kwa Kenya. Joni tusali watu wote walembo. Tuwekwe joni tusali kwa Kenya. Joni tusali watu wote pamoja. Kenya imeingia kwenye uchaguzi, tuiombee ipite salama. Tushikane joni tusali kwa Kenya. Joni tusali watu wote.
Including those in areas that used manual voter register. That's Makueni, transmitted yet. We shall give a report on those that may have not transmitted by the end of the day today. I also want to confirm that results, including those in areas that used manual voter register, that's Makueni in Kibwezi West constituency, where there were 84 polling stations that voted manually, and 154 polling stations in Kakamega, especially Malava constituency, in Kakamega, have all transmitted the from 34As, except 2 in Malava constituency. What happened here is that voting was done manual, but by the time of counting, the commission had ensured that the KIMS kits were ready and deployed for transmission. So transmission took place as envisaged in those 2 areas where largely voting was done manually. Collecting and announcement of results in a majority of constituencies is complete, and the returning officers have now started coming to physically deliver the results from 34As and 34Bs here at Bomas. And there are teams, as you can see, in the center of the auditorium working on it. And we hope that this exercise will largely take place mainly between today and tomorrow, and we hope to finalize in due course. As I said yesterday, just to repeat what's going on at the auditorium lobby, verification of transmitted image of results is happening from 34As against Form 34Bs. That verification is what's happening there. And then there's also verification of 34Bs against 34As. And there's a team which is collating Form 34C. And we shall then be able to populate that on the screen and come up with also percentages of the candidates. And then we shall also be able to know which candidate has scored in terms of the counties to meet the minimum threshold of 25%. And finally, we shall do the declaration of presidential results. In conclusion, I wish to say that the law requires that the Commission undertakes this exercise within 7 days from the presidential election. And as I said earlier, we shall endeavor to conclude this exercise at the earliest possible time. And once again, urge Kenyans for their patience as we undertake this important exercise. So thank you very much. I would like now to introduce the team leader for purposes of this exercise ongoing, Professor Gulie, to come forward and give some guidelines on what's happening on the floor. And then if you have any questions, we can take after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We did explain the process that is taking place at the auditorium floor, but we explained to the presidential agents then, but it's good for us to explain to everyone here what is going on. We have currently 4 desks that are going to serve returning officers as they come in. The returning officers will come in through these gates on my right here, the bottom, and they will walk to any of the 4 desks, 1, 2, 3, 4, any of the 4 desks that will be available. At the desks, once the PO arrives, they come with the original results form as announced at the polling station. That is the result form A. They will also come with the collated constituency-wide results form, which is the form B. What happens there is once they arrive at the respective desks, they will present the originals plus copies of the same, and copies will be given to each of the presidential agents on the desks. And on that desk, apart from our team that is going to do the work that they are assigned, there are presidential agents, 4 of them on the extreme ends of the table. The returning officer will sit on the left side, and our team that is receiving and quality assurance will be on the right side of the desks, and the agents are on either side of the corner of the desk. Upon presenting the forms, the IEBC team will do the receiving part of the forms, and here they will do preliminary checks. Are all the forms correctly filled? Are they stamped? Is there a missing entry in the form B? So that's what they do. Then amongst the team, there will be those who will be doing quality assurance. And here, they will be checking the original form B that has been brought by the returning officer. And as I said earlier, the form B is a summation of the form S in the constituency where the returning officer is in charge. So they will check the entries of B against each of the form A original that is there or presented by the RO. So they will check B against the original S to ensure that the entries in the B originates from the form A. Then after that, we have these 2 desks. They're actually coordinators' desks. what will happen is that that particular desk, the receiving and the QA desk, will also generate, in the event that there are any disparities between A and the B, they will be capturing those errors. And since as a commission we cannot alter if the error originates from the polling station result form, since we cannot alter, they will generate an error report, which will be presented alongside the certified copies of the originals to the Supreme Court. So that's what that desk is doing, and all the other 3 desks are replicating that. And while we are at those desks, we ask observers, agents, or anybody not to take any pictures of what is going on the desks. And please respect us. We have given you as much openness as is possible, but respect the privacy of the people who are working there and their faces. We do not want any pictures taken on any of these desks. I hope it is clear to media, observers, and any agent present. We do not want the faces of our officers to be splashed all over the world. The coordination desk is a second check on what the quality assurance, the B versus A, have done. So it's a second check, and that is what happens there. It also, that desk also does, whereas the 4 desks are checking the original B versus the original A, that particular desk does a check of original A versus the uploaded image of the form in the web portal. From the polling station, POs are supposed to transmit the image of the form from the polling station, and once it is transmitted, a copy is deposited in a publicly accessible web portal. So what this desk will do is to check whether what has been uploaded in the publicly accessible web portal matches the original Form A which the RO has brought. So this is to ensure that what has been uploaded and is available to the public is the correct image of the original Form A as declared at the polling station. So that is one of the coordinating desks here will do. And so the other desk is administrative, is in charge of the entire process. They will also do a quality overall check to ensure that everything is seamlessly running. And the returning officer, once is done with the quality assurance, actually can present the originals to the presidential returning officer. And we have a safe at the back end where all the originals will be kept under lock and key. So that is what is happening here on the floor. We have given presidential agents an application program link, and so they can use their APIs to download and to come here when they already have the results. If they don't want to use their API access, it is even easier to access it from the public web portal. You can actually download by constituency the PDF copies of all the A's in that particular constituency from the public portal. So we are not coming here, agents, presidential agents should not come here to do a tally here, or to counter check and do entries on their results here. Because if that is to happen, 1 hour will take 3, 4, 5 hours. We don't have that time. So please access, use your API rights given to you, or you can use the public portal to download forms and do your preliminary checks. All you are coming here is for confirmations once you are given copies of the original A's and B's as they arrive. And this is to expedite the process. So that is what is happening. And we thought we would need to explain that so that we don't make this process too laborious. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wafula Chebukati. We have a few choirs and we want to recognize, Chairman, the presence of Choir Mtakatifu Kizito from Tanzania. They arrived yesterday at 2 a.m. We want to appreciate you for coming to spread peace and to celebrate with us and to also instill confidence and to support us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen from Tanzania. Let's give them a hand of applause. Thank you for coming to pray with us for peace in this country. We also recognize the presence of Wazalendo singers. They are here with us. Where are they? Thank you. Thank you for coming to support us, to pray with us, and to hold us together. I also wish to recognize the presence of Muungano National Choir. Thank you, Muungano National Choir. Thank you as well for coming to support us and to pray with us. We also have Ninga Melodies Band. Thank you, Ninga Melodies Band. Thank you for your support. And without taking a lot of time, allow me to welcome Wazalendo singers.
kielelezo katika mataifa upande huu wa kanda ya Afrika.
Vyema kabisa. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga pale ambako mgombea Anne Waiguru anazungumza hivi sasa. Labda tusikie kauli yake alafu tutakuja tuendelee na mahojiano yetu. Mwelekezi, tunaelekea huko.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that we would, as candidates, would result to intimidations and violence, because that doesn't change anything. The fact is that Kenya is a democratic country and people vote, and we should very much respect the will of the people. If someone has won, they have won fairly, and if they have lost, they have lost, because there is a constituency, for example, she beat me. I was not all over the place complaining. I didn't even go to ask for a retaliation. We waited for the announcement. Once the announcement is done, you accept and move on. So if I beat you in another constituency, it shouldn't be that you can only accept results when you win, and where you're when you lose, you do not accept. So it's very unfortunate. And then to also decide to intimidate and beat people. Personally, when I was coming in, and I'm the governor, they were blocking the road and wanting to hit my vehicle with rungus and all. It's really not acceptable. I think it's very primitive, and I think we are better than that as Kirinyaga people. And the Kirinyaga people have decided, I think our advice is we can wait another 5 years and they can come and try, because I will actually not be running in the next 5 years.
Maybe what's your message about the use of goons by your opponent? Because yesterday we thought that you were complaining on your Twitter handle that she was using goons here in Kenya.
Even just now, as I was trying to enter, the road was blocked. They hit my vehicle. I mean, and we had to like almost rush through, because they were going actually to probably even harm me. So it's really unfortunate that you can have that level of violence and intimidation, because even if you do that, doesn't make me not enter here, or it will not make me or the IBC not read the results as they are, because all they do is they tally whatever has come and then they announce it as it is. Yeah. So it's very unfortunate that they use goons to intimidate either the candidates or even the supporters. Yeah.
Anne Waiguru huyo ambaye alikuwa anawania kiti cha Kirinyaga, kaunti ya Kirinyaga, amekikosa mtazamaji, na kiti hicho kimechukuliwa, ushindi umepeanwa kwa mgombea wa kujitegemea ambaye ni Ngirishi, na alishinda mapema nyakati za leo. Hivyo basi hapo ni taarifa yake akikubali kushindwa, na ameelezea wakazi wenyewe kwamba yale ambayo yaliyomtokea wakati wa kura na kadhalika. Lakini tunaendelea na mjadala wetu hapa. Edward, karibu sana.
Inspector, but in the current case, we have a commissioner of police, we have a senior superintendent of police, and 2 chief inspectors commanding this unit. This is the unit that provides the core protection, or the core management of the security of His Excellency the Deputy President. But I'm going to demonstrate to you shortly, again, using these documents, that this office is allocated even more officers than those ones. I want to emphasize one point, that contrary to what, has been going around in public spaces and comments and some irresponsible discussions that the Deputy President doesn't have protection, he does have protection, because the team that protects the Deputy President is the presidential escort, not the outer ring. But before I come to the numbers, let's go to the same document, Annex 1, and look at the second layer of protection for His Excellency the Deputy President. If you look at that, in the current case, we have layer 2. This layer 2 is the outer security layer, which brings together officers from the SGB, officers from the prison service, officers from the critical infrastructure protection unit. And this has got 121 personnel dedicated to His Excellency the Deputy President. And these people operate on 24-hour support. I am only talking about personnel. I'm not even listing the assets that we have allocated for the office of the Deputy President. So if you go to layer 2, you have 121 officers looking after the Deputy President. Bear in mind, Mr. Chairman, I need to emphasize this again. Please, honorable members, take note. In layer 1, we have the presidential escort team that is led by Mr. Yampoi. In addition to the 74 officers there, we have a dedicated team of GSU officers, 5 in number, highly trained. I would not want to go into any details about this for obvious reasons. We have 5 GSU officers because His Excellency the Deputy President is driven by GSU officers. And that is why it is actually frustrating to hear people saying GSU was withdrawn from His Excellency the Deputy President. In addition to that, the Deputy President has got 6 DCI officers. So in that inner layer, you have 74 from the presidential escort, you have 5 from GSU, and you have 6 from DCI, a total of 85 officers. That is the inner layer, layer 1. Layer 2, you have 121 that I've mentioned from the various formations. And these formations, these are, people who patrol compounds and so on and so forth. I will shortly demonstrate to you that we have additional security staff looking after the deputy president. Then there's the third layer. The third layer is auxiliary security layer. You know, we have auxiliary security because the holder of that office, by he is endowed in various places or may work in various places and has other activities and other interests in other places. So, for example, in that outer layer, we have about, I'm saying about because I'm going to explain to you shortly what that means. There are officers who are assigned by the Inspector General because of a direct request from the Office of the Deputy President to installations either owned by the Deputy President or businesses where the Deputy President is likely to spend time, and therefore his securities are concerned. There are officers who are made available by the local police command, depending on where His Excellency the Deputy President's business or activities may be. So we call those ones secondary notifications from secondary role players in his office. For example, if the Deputy President has a farm in Moroni and his manager notifies the sub-county commander in Moroni that this farm belongs to the Deputy President, the practice in the police service is that the local police command will factor in their beat arrangement as they move around. They will factor in X number of police officers who, in their patrol and their movement, will keep an eye on that farm in Moroni because of that interest. So those ones we call they are made available. They out of that secondary notification. But there are some who, because of the interest of the Deputy President in particular areas, his office requests directly that we avail police officers. And for example, I can't go down the list. The whole list is long, but I'm going to give you about 10 examples of installations where there are police officers because of the fact that the Deputy President may go there or may have interest or may spend time there. And this is why I said the number of about 51. It could be more than that. For example, Kitengela Gas, where the Deputy President has gas oil business, 6 police officers. These ones are stationed. Weston Hotel, about 6 police officers. Because if they are 4 on duty, 2 at night, 2 during the day, there will be 2 other relievers, as it were. Murumbi Farm, Transmara Narok, LR, Transmara stroke Intona, stroke 34, 395 or about 1,000 acres, 395 hectares, 6 police officers. ADC like Kipia, Mutara Ranch, about 15,000 acres, 6 police officers. These are the secondary notifications. A farm where we are not stationing personnel, but the local police command has been notified that that is an area where the DP may be interested. So as you do your beat planning, you plan your beat with that in mind and make sure that that is okay. Dolphin Hotel, Mombasa, 6. Mata Farm, Taita Taveta, about 2,500 acres, LR 10287/10/11, 6 police officers. There is a private residence in Elgon View, we have 4. There's a poultry farm in Eldoret, we have 4. There is a private residence again here in Eldoret where we have 3 prison warders and 1 AP. There is also an installation, for example, called Kwai Island Development Limited. I think this is Wilson Airport where there are 2 hangars and 5 helicopters. The local police command is notified by secondary notification to avail about 5 police officers to look after that. So we have roughly, in that deployment, that general assignment, you are talking about those who are stationed, like the ones in Weston or in Kitengela Gas, present there, and those who, through secondary notification, the local police command would factor their own beat planning to make sure that if that's a farm that is owned by the DP, his animals are there, or his property is there, you keep an eye on that. But still, it's a resource for us in the security sector. So cumulatively, when you look at that, Mr. Chairman, sir, and you go back to Annex 2, in conclusion, then you will see that cumulatively, the personnel, in terms of personnel, the strength of personnel allocated to this office is 257. As I've tabulated, I've told you 74 from presidential escort, 5 DCI, 5 GSU, 6 DCI, total 85. Then you had the 121, as I said, plus about, this figure may not, the 51 may not actually be totally accurate, because given the amount of time that we had, we didn't get all the notifications where they have been given. There could be slightly more than that. But then we're roughly working with that estimate. That is the strength of personnel. I have not listed the assets for obvious reasons, Mr. Chairman, sir. This is an open meeting. And then I think it will be prejudicial to security to go to details beyond this. The point I'm making is this, Mr. Chairman, sir. We have provided sufficient security to the holder of the office of Deputy President in our country. And as the CS in charge, I want to assure both the committee and the country that I am not aware of anything in the past or in the present that has come close to threatening the security of the holder of the office of the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We are very highly trained personnel in the security sector. We take this as a very fundamental duty and a fundamental responsibility, because it's not just a matter of national security, it's also a matter of our national pride. It is also a matter of the image of the country. Because if the security of number 2 in command is an issue of concern, then it means we are actually a bunch of jokers and there's nothing we are doing. We have done the best we can in all circumstances to ensure that we provide sufficient security to the holder of the office of the Deputy President. As for the rearrangement, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would like to say, I don't talk about withdrawal. There was no withdrawal. It's a rearrangement of the second layer of security by the Inspector General of Police. The Inspector General exercises discretion, but in matters of that kind, he also consults within the structures of the security sector, the National Security Advisory Committee, NSAC, the National Security Council. That decision, Mr. Chairman, and I want to be very sincere to you here, was not whimsical. It's not something that the Inspector General woke up in the morning and said, I am going to reorganize this security in this particular manner. So many considerations were made. We looked at a number of things, some of which I would beg your indulgence that I don't have to discuss here, because this is an open meeting and some of those things may be prejudicial to the security of our country. And besides, I don't have the clearance of the council to discuss its deliberations on that kind of matter. What has happened, however, has all been legal, procedural, has been done effectively. And as I've demonstrated to you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, we've acted very openly and very considerately. If there is any issue that we need to respond to in this matter, as long as it's not one that is going to be prejudicial to operational detail, we can respond to it. But I want to urge you, before I end my submission to the committee, that please, Mr. Chairman, sir, honorable members, speak for us, because when we are insulted at funerals and churches and all those places, we have no way of defending ourselves. And those who are doing that, don't ask us the facts. I have demonstrated to you, for example, that the protection unit that protects His Excellency the Deputy President from the presidential escort of 74 people is intact. No one touched it. And for the first time since independence, and I've demonstrated to you since Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, I've demonstrated to you this is the time it is the highest level of qualification in terms of command. We are serious enough. So it's not right to insinuate that there is failure on our part or there are gaps in what we are doing. There are no gaps at all. Everything that is being done is being done procedurally, and everything that is being done is being done clearly according to the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I very respectfully submit.
Very well, thank you, Honorable CS, for for that submission. I'm sure members are now well informed and they'll be able to engage. So members, I will give chance to those who wish to clarify further. But even as I do that, I am interested to know, because I've looked at this table, which is of interest, that is Annex 2. And all the way from when Honorable Jaramogi.
Bila shaka huyo hapo ni waziri wa masuala ya ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i akitoa maelezo zaidi kwa kamati maalum ya bunge kuhusu usalama, kutoa maelezo kamili kuhusiana na usalama wa naibu rais Daktari William Ruto. Na hapo ndipo nakamilisha muda wangu hapa studioni kwa kipindi ambacho kilikamilika cha News Center, nikimwalika mwenzangu Nicholas Wambua aendelee kuongoza ama kuendesha meli hii ya mashua hii ya leo mashinani. My name is George Maringa, na kuacha na mwenzangu Nicholas Wambua aendelee kukuarifu mingi tu kwenye taarifa za leo mashinani. Taarifa kuu ikiwa ni maelezo ya waziri Fred Matiang'i kuhusu usalama wa rais.
George Maringa, unataka kuharibu vipaji. Unaanza kuzungumza swala ya kipindi changu. Mtazamaji, hizi ni taarifa za leo mashinani na kupeleka moja kwa moja hadi pale katika bunge la taifa ambapo Bwana Fred Matiang'i anazidi kuhojiwa kuhusiana na usalama wa naibu rais William Ruto. Bila shaka ni taarifa ambayo tunaipa kipaumbele. Naomba tuelekee kule moja kwa moja na tuwasikize.
From Kirinyaga, and there were security issues there. How does that sit with the challenges that you have? Does it then also pose a challenge for your provision of security? Secondly, what caused the rearrangement? I don't know whether you'll say that is a security issue, but what caused that rearrangement to happen for the security of the deputy president? And then I will also leave it to members. You just pick all of them and you will answer. We'll start with Honorable Chepkut, then we'll go to Honorable Albere, and then Honorable Masara, in that order. Then we will take round two.
Chairman, permit me to ask the following question to our respected Cabinet Secretary, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Fred, you are a great man. We are discussing a national discourse, a sensitive issue. Where I come from, this issue has raised a lot of tensions. And therefore, let me ask two questions. Deputy President William Ruto, security has been downgraded suddenly. Was this move justified? And if so, why now? In the countdown to general election, all presidential aspirants it has been a tradition, our cabinet secretary, that their security are reinforced. And me personally, I believe in unity in diversity. I'm a man who took my heart. The great gospel singer, an Israeli, once said, truth is constant. According to Article 131 of our Constitution, A, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta is the President, Head of States and Government. According to Article 131B, he is the Chairman of Security Council. According to Article 131C, he is the Commander-in-Chief of Kenya Defense Forces, 5-star General. And according to Article 131E, he is the symbol of national unity, Cabinet Secretary. Whereas, according to Article 130, William Ruto is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, as well as his principal assistant. Their relationship with the President are like conjoined twins. Their relationship are symbiotic. You can't separate the two. You are suitable enough, you are competent enough, you are a scholar to interpret the Constitution. I, William Chepkuta, I took an oath of office to protect, to uphold, and defend the supremacy of a constitutional institution and its constitutional institutions like DPP and IEBC, just but to mention a few. Having said that,
Okay, member, now ask the question. You have laid the background.
yeah.
Now ask the question.
Having said that, Cabinet Secretary, I submit with a lot of, because we want to tolerate each other. Let's tolerate each other. Let's forgive each other. Let's commit each other. Let's accommodate each other. I want you, it is my sincere request that return the security of Deputy President. That is my submission.
You will be able to take that, Honorable Alberi.
Thank you, Chair.
And if I may give guidance so that we allow other members also to be able to ask questions. Don't put too much of background. If you can be able to raise the question directly.
I want to just go straight to the question, Chair. Chairman, having listened to the Cabinet Secretary explaining, giving us the background of the whole scenario, which we indeed appreciate, that I thought, going by what the media has actually been portraying, is that the highly trained security officers deployed to the Deputy President were the GSU. And after their withdrawal, then the Deputy President is exposed. That is the picture I had. However, I appreciate actually the way the Cabinet Secretary has explained, and I'm actually contented that indeed the Deputy President has all the security required for his protection. However, as a matter of national security concern, I want to ask, did the Cabinet Secretary inform the Deputy President about these security changes, either in writing or verbally, so that he may understand that there are some changes which are about to take place, and therefore he should be made aware? That is one. Secondly, Chairman, I also would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, other than the security personnel, the physical officers deployed to provide security within the establishments, either the Deputy President or even the President or other dignitaries, as explained in Annex 2, people who had served not only as vice presidents, because we have high dignitaries who have served all their life in serving our country, whether there are other technological gadgets, for instance, like CCTV or even drones for that matter. Because personnel will never be enough to provide security to each and everyone. But at least a gadget like a drone, if properly used, can be able to give us information, and it can be able to provide all the security that is needed. Was that provided? Thank you.
Right, Honorable Masara.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the response given by the CS Interior, and we have the annexes which can explain much, but I want him to explain to the nation what Article 245 talks about the independence of Inspector General in commanding the police service in Kenya, so that everybody can understand. Two, the issue of protecting the Deputy President. Have we reached a stage where the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya can be protected by G4S? I hope I'll get that answer. The third one is, can we get information on the property which were owned by previous vice presidents so that we can compare vis-a-vis the number of officers given to the current DP chair? And finally, why is it that the CS is applying law selectively? We have been stopped from meeting people in our homes as elected representatives of the people. But the official residence of the deputy president is hosting thousands and thousands of people every day, and they are being protected by the same Kenya police. Yet, even where he comes from, a deputy governor of Kisii was stopped from holding a meeting in his home. But the second house in the land holds meeting despite COVID protocols being breached. Can we get information if we are in this country or one country or two countries? Thank you, Chair.
That last bit, the CS, you have discretion to answer or not, because we want to deal specifically with security issues. CS, respond to those four and then we'll pick another round.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. A total of about 8 questions. I will be very specific, very precise in responding to them. What determines the numbers? We go by requests and what you may describe broadly as expanse. You know, Mr. Chairman, if you become the deputy president of the country and you are also coming from the business background or you have capacities, not all of us, there are Kenyans who have 2, 3 homes, there are Kenyans who have 1 home, and we are different people. We are not going to stop, insist on, we don't have a president in this country where there's a limit to how many installations we can look after and so on. Plus, you see, my colleagues and I in the security sector live in this fear all the time that should anything happen to a senior leader in government, like the deputy president, do not only embarrass the country and subject all of us to ridicule, it will be difficult to explain to the people of Kenya. So it depends on the expanse and what you have and what you don't have. And I think I could tie this to what Honorable Masara asked about whether I can provide the properties of the various other predecessors, I mean, to the holder of the current office. What I've given you is everything they had. If they didn't have a kiosk, they didn't have. We just gave them, they were given 22 police officers, that's all, to guide them around as they moved around. If they didn't have a school, they didn't have a school. You know, if they didn't have a place where they would go, if they didn't have a home in, you know, in Isiolo, for example, so that home also in Isiolo can be looked after, they didn't have it. So what I've given you, what we drew from the police records, is all that was allocated. I mean, what Jaramogi was allocated is what he was allocated. What Musalia Mudavadi was allocated was what was allocated. That is his Nairobi home and his home in Vihiga. So if he didn't have a home in Isiolo, another one in Nakuru, another one somewhere else, it expands. It depends on, you know, the capacities and what you're able to have from time to time. The police will go that particular way. That is how they are guided in that particular respect. So the numbers are not necessarily determined by us. In fact, I dare say that if we would be absolutely honest and tell you that if we matched all the requests that are being made from certain offices in cases like this, we can't afford it. It becomes very difficult. But it also depends on the expanse. Who is where, what, who has what, where, who goes where, and so on. If today a Yamazimbo teacher become the deputy president and my home is only 1 or 2, that's what will be protected. And that's what happens to all leaders and so on. So how does this sit with the ratio? Well, you know, we've been working very hard, Mr. Chairman, and you know, as our security committee, that we have barely moved to a ratio of 1 to 600 in terms of police to population. We're racing against the UN ratio of 1 to 450. But look, there is a point to which you also, as leaders, need to understand the tradition and the way in which we have operated in the security sector in our country. I've seen people asking me questions, for example, saying, why do you provide security to this private facility? Or why do you provide security to look after chicken, somebody's chicken business and so on? And asking the converse is this: what if there was a notification by a local manager to a county police commander or a sub-county police commander that this property belongs to so-and-so, it needs to be looked after, and then they didn't look after that, and something happened, we would be facing the same problems we are facing now. We would be accused, oh, we don't care protecting other people's property, it's being destroyed while we are watching, and so on and so forth. We're in a catch-22 situation. You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But the situation is what it is. It's not a decision that is made willy-nilly by the Inspector General of Police and the people in the security sector. Some of it is driven by demand. Some of it is driven, as said, by secondary notifications from personnel and people who are associated with these offices. It is not a burden to us. Let me say that. It has not become a burden to us yet. We are able to provide security, and we are able to continue supporting the office of the Deputy President. The question that was asked by Honorable Jabukut about downgrading the security of the Deputy President, we haven't downgraded the security of the Deputy President. In fact, this is a propagandist approach to this, and almost a laughable thing to imagine. With this level of personnel, and I've not talked about the assets that we have deployed. If you knew the assets that we have deployed in providing, you cannot talk about downgrading the security of the Deputy President. The rearrangement is an action that was done by the Inspector General. As I said, I wouldn't explain the details of it in an open meeting like this, but it's not whimsical. It's considered, that the Inspector General takes decisions after so many considerations, as it were. And as I said, he would consult, colleagues in the security sector. He would go to NSAC and other organs. He doesn't just decide off, on top of his mind like that. Did the CS inform the DP? This is routine. Honestly speaking, if we were not in the political context in which we are as a country, there are times when some of us wake up in the morning and wonder, what is wrong with us as a country? The things that we spend time talking about, and so this is really routine. If you ask anybody today, if you, Mr. Chairman, if you walked here to Jai House and asked the regional commissioner for Nairobi, who are the chief inspectors around Nairobi, he wouldn't tell you, because we keep moving them around from time to time. He will turn up at Kilimani, and a gentleman will introduce himself. I'm the chief inspector of police. This is what I do, and so on. It's routine work. So, are you going to spend your time every time you are doing routine work? Our job is routine to make sure that we protect the VVIPs in our midst. So, are you going to spend time talking about routine things? For the IG, the rearrangement is a quasi-routine assignment. And then this is not something for which I would write a letter to His Excellency the Deputy President. Or why would I write a letter about then I would be writing 10 or 15 letters, because how many times have we reorganized personnel, not just there or in any other installations? I would be writing a letter to every minister. Every time we rearrange security, I would be writing letters to every constitutional office holder, to the Speaker of the National Assembly, to the Chief Justice. Every time we rearrange.
Maybe CS, you can tell us, because you have stationed, you said you stationed 74 GSU officers there. Are they constant, the same people, or do you keep changing them? And do you then address the DP, or do you tell him when you want to change them? Or they are the same people who started and are still there?
The presidential escort team is an exclusive team across the country. They are exclusive because they are trained, they are prepared for that job. The commanders of that team are people who have been working with His Excellency the Deputy President for a long time. We haven't changed them. That is the cause, as I showed you in Annex 1 of my document, that is the core team that provides security to His Excellency the Deputy President. Probably, actually, if you were changing those ones, you would have reason probably to tell the Deputy President. But these others are doing almost routine work. So why would you write a letter every day or inform him every day? The presidential escort team is intact. Its commanders are intact. They are the same people who have been working with him. They are there. He has not expressed any concern about any one of them. And they have been working with him all along. He has not raised any issue. And if he did, he would probably raise it with the Inspector General who's here, and the Inspector General has not informed me of any of that kind. But these others, like Layer 2, Layer 3, and so on, you can't be communicating on work that is supposed to be done by office holders like the Inspector General. They're basically doing their work. That's why some of us are actually wondering why the hullabaloo when we are doing the rearrangement that we are doing, or the Inspector General is doing the rearrangement that is doing. Have we deployed other technology to support the office of the Deputy President? Mr. Chairman, I ask the indulgence of the committee. My colleagues here, the heads of the agencies, will not allow me to discuss operational issues and the difficult issue. All I can say here is that we have sufficient assets. And actually, because of the budget that you have given us consistently, our acquisitions have kept going up year in, year out. And we have acquired sufficient assets to protect our leaders. There is none of them who is in any particular danger. And of course, the deputy president of the country is not in any danger at all. We have sufficient assets, we have sufficient personnel, we are fine, and we are protecting him without a problem. I would not like to go to operational issues and address those kinds of. The independence of the office of the Inspector General, that is why sometimes we ask the question, do we actually respect this independence? When the Inspector General takes discretion because of information he has, makes presentations and raises issues and talks with us and so on and so forth, and then every so often we come back to excoriate him, to Mr. Chairman, as our leader in security, you know this. And all of you members of parliament who belong to this committee, you know the number of decisions that the IG makes on a 24-hour cycle is incredible. We can't second guess them. They make these decisions independently, but of course they consult with the other organs of the security environment. And we all agree with them on this particular decision he made to make the rearrangement. We are all aligned, we are all agreed. I wish those who are actually raising concerns about this, especially because they have access to facts and they can get this information, they look for the information and facts about it. Allow me, Mr. Chairman, sir, to not comment anything about that issue of G4S. I don't want to trivialize the matters of this country and the security of our country in that kind of manner. I don't want to be that petty. I mean, we are a serious country. We are respected around the world. We are a serious government elected by the people of Kenya, given serious responsibilities. I would not like to comment and to be so flippant as to comment on things like those about G4S and so on. On the issue of, lastly, applying the law selectively, you gave me discretion to skip the answer, but suffice it to say, we are not applying the law selectively. Sometimes it boils down to people also taking moral responsibilities as national leaders. Because it gets to that point, the lives of the people we lead is also a matter of your moral responsibility as a leader. Thank you, sir.
We will pick the second round. I'll pick Honorable Nimrod, Honorable King'ang'i, and Honorable Ambogu.
Chair, before you go, a very important question of mine has not been sufficiently answered.
Which is it?
Article 245.
In regard to what?
The independence of the Inspector of General in managing the way it has been answered is not coming out clearly.
He has done. I thought he did. I was listening so carefully. He answered and he said that's an independent office.
So in short,
unless Honorable CS, you want to put in 2 words so that we also make progress. The other members also want to ask some questions.
Yes, Chair.
But let him go. Let him have a go at it again.
You know, Mr. Chairman, it's a raging debate that has been existing in this country for a very long time. When people talk about independent offices, you're independent from what? Because you see, government is organic in its nature. The Inspector General exercises independence of command. In other words, in terms of deployment and making decisions on what he needs to do and how he executes his duties and so on. But that does not mean that the Inspector General does not work in an ecosystem of constant consultation. We have succeeded so far, and you should know as a security committee in parliament, our war against terrorism in this country has been much more successful because of our multi-agents approach. We sit together, all of us, share intelligence and work together. That does not undermine the independence of the Office of the Inspector General. It doesn't undermine the independence of the Office of the CTF. In other words, in exercising his powers as the Inspector General of our country, Mr. Matiang'i has taken a decision, run it by all of us, which we are happy with and we are all aligned. And the reasons for which he took the decision are sound and clear, and we accept them. And we support what he has done, especially because we know it has not introduced any gaps or exposed anyone to danger. So no one has infringed on the powers of the Office of the Inspector General. The Inspector General has not abused his powers. We have continued to work very well. I am satisfied with what he has done, and I have not forced him to make that decision. No one has forced him to make the decision, but he has been responsible enough to consult with us and share the information he has with us, and we agree with him. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Nimrod.
Thank you, Chair. First, allow me to start by conveying my confidence with the heads of our security services, that is the DCI, the two DIGs, and the IG, on their training, on their capacity to do strategy and also command of our security organs. Mr. Chair, I have very straight and specific questions. My first question goes to on Annex 1, Mr. CS. You said you never touched nothing on cordon 1, or the inner circle has been touched. But the second circle, that is the second cordon, was touched. There is some interest in 3 residents of the Deputy President. And within the 3 residents of the Deputy President, I think the one in Karen, which also doubles as his office, and another one in Isgoi, and I think it's Nakuru Endoret. That one is where the second cordon, we have GSU officers who are undertaking the guarding services of those residences. The GSU officers were interchanged with administration police service officers. There is also, apart from the interchanging, there is also the aspect that there were reduction in numbers. It was not 1 for 1, as in you remove 30 GSU officers and bring 8 administration police officers. So I would want clarity on that. Did we remove GSU officers doing the second circle within these 3 homes of the Deputy President and interchange with them with the administration police service officers? And in that, if that happened, in the course of it, did we reduce the numbers of the personnel, of the numbers of the officers? Number 2, how is the command in terms of, we are talking of, especially because the first layer and the second layer, these are people who are always with the Deputy President. And at some point, they will find themselves at the same place. Let's talk of the current home. The people guarding the general areas and the presidential escort unit. These are all armed officers, are all officers under the IG, no matter where they're coming from. How is the command at that time? Who is in charge? As in now, we have administration police officers guarding the gates and the general areas. Then we have the commissioner of police. Then we have the presidential escort commander. Somebody somewhere, one of the officers has to be in charge of, at a certain point. We can't just have everybody in charge, 3 commanders from 3 different units taking charge of the same residence at a particular time. So who is in charge at that time? Mr. Chair, we are
last one because there are many interests, please.
Mr. Chair, it's better we take the whole day here and accommodate these questions.
You can ask that question, Honorable, please. You can ask that question. Then in the second lot, because the others also want to ask one question each.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, because the Chair, the person we are talking about is in respect to what Honorable Chibugut has quoted on the Constitution, the duties of the President and what the President does to this country. In the same Constitution, in case there is absence in the offices of the President, the person we are discussing with the Deputy President is the person who will take charge immediately. So actually this is like a spare president, and it's not an office that we can discuss anyhow. Chair, let me go by your instructions. My last concern.
Order, let him finish.
Which is a concern, actually.
In the answer, which need not to go.
Order, I'll give you order. Just finish. Move to finish.
Yeah, Masara Tuliza Boli. My third issue, let me leave one of the questions and go for a concern. I believe the action taken as, in a way, opened up our security agencies to unnecessary scrutiny. As in, there were no discussions before this action as to who is superior between the GSU and the APs. And now the removal of the GSU and the bringing of the APs is the one which causing the aspect that there is some downgrading, that the security has been downgraded because the GSUs were superior to the APs. I think, Mr. Chair, that is something which should be addressed, and especially by the IG. It can't go out to the public there, because it means the other Kenyans who are being guarded by the APs out there, they are not as secure as they would be if they were being guarded by the GSU. So I think, and in the wisdom of his excellency the deputy president, actually he welcomed these officers, and he spoke about his confidence in the work they are going to do. And it was very clear in the media and in the public domain that he was comfortable with the APs who had been brought to his residence. So I would want to see the same, and especially from the office of the AG, a firefighting kind of mission to not to downplay that reasoning of there is one service which is superior to another. Thank you.
Yes, Chair. Yes, just 1 minute.
Yeah, Chair, this is a House of Records. In our Constitution, there's nowhere written that we have a spare president. So I want on my to withdraw that statement, because it's nowhere. In our Constitution, there's no spare president.
Indeed, Honorable Mbai, did you refer to the Deputy President, His Excellency, as a spare president?
I never did, Chair.
Yeah, so if in case he did, then I order that we expunge that from the records. Honorable Kingangi. Thank you very much, Honorable Masa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start by appreciating the security team. I have a lot of confidence in Kenya's security apparatus, their professionalism, and the organization. Having said that, I think there's a question that the chairman alluded to, and other members have also asked. And it is a bigger question of the public right now. The reason why. Why did the change have to be done? Why now? And given the fact that the service starting orders and even the Act give the GSU the responsibility for State House and state lodges. Unless one is arguing that the state lodges are so much superior to the official residence of the Deputy President, then even the question of downgrading can be argued that was a downgrade. Because if a state lodge, which is visited even rarely, sometimes not visited even once a year, is being guarded by GSU, then one could even argue that it is a downgrade. Secondly, the strength of a security force is not the strength of the person standing at the post. It is the strength of the chain of command. It's the strength of the depth, the backup, as we would call it. For instance, the G company that guards the State House is backed up by a Reki company, which has got sufficient equipment, training, and it is configured as to enable that force to intervene if the need be, to be able to do whatever is necessary depending on the circumstances. So if you bring the SGB to the equation, then what becomes of the chain of command? What becomes of the backup plan? How does it work? So the question why it was done, I think it's still pertinent, and I think it's a big question in the minds of the public. Finally, I don't want to dwell into this. I think as much as we talk about the inner security layer and the outer layer, it has been tradition, and it is also captured in the Act and the standing orders that the GSU does protect. So I don't believe, and I would like to be explained to how the Inspector General has discretion in changing something which is provided for by the Act and the standing orders. So my question is, why? Thank you.
Yeah, I hear that the bigger question around it is, are there GSU officers guarding the residence of the Deputy President? And I think I hear that everybody, and it's cutting across all members.
Let me clarify.
Yes.
The second layer, because that's the argument, that the second layer has been changed, the inner layer has not been changed. The second layer State House is to GSU G Company, backed up by the RIC. And it would make sense. It would make sense when the second layer was GSU, backed up by the same RIC company, which has the capability and training to back up.
I get. Now the police chiefs are here. They'll be able to take that up. The last one was Honorable Muji.
But a point of order, Chair. I'll be asking my questions.
What is out of order? And you're in the next round.
Yes, I think as members of the Security Committee, we can also not just be throwing words. When you say State House should be guarded as same officers as the residence of the Deputy President, there should be reference to the law and the standing orders. And Honorable Matiang'i, the law talks about State House, state lodges, the President and the Deputy President, not the residence of the Deputy President.
Yes, in fact, I had wanted that to come from the Honorable CS so that he can give us details. I had that question, but let him clarify on that. Honorable Ambu.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will actually start my question from where Honorable Kaluma has just gone in. I wanted to ask the CS to clarify for us, according to the law. We have seen the act, we have seen it being shared very widely. I have heard my colleague Honorable Matiang'i suggests that the Deputy President's residence should be above State Lodge. That's where I just understood him to be suggesting right now. But the law is very clear. We have the President as a person, the Deputy President as a person, state houses and state lodges being guarded by GSU. What I now wanted to understand, what is the definition of the Deputy President's residence according to the law? Is it categorized into something that then becomes part of what is in the law to be guarded? That's my first question. My second question goes towards timing. We live in this country, all of us, and I'm sure even you are very alive to the fact of the politics. Thank you. I think this is better. But I'm sure you had the first question, so I'll just go to the second one. We live in the country where we are very alive to the politics of the day, and I'm sure you knew that the decision you made was going to be politicized. And I wonder whether you actually factored in how you are going to deal with that. In this time and age, there are going to be people who are going to take a decision like that and make political capital out of it. And I say this because of the very interesting observation I have made. The principal himself, in this case, who is the Deputy President, is on record saying he has no problem with the changes that have been made. However, his allies, every single day, are using this to play politics with. And so the question now I have on this, my second question, you will allow me.
You will allow him to finish, just
Maybe
like
you are allowed to finish.
Yes, you are allowed you to finish.
There is something that should not continue.
Honorable Mbai, I allowed you to finish, and then I took the point of order. That's how we shall conduct business.
Thank you very much, Chair. The question I was making is, it is on record. The principal himself has said he has no problem. with the security arrangement that he has. His allies are the ones who are playing politics with this issue. And now the question I have is, we have a public letter from the chief of staff of the principal complaining about this. Then we have the principal himself saying he has no problem. At this moment in time, who do we engage with? Do we engage with the public statements from the principal, as security officers, yourselves and us? Or do we engage on the public or the official statement from the chief of staff, or from the issues that are coming up from the allies? My third question. We have a situation, and I want to, it's something about order of command. It has been raised by a couple of my colleagues here, the issue of when you bring in new formations around the deputy president, is there a structure that takes over that formation and says that now you've come in around the deputy president, you report to this particular officer, or what exactly happens? I ask that for this reason. When we have a situation where a VVIP has security officers who are police officers, who are then protecting situations that are not legal or lawful, as my brother Masara might have raised, who do you question at that moment in time? You have a situation where police officers are not allowed, are not supposed to allow us to have public meetings. And then I have a public meeting, and my police, my security escort is there with me. Are you able to ask him, as the IG, to give you information of what that particular issue that arose? Because maybe that is part of the problem we're having here. My final question, which actually has been sent to me by somebody from Nyeri, who apparently, I didn't know we were live, is, does the law determine how many officers a VVIP is supposed to have? Is there a constitution? Because sometimes I feel as if part of the reason we're in this problem, I have looked at the historical security of all vice presidents that we have had. The decision that jumped from 30-something or 40-something or 50-something to 257, how was that decision made? And is that what we are suffering from now? Because once you give me, for example, as a member of parliament of Nyeri, if you give me 10 security officers today, and maybe the law just says I should have 1, then tomorrow you come and take 5 and leave me with 5. I will actually come and complain that you have downgraded my security, despite the fact that the law says I should only have 1. So part of the problem, and maybe the question you can help us is, how did you make the decision to have 257 officers? And is that what the law requires the deputy president to have? And at what point do you then reduce them? And is that, does that go against the law? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mujiri. And I think I asked that question from the onset. And that's the question that is troubling everybody, including I asked whether if I want to beef up mine, you can allow that to happen, and you skipped it. Maybe this time around you will be able to address it. But what is out of order?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, we are discussing the matter security, actually government, the deputy president, the CS answering questions about security, which is government. I don't know where the issue of allies are coming from. What is allies in government? What is allies in government?
Well, I hear you, but I hope it's not me you're asking. If you ask me allies in English, I know what it means.
I'm asking through the chair. Honorable Wambugu said is allies. So I'm wondering, we are discussing government and security and the deputy president.
Okay.
What is allies?
What are allies, Honorable Ngunjiri Wambugu? What are allies?
Thank you very much. Chair. I'm actually very happy to answer that question. The reason we are seated here,
just explain who allies are.
The reason we are seated
the
here
definition
is that
of allies.
There was a complaint that was public. That is what has raised us, given us the opportunity to, made us actually summon the CS and his team. That complaint has been public. Allies are the people who are associated with the deputy president, his friends who are looking out for his interests. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's actually a good thing.
Yes, I think, and he alluded to, and this is very important, Honorable CS, he alluded to a letter written to IG of police by the chief of staff, and I think that needs to come out so that in case, and if indeed it happened, then we also want to be privy to the contents of that letter. Honorable CS, I think you can go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, sir, and thanks, honorable members, for the questions that you have asked so far. Let me start in the order in which they were raised. The question that Honorable Mbai asked is about downgrading and whether or not we should comment about this. Let me be very frank as a public officer and the minister in charge of security in the country. Most of the debate that is going on about this, and anyone you hear talking about downgrading, definitely displays some measure of very frustrating ignorance. For example, the IG has got over 13 other units, some of them crack units that he could draw from in providing support to the Deputy President's security. When the Deputy President moves, for example, to some parts of the country, if the IG feels that he needs to bring in SOG or QRT or so on, you see people are raising questions. Many of the people who are debating these things, first of all, don't understand the entirety of the formations of the police service. They don't understand the strengths and the capacities that we have and the training and the capacities of all the other formations. So people have just proceeded from a propagandist easy point of saying you're downgrading the security of the Deputy President and so on. We're not looking at the facts as they are. In that layer too that I've used to demonstrate to you that we actually call these in operational terms support services, because the core team that is supposed to protect the Deputy President is the presidential escort. This is what is prepared to protect the Deputy President. Whether he's driving, walking, flying, what have you, these are the people, it's intact, he's protected. Then support services, the IG has got over 13 units to draw from to provide support services. What tells you that this unit is stronger or weaker than the other one? And over a period of time, given the resources that we have deployed, there are other units that actually you do not know of that probably have got stronger and even better capabilities to do certain things. Because let's look at Article 10 of the National Police Service Act. It's very clear. The IG shall determine the distribution and deployment of officers in the service. And how does the IG determine? He uses the information that is given. He uses the intelligence that he receives. And from time to time, he will make certain changes. Why are we second guessing the IG in the decisions that he has made when he has made so many of that decisions, of such decisions in the past on other areas? And we have demonstrated clearly that the deployment in terms of personnel and asset that we have given to protect this office and the holder of this office is very strong. In fact, Mr. Chairman, some small counties in this country, like Vihiga and Nyamira, for example, probably don't have this kind of deployment, and in terms of even assets, as it were, in providing the support that we are providing with this office. So the question of downgrade, and I would like to
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm saying that there are some counties that are smaller in the country. The smaller counties like Vihiga, for example, probably don't have the strength of deployment and capacities and assets such as we have deployed to protect the holder of this office. So when people jump up and say, oh, there's downgrade and so on, in quality and operational terms, you'll have to go into an operation room and listen to the director of operations tell you everything about this before you make that kind of conclusion. I want to state here again categorically, for the record, there has not been any downgrade of the security of the Deputy President, period. So these banding words around really, honestly, is not fair. Why was this done? I explained, Mr. Chairman. I am willing to discuss that, but I can't discuss it in an open meeting. Because that is tantamount to sharing the notes of the National Security Council or the Minister of the Council in an open meeting like this, and I have no clearance to do that. Why and the background to this rearrangement, I cannot discuss in an open meeting because I'll be going deep into an operational issue.
Are you able to discuss in camera if you have clearance? You have the clearance to discuss in camera.
If you provide
this is the committee that oversees the issues of security.
If you provide an in-camera proceeding, maybe I will discuss that. I will be able to explain the background to that. But I can't explain it in an open meeting like this because now I'll be moving into the realm of operational issues. And then my colleagues here at the heads of the agencies will not allow me to go into operational issues in an open meeting like this. It's clear. Let's just be very frank with each other, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. The Deputy President's residence is not a state lodge. It is not a state house. The law is very clear. It's black and white. It's a residence. It's a residence of the Deputy President. It's not a state lodge. It's not a state house. There's some things which look or sound politically sensible, but frankly, When you go by the law, they don't. How would you come up and use phrases such as are being used and so on? The framers of the Constitution, you are the legislators. Give me a law to work with on this basis. Give me a law that redesignates the residence of the deputy president and makes it a state law. Then on the basis of that law, I will gazette it. The gazettement of state lodges is very clear. The law is clear, the record is there. You know the state lodges and state houses that are supposed to be protected by GSU. The residence of the deputy president is neither a state lodge nor a state house. Sasa mimi nafikiri hapo, Mr. Chairman, ni sawa.
Just proceed with the rest.
Yeah. So the question of the politics of the decision that we made, you know, we are public servants. We are public servants. We work in a manner that we know we are going to be accountable to the public through members of parliament, through a committee like this. When we take decisions, we don't wake up in the morning and look at the weather and look at this. We make a decision that we believe is right to make at a particular time. We know that there are certain times where some political practice comes with some sympathy addiction. You know, the sympathy addicts who will look for sympathy over anything. And we have watched that sympathy addiction around the country where, you know, people draw sympathy over everything, you know, and so on. But you see, let me ask you a question. As people who expect these wonderful, good people seated on my left here to provide security for you, how would you operate in an environment where they wake up in the morning and check the political temperature, the weather before they make decisions? We believe in making right decisions. And the decisions that are right and necessary will be made, regardless of the time they are made. And as I keep saying, we in the security sector, we don't do this work to be popular. We would rather be right than popular. We want to do what is good for the country, what is good for the officers that we have been given to look after. If I had an opportunity and explained to you and Mr. Chairman went into details about how this decision was reached at, you will be very happy with us because you will know that we have made very serious considerations. And this Inspector General, this gentleman seated to my left here, is a very considerate and very responsible public servant. So to cast aspersions and say, oh, you know, why was this done and so on, this is not a whimsical decision. It was a culmination. It was made after several considerations have been had. But as I said, I can't discuss those considerations in an open meeting unless, you know, you have an in-camera session at which I can discuss that and I will share with you to an extent about that. The question of responsibility of police officers. You know, Mr. Chairman, this gives me an opportunity to respond to something that everybody asks me all the time. When public officers, for example, when members of, you know, government go to court and they're charged, for example, with murder or with very serious crimes, why does the Inspector General withdraw police officers from them? They do that because you don't want to put officers in conflict. Because you cannot get officers and tell them to go and commit a crime or to accompany you to commit a crime, as it were. I understand and I hear you, honorable members, when you are saying if we are breaking the law, we are breaking COVID regulations and we are in the company of police officers, what are we supposed to do? We all start, first of all, with the fundamental good faith in all of us. And as I said earlier, there must come a time in the positions that we hold when some of the actions we take are driven by our own moral positions. So if those leaders, some of them senior in society, feel that what they are doing is the correct thing, of course, it's for the public to judge, but we have kept pushing our police officers. And I know, I am aware, because the Inspector General has told me, that he remains in constant communication with senior police officers in the command of those who guard such VVIP officers to ensure that they also assist in ensuring that the law and order is maintained. We hope that this situation will improve, but I can hear the concern that the honorable members have, and will continue to work at it. Is there alone the number of deployment? There is no law. I'll be very happy if you enacted one. Maybe if you actually enacted one and said for every holder of an office, you'll be entitled up to X. It will be very happy. I mean, we will all be very happy. And I'm sure that the gentleman to my left will be very happy because it will make the work much easier, as it were. But now, as it is, I gave you this example, Mr. Chairman. If today, for example, the holder of that office requested that I have a butchery in Rongai, and I need the butchery to be guarded, and you refused to guard the butchery, then the butchery was attacked tomorrow. I mean, if we are insulted now, look at how we are being excoriated for just a routine reorganization of security. Can you imagine what would happen to us if that happened? So when a request comes, we accede to it. And then we keep moving forward. And all these wonderful men in the police service are doing so in good faith.
And the question CS then was, up to what extent will you keep on acceding to requests? Up to which number will you then stop? Because as much as you're answering the others, you will now open this line for us to be able to ask for extra police officers or security officers, for that matter.
Well, please enact a law. I think let's end the debate there. If you enacted a law that brought about limits, that brought about talked about numbers, and then we can be able to solve that problem once and for all. The letter from the Chief of Staff that was written to the IG and to the Inspector General, to the Head of Public Service, and copied to our PS, Dr. Kibicho. You know, the less I said about these things, the better. To be very honest with you, because of one thing. You can notice how, in some cases, Mr. Chairman, to be very frank with you, if we are not careful as a country, we are sinking to new laws. Where in this world, just tell me, Mr. Chairman, where in this world would a holder of an office of Chief of Staff in a senior office like that write a letter and put it in social media before it even reaches the Inspector General of Police? Where? And then so on. You know, this issue has been characterized by some very juvenile activism, petty propagandism, and so on. And then the facts are lost in that process. And we don't want, because we are respectful of the institutions that we work, we don't want to go that direction. And we are not going to respond to those kinds of antics. We will do the work that we have been asked to do. That's why you have noticed that there hasn't been any correspondence from any one of us, including our Inspector General of Police. Because there are some institutions, if you subject them to disrepute, you erode the institutional respectability of your country, as it were. You end up vulgarizing the authority and legitimacy of those offices. Because the ideal situation is that if you are a Chief of Staff in an office like that and you have a challenge, you go to your charge. Your charge is the Head of Public Service. You don't even write to him. You pick up the phone because you have an extension to him, and you ask the Head of Public Service for a cup of coffee, and you discuss those things internally. This new wave where everything is written and sent to social media, this is the propagandist attitude. We have a responsibility, Mr. Chairman, and I want to undertake to you as a public servant. We have institutions, we inherited these institutions, and we have a duty to hand over institutions to the next generations that are intact with the respect that they deserve. The respectability of security sector institutions is not going to be vulgarized and dragged through the mud because of sympathy addiction and all that kind of thing. Thank you, sir.
All right, okay. We will then take Honorable Mbai, you have already spoken. So we are going to the next people. There are people who have not asked questions. Honorable Rosa. Honorable Kaunya. Honorable Shuria.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, first of all, I'd like to thank you for having been proactive, given that the matter we are discussing today has really been around and is causing a lot of tensions. I'd like to thank you for having been proactive. In the same breath, I'd like to also thank the CS for giving us such a detailed explanation. The reason why I'm thanking the CS is because information is power. And what is happening today in this country, Mr. Chair, is that we are being governed by propaganda. When I look at the details that the CS has given, Chair, I feel sad. I'm saddened to know because what the country is being fed on is that the security detail that is in charge or is responsible for the security of the person of the Deputy President has been tampered with, has been withdrawn, and therefore he's been left exposed. When I look at the presentation that is before us, it is clear, and thank you, CS, for giving us this history. When you look at the history of the security detail in terms of the presidential escort unit for each of the former vice presidents of this country, it is clear that none of them had more than 14. All the former vice presidents had no more than 14 presidential escort units who were responsible for the security of the person of the vice president at that particular time. But it is clearly demonstrated here that the current holder of this office has 74 against 14 of all the former vice presidents. And this is why I'm saying that it is good that we have this information now so that the country can breathe and stop being governed by propaganda. When you compare the 74 to the 14, I will go further and look at the security in totality, where the current office holder has a total number of 257 or thereabout, either looking after security in his person and also security of his businesses or private businesses. 257 against the highest of 57 of the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga when he was the Prime Minister at that particular time. So we are comparing 257 with that highest of 57. The reason why I'm bringing up this comparison is just to quell out that propaganda so that Kenyans can actually see the reality that indeed one office has 257. This clearly brings me back to Animal Farm by George Orwell, where it says that indeed we are equal, but some people are more equal than others. And the demonstration here clearly shows that if you are a holder of the office of the Deputy President, you are indeed more equal than any other Kenyan. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to request the CS at this particular point, because I know Kenyans are watching, Kenyans are anxious, Kenyans feel exposed and unprotected. Could you kindly, in a very gentle manner, also let us know that as much as we are discussing the security of the Deputy President's office today, how exposed are these Kenyans? What is the ratio of this police security to the Kenyans? I would like to request for that. I would also, my second question, Chair, and I was quiet when everybody was talking, so I just request members to also give me that opportunity.
Honorable Peter Masara.
My second question.
You let Honorable Rosambu speak, and then you'll ask after that. If there is a point of order.
Yes, point of order.
That is how we are conducting business. Yes. Please.
My second question is I'd like to know from the CS and his office, is there a code of conduct that governs how you carry out your routine responsibility? For example, because everybody is asking, why now? Why now? And we've clearly seen that there was just a rearrangement. Rearrangement to me, coming from a background of being a teacher of English language, does not mean withdrawal. It does not mean downgrading. It is rearrangement. So I would request the CS to kindly let us know, is there a particular code of conduct which should govern your routine actions so that if you are withdrawing, if you are replacing an AP called Otieno with one called Kipyegon or another one called Wafula, are you bound by a code of conduct which should govern you and make you talk to the officer or talk to the Deputy President's office first before you replace Otieno with Kipyegon, with Wafula, or if there's an Asian with Yatin? I'd like to know if there's a special code of conduct, and if you actually didn't follow that code of conduct, then why? That should be the question, not why now. Because if it's routine, I imagine that you can carry out your routine activities. But I'd like to know, is there a code of conduct that governs your actions when you have to?
Done?
Chair, I hope you're going to give us.
You have done 2 questions.
We have done 2 questions, and I don't want to be selfish by doing another one.
Yes.
But I hope you'll give us an opportunity to speak as Kenyans, as leaders, because, Chair, I think as leaders, we must bear responsibility for this country. The people propagating and the people causing this propaganda and bringing the country into so much tension is nobody else but leaders.
Right.
But leaders on false information.
I hear you. I hear you. So let's do it this way. We finish with the business here, then you know what you can do as a politician.
Point of order, Chair. Before
what is out of order?
Thank you very much, Chair.
Just 1 minute. What is out of order?
Chair, this is a house of record. Honorable, my sister Honorable Mbuya has just mentioned that we are governed by propaganda. The right word is that other people want to guide by propaganda. We are being guided by the Constitution. The current government is governing this country by Constitution, but those who want to take over using propaganda.
No, let us stop that debate.
Chair, but what I said is, seemingly,
yes.
What the current country is going on now, it's like.
Yes, I heard you.
And Chair, a teacher of English cannot make silly mistakes like that.
I heard you. So if there was a mistake, it will be corrected. Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for giving me this opportunity. Chairman, I have 2 questions. Chairman, speaking with a background of having undertaken training for some of these officers that provide VVIP training and the critical infrastructure and vital installation protection. Chairman, last year, that is 2018, His Excellency the President, Uhuru Kenyatta, launched a police reform program that was meant to harmonize the command and control of officers in the field. And this, I believe, was implemented. And my question is, Chairman, my question, CS, is if indeed these reforms took place. And in these reforms, Chairman, you'd recall that under the Constitution, the National Police Service is comprised of 2 units, the KPS and the APS. The distinctive roles were clearly specified in this arrangement of the reform, where the APS under DIG APS was to undertake that protection, critical infrastructure, the border, our borders under the border patrol units, and of course, the protection of the VVIPs fell under that unit. And the Kenya Police Service were to undertake other roles as specified. And these roles, I believe, if that was implemented, and I think that is a question I want to ask the CS, then the question of all these rearrangements is actually, Chairman, misplaced, because the units that are supposed, and they have been trained very well on protection of very important people, VVIPs and VIPs, are the General Service Unit and the APS. And Chairman, you recall just a week, 2 weeks ago, Chairman, we were at Kanyonya, Chairman, you'll recall, where we have the Border Patrol Unit and the training. You witnessed the kind of training of the QRT, for example, the Quick Response Unit, is one of the most well-trained units that actually is supposed to be guarding the president. Now, based on that reorganization, CS, if you can clarify, even for the public, to understand that. The second question, I believe that our police officers are well professionally trained and they are doing a good job. Of course, they need to be funded in those areas of shortcoming. But Chairman, there is something that needs to be clarified by the CS. Whether there's a gap in law in terms of the numbers we deploy, more particularly, Chairman, I want to give an example. In America, when Donald Trump was elected to be president, he resigned from all the companies he was guarding. I think there's something not very, very clear about what the CS brought out, that requests for guarding of even a butchery. I think this question has either gap, and I think the CS, if you can clarify, then Chairman, I would propose as a committee, we come up with amendments to make sure some of those gaps are fixed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. I thought by saying you are previous commandant of which college?
Chairman, I was commandant of the AP Training College at Embakasi, and some of these officers who have been deployed to guard is the Deputy President are some of the most well-trained internationally, not local training. And I'm very, very have the confidence that they have what it takes to do the job. Thank you.
Honorable Shuli.
Thank you, Chair. Mike, I have two questions for the CS. There was this famous gentleman by the name Kenei. Could he tell the committee, was this gentleman a GSU officer who worked at the DP's office? Was he a GSU officer or an administration police officer? Question number two. Tongi. I think he came here because he's from, is it Nyamira Map?
No. Let me clarify. He is wanting to ask question, and I'm telling him I received no notice. So if you gave me no notice, we're not going to allow. Those are in the standing orders 195. Yeah, I have only one notice from the Honorable Junet.
Okay, proceed. Thank you, Chair. Question one was whether Kene was a GSU officer or an AP officer, and I think he worked at the DP's office. Question two, the CS did mention he cannot share the reasons as why the changes occurred because of operational reasons. Just, is the Deputy President supposed to be made aware of the changes prior to that changes happening and the reasons why the changes were made? If so, was he briefed prior to the changes being made? Thank you, Chair.
That question had been asked, so you can only maybe go over the answer again. And now, Chairman, order Honorable Mbai, because there are people who have not asked questions, and they are members of this committee, and they need to engage. So
I'm
allow your
for
colleagues.
clarification, Chair, not a new question.
Not clarification. Let the others finish. Be fair to them also. We want to take final round because of time. So, Honorable CS, I want to take the remainder of the people so that then you can answer all of it together. Then we come to a close. Is that okay? Or is it too heavy? All right, okay. For those who haven't spoken, yes, Honorable Tekla Tum, who is following us virtually, can you ask a question now? Ask your question now.
Honorable Chair, I have 2 or 3 questions and comments.
And make it brief because of time. Eh?
Yeah, I'm making it, yes.
Thank you.
What does the Constitution say about the security of the Deputy President? Number 2, was he informed when the officers are removed from his residence? Number 3, Honorable Chair, there was a research done, and it has shown that Kenya is number 4 of the people who are having stress levels. Honorable 1 year or less to the elections, and we have to take care of everything we are doing now, even in the security. I normally talk very well about security apparatus, and I know the CS is very good in his job. And he has to tell the people who are doing the operations, the transfers and all have you to do things in the right way. Honorable Chair, as politicians, the deputy president inclusive, have a following, and you cannot control the people in such scenarios. So, Honorable Chair, let's not take things easy. It is not as easy as that. As members of the security, we want the security of all Kenyans and the top leadership inclusive. That is my contribution, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Tekla Tum. I can confirm that we have heard all your questions and the CS has taken note. We will leave you and we'll keep you on so that you can get the answers when he starts replying. Honorable Junet, sorry, it's not Honorable Junet, sorry, for the remainder of the team, the committee, because the standing order say we shall first give the members of the committee, those who are interested. Honorable Kaluma, and then Honorable Vice Chair. Then in that order, after that, we'll go to Honorable Junet.
I thank you, Chair, and I thank you, CS Chair. I traveled from Homa Bay to Nairobi by road last night. In fact, I arrived here, Chair, you remember, I communicated with you at 5 a.m. in the morning, believing that the Deputy President was exposed. Chair, I'm saying this because from the statement I have here, I disturbed my person traveling by road of a person whose security detail is bigger than the entire security detail guarding Homa Bay County. And I think I want to request that in as much as we play politics, we should not play politics with matter security. Chair, to put this matter in context, the Deputy President, in his usual manner, says he has no problem with the security reorganization around him. But the politicians around him are saying there is a downgrade and undue exposure. And this, based on that of his chair, is occasioning unnecessary anxiety in public mind. So Chair, my first question or request is that the people around the deputy, some are not just politicians, CS. And in as much as you are saying you should not be bothered by the letter which came from the Chief of Staff of the Deputy President, the public concern about this matter commenced from that letter. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter and I asked what was happening. In fact, I was asking why didn't the Deputy President's Chief of Staff, knowing the security channels and arrangements, speak with them in a manner that protects the integrity and the professionalism of our security apparatus. So that, Chair, I will be seeking your directions at the end, that in as much as the CS and his team say they are not politicians, they want to do their work and leave it at that, the matter of the conduct of that Chief of Staff in the office of the Deputy President, being an employee under our charge as Parliament, is a matter that must be dealt with. So that I'm confirming that after this, if it has not come from the committee on its own motion, I'll bring it before the committee so that it can come here and tell us the code of conduct under which when he writes and posts things in the social media in the manner he's doing. But CS, this matter has been taken as a discourse outside there because the members of the public and the media, which is our main channel of communication, do not take time to understand the law beginning with the Constitution. In fact, CS, I'm shocked at the manner and the extent to which our very competent officers in the administration police service have been undermined. When you hear people comparing our APs to even G4S, I think we don't understand what the administration police service is and the Kenya police are. So I would have requested that because the media is here and Kenyans are watching, you have elaborated not only provisions of the standing order. I think for the sake of the public, you would have, made a few mentions of it now that the media is showing these proceedings. And more particularly, Chair, the units which have been created under both Kenya Police Service and Administration Police Service and what they are in charge of. Because you see, Chair, people have been saying the Deputy President is not being protected. Us in the committee know that the Presidential Escort Unit, which is a unit affiliated to the General Service Unit, is protecting the person of the Deputy President as they do that of the President. You are being told that a change in terms of the officers guarding the residents was a downgrade. What the CS needs to tell the public is when this Security of Government Buildings Protection Unit was established and its mandate, that people can understand that there is a unit specific to protection of those critical installations, the government buildings like the deputy's residence. Lastly, CS, if you look at the statement at page 2, you are clarifying who the GSU guards at paragraph 9. It's the president, the deputy president, the state houses, and state lodges. So that the forum of this committee, which is the link of the security apparatus with parliament, Chair, should be utilized by the CS to tell Kenyans that if anybody who wants the residents of the included in this category, and what they should be proposing is the inclusion. But before the inclusion, really, you cannot obligate the IG to install GSU to guard a residence not mentioned as a residence is obligated to take care of. So I would request, Chair, that the CS makes a bit of these mentions for clarity because we are live. Mention the various units. I imagine, Chair, that even the Border Patrol unit, the anti-stock theft unit, even this GSU, clarify to Kenyans whether they are under Kenya Police or Administration Police so that people can understand these things. And to me, that would be good in terms of explaining. And what are these units and their formations and their roles? But Chair, I regret we have taken too long playing politics over an office that is protected more than my county. And that is the aspect that saddens me.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Chair, let me also join my colleagues in thanking the CS for really telling us the truth and also telling the Kenyans the truth. Matter security, Chair, is something that you cannot compromise as the committee, as the members of this committee. And I'm surprised, and I know why. The reason why now. I saw yesterday the Deputy President say he doesn't want this matter to be discussed by the Committee of Parliament. And now I know the reason why. Maybe he didn't want Kenyans to know the truth. And thank you, CS, now we know the truth. Just, Chair, I've done a small calculation on police population ratio to the citizens. And I found out it's 1 to 600. 1 to 600. One person has 257 officers, Chair, meaning 254,200 Kenyans are exposed. And this is a person who calls himself a hustler. What happens to the hustlers who are in Korokocho, Chair? What happens to the ordinary Kenyans who live along the borders, especially where I come from? That is for the for the CS. Just a question to the IG. CS, you told us there is direct request from the VVIPs or the deputy president to the IG. All these officers who allocated him, was it your predecessor IG or it is you? If it is your predecessor who did this, then I understand you want to now do rearrangement or change things. So maybe you can tell us, was it your predecessor who did this mess, or it is you that you want to come and correct this mess? Lastly, my chair to CS, we have been seeing politicians who have been faking arrest so as to blame the security so that they can have sympathy, incite Kenyans, so that they can be seen like they are the lesser or they're being treated unfairly. And it happened many times. And we have not seen any arrest to the politicians or any person who has been faking or spreading propaganda. So we want you to proceed and do arrest. If you could have done these things before, maybe today, these things, we could not have been discussing this. So we want you to do your work. Nobody should intimidate you. This committee is the committee that oversight your ministry. Kindly do your job, do what is right, so that Kenyans can have hope. And that is what we want to see. Thank you, Chair.
Which question was not answered?
Chair, I've just
Your
realized
question?
There's a question of mine that wasn't answered that I would hope that he's going to answer. As he
Which
answers.
is?
That when you're discussing matter security with the office of the Deputy President, who should we listen to? Should we listen to the Deputy President? Should we listen to the Chief of Staff? Or should we listen to his allies? So that we are able to know when we have an official complaint, who should we listen to? Because if we have one situation where the Deputy President says he's okay, then his allies say he's not, then the Chief of Staff says he's not, who as a committee should we be listening to? Thank you.
I think that's fairly straightforward. Honorable Jeanette.
Chair, I was to get a
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable
Yeah.
Bai, just let me finish that round. I'll give you that clarification. But I hope it's not another question you're asking. All right. Okay.
Chair, thank you, Chair. Chair, in accordance with the standing orders of Parliament, I wrote a letter to you yesterday requesting to attend the committee as a friend of the committee. And I want to thank you for accepting my request. That's what the standing order says, that you write to the chair of the committee. Initially, first I misunderstood. I wrote to the speaker, but I retrieved it. I wrote back to you. Having said, Chair, I have just one or two questions, Chair. First, Chair, according to the document provided by the minister, and you see, Chair, government is run through traditions and precedents. And the previous traditions and precedents, Mr. Chair, have shown that the former holders of the office of the vice president or deputy president had very few numbers of policemen or women, 22, 24, 12. We're dealing with a case of 257 here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, 257, Chair. Chair, where I come from in my constituency, the last census, the population was 204,000 people. And the number of police officers who are there are not more than 70, 80 in my constituency. When I divided that by this 204, one police officer is guarding 3,300 people in a day, especially the night is worse. One policeman is guarding in my constituency 3,300 people, Mr. Chair. And here we are discussing 257. My question actually is not about the law now, because we have all agreed there is no law that guides how to assign a policeman to VIPs. But it's a question of morality. I want to ask the minister in charge of security whether this is moral to give one person 257 and people in my constituency have only 80 police officers. And why I thought he was revamping that private security so that they can guard private enterprises properly, so that they're regulated and private enterprises are safe. Now, when the minister and the IG are deploying policemen to private premises, what will the G4S do? What will these private farms do? Because that is their work. You have taken policemen to butcheries, to guard butcheries? Surely, what will this? We have over 100,000 employees in the private sector, in the private, these private security firms. What will those officers do if you're deploying to every hotel, every butchery, farm in Taita Taveta, 2,500 acres of land with cows? You're deploying policemen there, hotels, policemen, everywhere policemen. What will these private citizens, what will they get, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair? So I want to ask him, how moral is that also? My question is based, laws are made to guide morality. Let's leave laws alone. Let's now go to the morals of our society. Whether it is moral to deploy a policeman to guard your private enterprises when we have over 100,000 Kenyans who are employed to do the kazi of private security. Lastly, Chair, it's very surprising that we have Kenyans who are not properly secured. Cattle wrestling in the Rift Valley, theft everywhere. And then you can deploy 257 members, security members, to kuchunga shamba ya kuku, shamba ya samaki, nyumba ya mpango ya kando, klande. Chair, I'm done. I don't want to ask another question. Because the minister must apologize to the Speaker. Mr. Chair, why that happened? Honestly, he must apologize, leave alone removing or deploying. He must tender an apology to Kenyans that it will not happen again.
Thank you very much. What were you clarifying, Honorable Mbai?
Thank you, Chair. The reason I've been very persistent is, Chair, I've served as an administrative police officer for 14 years. And it pains me when I see the deployment of administrative police officers being termed as a it can't be. These are officers who are highly trained.
Then the tail end, we will ask you to do the remarks after we have listened to the answers. And remember, there are questions that you have not tackled, like Honorable Ambugus, that one from Honorable Mbai. You'll also, in the process, answer them.
Chairman, I'm here.
Thank you.
Order, Honorable Robbie.
Yes. I've been raising my hand.
You raise your hand, but you don't belong to this committee. And I hope you have not come to create a drama.
No, I'm not.
Yes, we have standing orders. And the standing orders dictate, Honorable Mbai, that you write to the chair 24 hours before.
Chairman, I notified you yesterday.
Listen to me. You write to the chair 24 hours before and even indicate the subject matter you want to address. So we have done well to allow you to listen. That is good enough.
Chairman, I wanted to
beyond that, if you then proceed to disrupt this committee,
I'm not disrupting.
We will follow the standing orders.
I'm not disrupting.
Okay. So you listen to what is going on and
allow me to
take your cool.
This committee chair.
Honorable Robbie, please. Honorable Robbie. Honorable Robbie, I'll read the standing orders now. You must be able. You
I
must.
notified you yesterday.
Can you bring a copy of that letter? Do you have a letter? It's all right. You have to cause drama so that Kenyans
Not
can
a
see.
drama, Chair.
Yes, then bring the letter. I'm a stickler of processes.
Okay.
Honorable CS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I will do my best to go over all the questions. We try to take as meticulous notes to my peers and I so that we don't forget anything. Honorable Rosa, who you asked the question of the population, the police to population ratio, at the currently is 1 to 600. The UN standard is 1 to 450. We are working hard to get to at least to the UN level standards. The truth of the matter is this, honorable members, as you know, we didn't recruit for about 2 years because of budgetary issues, and because also we wanted to step up the equipment and acquisitions for our security sector so that we are at bar with some of the challenges that we are facing right now. Now that we have resumed again the recruitment, we will be working hard, subject to budgets allowing, to ensure that we move fast enough to meeting the standards. And I know that you asked the question in the context of the deployment that we now have explained that we have done with the Office of the Deputy President. I understand, and I think this issue has come up again and again. We, Mr. Chairman and honorable members, we learn through experiences. Now all of us as a country are learning, because this is intertwined with a question that was asked by another member of parliament. I think it's Honorable Kaluma who said, what happens to, no, it's Honorable Ogu Kaunya who talked about businesses and public office. Because the expectation is that when you are in public office, you're supposed to walk away from private sector responsibilities so that then the two issues don't clash, such as cases we're having to deal with. It tells us one thing, honorable members, there's some work that we still need to do. There's some work we need to do in terms of tightening the law. There's some work we need to do in terms of, looking at Chapter 6 and tightening our responsibilities, because quite clearly, there is an overlap or the clash between business and public office sometimes can cause challenges such as we are dealing with. But again, on this particular score, I plead for my colleagues, the heads of the security agencies. If you are the Inspector General and you receive a request of this kind, it becomes very difficult to say no. We have been riding on this, as I say, unregulated question on the numbers and the extent of deployment. And now is the time for us to look at it again and come up with a statutory action that will now regulate the numbers and say, for example, even if you have VVIP, the ratios of the officers deployed to you will not exceed this number, as it were. Otherwise, if we leave it open as it is now, and no one knows this better than Honorable Ukaunya because he was in this sector before, he faced the same issues before. If we leave it open like that, these issues will keep recurring, and you can see clearly the propensity to abuse this is real. It can be abused. For example, in 2018, we all agreed at the National Security Council that we are surrendering prison warders from protection duties because, when we looked at the ratio of prison warders to inmates, it became clear that we have enough numbers in the APS, in the SGB, and the new commando units we are creating to provide VIP officers from the prison service to do their correctional service work. But you can see still, even in the contingent that is guarding the Office of the Deputy President, we have about 13 officers from the prison service. So unless there's a strict and stringent regulation and enactment of the same, then we enforce it, all of us, so that it applies across the board, we'll keep encountering these challenges as we go along. Is there a special code of conduct on how to handle these changes and deployments when they come? The answer is actually no. As Honorable Buyu asked, because as I said, we cannot second guess the Inspector General of our National Police Service. He takes decisions on our behalf throughout. He takes decisions on a 24-hour cycle, and he has the best intelligence and information to make certain decisions. So we cannot require him that if I want an officer from my ethnic community, you must write to me, and then I get the letter and so on. There's no security system that operates that way around the world. We are becoming more and more modern, the state. So in respect, therefore, I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, that there is no code of conduct that was violated in this case, in terms of the changes that were made. Nothing was violated. And in fact, there's a question I don't want to ask now because it can steer us off to another debate. How is it that these questions are being asked now when we have done this rearrangement several times before, even in that office? How come that these issues are coming up now? And we've done so many of those rearrangements before in many other VVIP offices, including that one. So the question is, it's because we are within a political context and straightforward professional departmental actions are being unnecessarily politicized and being subjected to emotional and irrelevant politics. Unfortunately, to the detriment of the stability of the country. But I think on a balance of probabilities going forward, after the clarifications we have made today, we're all going to be aligned on this because facts are as they are, things are clear to everybody. There is no downgrade of anything here. We know we are doing what we must do and we are continuing. But I cannot plead with you enough as a committee that we need statutory action on these issues of ratios, even for VVIPs and numbers and so on. Otherwise, you're going to force police officers to open an OP for chicken. You are putting police officers to guard at a poultry farm, so they will now be running an OP there for chicken. This chicken arrived at this time, they left this time, and so on. It's a joke in the long run. If we are not, going to be organized in that kind of manner. Honorable Kukaunya asked the question about police reforms and the unified command. It's a question of the unified command. As you know, and Mr. Chairman, indulge me to say this is more or less like a personal comment, that every time you listen to somebody like Honorable Kukaunya speak, you feel the pleasure of a knowledgeable person because he's speaking from a position of knowledge. If people were debating these issues from that kind of position, we wouldn't even be having this kind of hullabaloo around the country of this, because you see, the quest for a unified command was intended to make police effective, efficient in the delivery of service, but also, again, to grow our capacities to deal with our dynamic challenges in the security sector. That is why, for example, when we came up with an all-women commando team, that is now making headlines and doing us great stuff, is because we wanted to have this integrated, prepared, because there are circumstances where we need to deploy special units of that kind, as it were. The unified command is a journey, Honorable Kaunya. It is not going to happen in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. Even we internally are having a debate, because since 2018, when His Excellency the President directed this and began this phase of working on a unified command, we've worked on this for about 3 years. And sometimes we step back and ask ourselves the question, is it working well for us? For example, how does it relate to Ngao? And how does it relate to deployment? Is it interfering with what we are doing? The questions abound, but we are just about to begin reviewing, the implementation of this for the last 3 years. I know issues will come up, or some things we need to change, as it were. But it is a journey. It's something we're working towards. But now, and I think that is what you are referring to, because of that unified command, it is much easier to integrate the various units and various formations to get them to focus on a task at one time. If we have a challenge, for example, at a particular border point, we actually can pull together, for example, ASTU, QRT, Border Patrol, and the GSU, even if it's contingents of, the G company, and deliver on the assignments that we have. That's exactly what we are doing right now in Laikipia, where we are forcing a challenge. And our GSU commandant was briefing us this morning about his approach, and you can see clearly that.
Welcome to Pharma Plus online shopping. The click of a button. Unique health products for cough and cold plus more, assorted beauty.
It is not so impressive. For instance, Seya Town is in Alego Usonga constituency. Alego Usonga had the total number of registered voters at 122,900. When you look at the winner, that is Samuel Atandi, he won with 69,000. Now, the second, his closest challenger had 14,000. When you tabulate the two, it's not even 90,000. So that tells you that the numbers are not that impressive, but it's not badly off considering that it was 122,000. But ordinarily, one would expect that this being the home county for the Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate, the numbers would be huge. When you look at Bondo constituency, the total number of registered voters is 104,000. When you look at the winner, Gideon Ochanda, what he polled and then combined with his closest challenger, who is an independent, the numbers are not that much. It could have been around between 60 and 70. Not what you would have expected given what is at stake at the national level. With the same number, when you look at Game, Elisha Odhiambo won with 48,000. When you look at Ugunja, James Opio Wandai won with 32,000. His closest challenger with 2,000 thereabout. So the numbers are not that impressive, but at least they're above 60%. But one would have expected maybe 90 and above, given what is at stake. But that is a wait and see situation. Tomorrow is when we'll know, when the county returning officer will be able to give us the real percentage. But the numbers are not where one would have ordinarily expected. And I think this is the replica across the country, Ben.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Duncan. Shall be waiting on you to give us those final numbers tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much, Dan. Please get some rest, same as the officials over there when you can, because of course we'll be coming to you tomorrow morning to know again the latest. So that is our very own Dan Kaimba in CIA. But right about now, we're talking to Ibrahim.
We're back to the North Rift again.
Yes. So Ibrahim Karanja, as in Nandi, how are you doing this morning? What's the update? And of course, how are you holding up?
Well, county number 29, that is Nandi County in the North Rift, appears to be one of those counties that will quickly get over and done with this election, especially the 3 county seats, because as we speak, the people of Nandi already know who their next members of county assembly will be, all the 30 of them. They also already know who their next members of the National Assembly will be, all the 6 of them. And any minute from now, the people of Nandi will also be knowing who their governor for between the year 2022 and 2027 will be. And we are here at the County Tallying Center. This is at Kapsabet Boys High School, just waiting for that moment when the results will officially be declared, the winner declared and the election certificate granted. And just to show you what is happening at the County Tallying Center is that people supporting the candidates, especially the candidate who is clearly winning this particular contest, that is incumbent Governor Stephen Sang, who was vying on this particular contest on a UDA party ticket, in the hall, just waiting for that moment when this election will be called and Stephen Sang granted his election certificate. On this very front line are officials, top officials of the county government. That is the chief of staff, there is the county secretary, there is the deputy governor, the incumbent deputy governor, who was also the running mate for Stephen Sang. Then there is the man who was elected governor at a very young age, elected senator at a very young age, I think 29 years if I'm not wrong, and only minutes away from being given his re-election certificate for a second term as governor of Nandi County. And I think I'll speak to him. Also sitting next to him is the first lady for Nandi County and several members of the county assembly. And Stephen Sang, the IEBC has not officially declared the results, but from what we got from the constituency tallying centers, all the 6 of them, you're leading in each of the 6 constituency tallying centers. So of course what we're waiting for is you being declared as the winner and you being given the election certificate. And the question would be, I mean, you were elected as governor, as first senator at is it 29 years, then governor at a very young age, and here you are earning your second term. What do you have to say to the people of Nandi County? Sir.
Thank you so much. I am very grateful to the great people of Nandi County for standing with me all this while. I was elected senator, the first senator of Nandi County under the new constitution at the age of 28, governor at the age of 32. And now this re-election means a lot for me, and I want to be grateful to the people of Nandi for giving me the opportunity. We have had 5 years of my first term. I did quite some bit of, foundation setting, corrected a number of things that needed to be sorted out from the previous administration. And I am very excited that in the second term, working with the incoming National Administration of Kenya Kwanza, we are going to continue transforming the county of Nandi and Kenya from the bottom up. And therefore, I am very grateful to the people of Nandi for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Well, you're grateful to the people of Nandi, and Sang, this has not been an easy contest. I remember especially during the UDA nominations, lots of conversations. In this particular race, you were contesting even against the person who you sent home in 2017. That is the very pioneer Governor Cleophas Lagat. And right now, Nandi is going to be amongst the very first counties to call the election. How would you say the process was, especially with the IEBC and the officials in Nandi? And also, as you answer to that, the fact that you have delivered almost 100% win to the UDA party.
Of course, this region is largely UDA, and as you rightly put, the bigger contest was during the nominations. And when I succeeded in the nominations, I still had my competitors raising concerns, and they decided to go independent, and that happened across the 6 constituencies. But I'm very happy that the results of the general election has confirmed that indeed the UDA nominations were free and fair, because if you can see all the 6 nominees for the 6 members of parliament constituencies within Nandi, they all came in under UDA. The same for 30 members of the county assembly. I think we only have 2 independent candidates. So I think the outcome of the IEBC-led process in the election confirmed that actually during the nominations, the UDA nominations were free and fair. I want to say, as a region, we are very excited with the huge voter turnout that we saw, though slightly below what we had expected. And therefore, for us, we are telling the people of Nandi, you have given us an opportunity. I think if there is something that I'm very excited about myself, is that in the last 5 years, I had a huge run-in with my members of parliament. A lot of them, Alfred Keter from Nandi Hills, Tuwei from Mosop, and many others. We had no good working relationship. I am very excited with the new team that is coming in. I already see a good working chemistry between the members of the county, members of the county assembly, the members of parliament. So therefore, I am looking forward to an exciting 5 years working collectively in a united manner with my 6 members of the National Assembly, together with my 30 MCAs. We are going to work together jointly to ensure that we move Nandi County to the next level.
Governor Sang, before I speak to the county returning officer, Silas Rotich, I saw you at the National Tallying Center, the Bomas of Kenya, and without speculations, we have seen lots of peace in Nandi County, especially Kapsabet, Nandi Hills, and all the 6 constituencies of Nandi, as people are waiting for the announcement of the presidential results. You came back from the Bomas of Kenya to Nandi to come pick your election certificate. What is your hope? What is your wish, especially in the presidential contest?
No, I am very excited that I was there this morning. We saw the process. We want to thank IEBC for the process. Slow as it appears, we are better off working with a slow process that is sure. So I was there this morning, and the process is slow but sure. I am here to pick my certificate. Tomorrow morning, I will be back at the Bomas of Kenya. What we are only asking Kenyans is that let us trust the process. We have had a peaceful campaign period. We have had a peaceful election process. Now, as we wait for the elections, we are telling them remain calm. Every political party has their own agents. We are part of that team of agents for Kenya Kwanza. We want to tell them we will protect their vote, and that the outcome, I am very optimistic that William Ruto will emerge the winner.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Stephen Sang there, one of the youngest governors, if not the youngest governor in the country, just secured himself a re-election, a second term as governor. And Ben, allow me to speak to the county returning officer, Mr. Silas Rotich, even as they finish collating the results and announcing the county seats. Rotich told us that in this particular night, they'll be announcing the governor, the winner for governor. And like I said, the Nandi counties will easily be one of the first counties to announce this particular position. But also, aside from governor, by tomorrow morning, they'll be announcing who the senator-elect will be, as well as the woman rep-elect will be. And we can confidently say, from what we have seen at the constituencies, is that incumbent Senator Samson Cherargei seemed to be on his way for a second term. while the UDA candidate for woman rep position is also appearing to be headed for a win. That is Cynthia Jepkoskei Muge. But allow me to speak to Silas Rotich. Silas, I've mentioned you on air since the day I landed in Nandi, but I haven't had an opportunity to get you live on air.
Yes.
And this is that perfect opportunity. Before we speak to or about the very thing you're about to do, that's announce the winner or declare the winner for governor. The very first question that many Kenyans will be interested in is, has Nandi County delivered the Form 34Bs to the National Tallying Center? How many constituencies so far?
First of all the returning officers have already uploaded Form 34B to the National Tallying Center. And then a number of them have already traveled to Nairobi. I think 4 returning officers left this evening, and the rest are on their way to Nairobi. By the time Kenyans wake up tomorrow morning, all the returning officers will be already in Bomas of Kenya from this county.
That is to mean by tomorrow morning, the presidential results, the physical Form 34Bs from Nandi County, all the 6 of them will be at the Bomas of Kenya. But let's speak about what is happening this evening. By now, all the people of Nandi know who their MCAs elect are. The 30 MCAs, the 6 members of the National Assembly. We are left with the 3 county seats, and it appears that Nandi will be amongst the very first counties to finish this particular exercise altogether. What are we looking forward to tonight?
Okay, I'm not sure whether I'm the first or we are first, but anyway, we are grateful that we have come this far. Tonight we have been tallying and just putting together the results for the 3 elective positions, governor, senator, together with the women representative. And so tonight we expect to be done with the results for governor. We have just been preparing from 37C, which is the declaration of results for the governor-elect. We are also in the process of preparing from 38C for the senator, and finally from 39C for the women rep. That's the business we are doing tonight, and hopefully we should be done in the next very few minutes.
Do we have provisional results? Because I was keen to check, and we haven't displayed any provisional results from the constituencies. I'm sure the people of Nandi are curious on what the numbers look like.
Provisional results for which position?
For governor.
For governor? Well, we have the actual results, which we will declare in the next few minutes. Why do we need the provisional results now?
Wow.
If you waited for like 5 minutes, we will just make a pronouncement here.
I'm sure we will be here by in 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Silas Rotich, and thank you so much for giving us that opportunity to speak to us live on NTV. Thank you so much. Well, there you've had it from Silas Rotich, that is the county returning officer, saying that in about 5 minutes, the people of Nandi will be knowing their governor-elect. Well, the information is out there already. What is being waited for is the official declaration by the Electoral Commission, because according to what is happening, Stephen Sang are eager and waiting to be declared as the winner. I don't know if I have a minute to speak to Stephen Sang's running mate, Ben, because it is quite unique to see a governor and the running mate getting to finish their first term and then go to an election in the second term together as a pair without falling out and winning the second election. If I have a minute, allow me to speak to Stephen Sang's running mate, that is Dr. Yulita. Yulita, like I have said, it is not very, especially in the country, we have seen governors falling out with their deputies. You are sticking together. This is the second term. We haven't heard of any sort of fallouts between you and your boss, and you are now winning the second election. What is the secret?
Thank you so much. I must say, knowing your place is priority. And when you know that your much of the work that you're to do is delegated, you wait to be sent. And that's basically what I did. And there's very little or none that I did without consulting him. Thank you.
Very little or none that you did without consulting him. Now here, in a few minutes, Silas Rotich says in about 5 minutes, you'll be handed your win, the second win as the Deputy Governor of Nandi County. What do you have to say to the people of Nandi?
First of all, I would like to thank the people of Nandi for trusting Governor Sang and his team for a second term. I believe that in the first term we were able to deliver for the people of Nandi. We laid foundation under the leadership of His Excellency Governor Sang, and we have a lot that we wish to do together that we know will take Nandi to the next level. And therefore, we want to say thank you to the people of Nandi for trusting us with this opportunity. And I want to thank Governor Sang for trusting me to work with him again to steer this county to the next level.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. Asante sana. And then, it was said, all the elected seats in Nandi County, especially the members of parliament and members of county assembly, have been announced. And I can confidently say that Nandi County has gone ahead to elect 5 new members of parliament. Remember, the county has 6 members of parliament, but 5 of them will be very new. For the very first time, they will be getting into the National Assembly. Only Tinderet constituency has given their member of parliament a comeback into the National Assembly. Well, there are several explanations as to why, because if you look at a constituency like Mbwen, the current member of parliament, that is Alex Kosgei, did not contest to be member of parliament. Actually, he wanted to be senator, but he lost in the UDA party primaries and he did not proceed. So that explains as to why Mbwen will be having a completely new member of parliament. But just to name the members of parliament, that will be the face of Nandi at the national level, Nandi Hills constituency, Bernard Kitur won this election after sending home Alfred Keter. You know, that was a very interesting contest, given the stand of Keter, especially compared to what his position was against the Deputy President William Ruto. So Bernard Kitur took that particular seat, sending Alfred Keter home. In Mosop constituency, Abraham Kirwa is currently the member of parliament elect. Then in Mbwen constituency, the one I'm speaking about, the one whose member of parliament wanted to be a senator, that is Alex Kosgei, son to a veteran politician, Henry Kosgei. The member of parliament elect in Mbwen constituency is Joses Lelmengit, actually the youngest member of parliament to be elected in this election in Nandi County. Then in Aldai constituency, there is the member of parliament elect is former chief of staff to Deputy President William Ruto. Her name is Marianne Keitani, and the only lady to be elected member of parliament amongst the 6 MPs from Nandi County. Chesume constituency will be represented upon swearing in by Paul Biego. And like I said, Tinderet constituency is the only constituency that granted the member of parliament as a return to the National Assembly. And the member of parliament again is Julius Nelly. So Ben, by tomorrow morning, we shall be knowing also, or we shall have seen the declaration of results for Senate and woman representative seat and the eventual granting of the election certificate for the 2 individuals. That is Samson Cherargei, who is currently, like I said, leading from what we saw at the constituency tallying center against Jubilee's candidate, because Cherargei was contesting against a Jubilee candidate. That Senate contest here in Nandi only attracted two contestants. Jubilee's candidate, whose name I'm just about to tell you in less than a minute, and also Samson Cherargei of the UDA party. The Jubilee candidate was Mark Kirwa. And on the woman position, by tomorrow morning, we shall also see as Cynthia Kosgei Muge is handed over her election certificate in a contest that attracted 3 candidates. There is an independent candidate, Stella Chepkemboi Ruto, as well as a candidate for PDU, that is Trufena Tongoi Korir. So that is the latest from Nandi County. From these declarations, we will now be looking at the reaction of the people of Nandi as they observe what is happening at the National Tallying Center, as they hope that their own son, the person they call the kingpin of the North Rift region, Deputy President William Ruto, it is the hope of the people of Nandi that he clinches the presidential ticket and becomes the president of the Republic of Kenya. But of course, all eyes and the final results will be announced by the IEBC. And in case William Ruto wins, you are sure to get the reaction of the people of Nandi right here on NTV, and also in the unfortunate in the case of the people of Nandi that William Ruto loses, you are also sure to get the reaction from here on NTV. Ben.
Ibrahim Karanja, they are coming to us live. Very comprehensive report there of what has been happening across the county. Another county, the county of Nandi, that has been painted yellow by the United Democratic Alliance. Thanks for that, Ibrahim.
All right. Of course, he mentioned Chesume, which I think only one polling station, namely Kiptuya, has not fully submitted the Form 34 is. So I wonder what the delay is. But of course, we're going back to him, in just a moment. They said 5 minutes.
For the declaration.
Given us.
shall be getting
more than
those
5
pictures
minutes, but of
later
course we will
from
go
Ibrahim
back.
Karanja.
Absolutely, we'll go back. But right about now, we are about to go back to Bomas, where we have our very own Leila Mohammed. Again, she was giving us, an update as far as what happened. And of course, Leila, we can see you're not alone. Mark Masai, I wonder what he's he's thinking about or looking at. Mark Masai and Leila.
I'm surprised Mark is still awake.
Right?
What do you have for us? We did lose you a couple. I'm sure Mark is asking you what I've said.
Yes.
What is happening at the Telling Center?
Well, we're a couple of night owls here at the Bomas of Kenya, Mark Masai and myself. And you're asking what he's looking at, and he's looking at the portal where the forms 34A have been posted on the portal, and then the figure now stands at 99.94%. Mark, Ben wants to find out why you're still here, but looking at the seriousness, the severity of how everyone is so
I
serious.
don't know if Eric is getting that shot of the moment of snooze that a gentleman in the green is getting. But anyway, it's understandable. Long hours, the paperwork that they have to go through, and right in the middle there, people trying to get moment of warmth as well. I don't know if we have access because the media is just on the right here and kind of restricted, and this is where even competition doesn't really count, because you kind of have to. I'm not saying we're keeping each other warm, but just the other few minutes I was with Rita Tinina, and she's quite warm, so I'm not saying we cuddled, but anyway, we were trying to keep warm. But the thing that I've marked here, and you notice, is the body language from the different agents and representatives of the main parties. We're talking about the main parties here, and there seems to be confidence. And everyone is saying they have their numbers, even as the tabulation here has really kickstarted since the forms have been delivered physically. They're talking about the confidence that is there. And I'm glad to see Davis Chirchir on the left here, and you confirmed earlier, there were reports he was kidnapped. He's looking very comfortable, sipping some of his coffee right there. He is safe. People are talking about his kidnapping, and it's quite sensitive at this moment to talk about people disappearing, and especially if they're close to one of the main front runners. And it was explained earlier when we spoke to Gladys Boss-Cholet that they were involved in a bit of an accident, and their phones had been taken momentarily as there was an intervention to help them, and they're safe, and there's no cause for alarm in that regard. But we are also looking at the numbers here in terms of those people who we really should be keen about, and that's the returning officers. And I believe we were told it's a number of about 80 who are here. And if we add it up, I think maybe by morning, when people wake up Friday morning, in the next few hours, then probably we will have probably gone up to 100 or beyond constituencies. But it's not just a straightforward thing. They have to go through a process, as you've explained over and over again since this started. And so it's going to be long hours for people. And I'm still here. Ben is asking because I had a little bit too much coffee, and I don't know what to do with this energy. So, why not observe? This is history being made, because this is a first of the public portal being made available to all. There's lessons to draw from that, because they're the parties and the main parties who say they have the capacity to call this in terms of how the result is, or what the direction it's taking. But we've gone through a substantial amount of the polling stations in terms of the Form 34As that have been posted, and people are actually doing the projections of by tomorrow, a certain time, same time like this, it'll be easy to say this is going this way or that way. But again, the dais or the podium up there behind us is where the final declaration will be made. And I don't know if Chibukati is catching a snooze, but they're at the back rooms. They call it the situation room. I don't think we can expect another update in the next few, because I'm sure they'd want to get a substantial number of, the paperwork gone through, and that they have something to report. He just gave us, was it 5 plus the first one, so that's like 6 constituencies, and out of the 290, still have a lot. The mathematics is not adding up at the moment, but yeah, the 290, the 6 from 290 is still a lot.
It's interesting that you say that, and I draw parallels with how most of us who've watched how the Americans do the elections and how the individual newsrooms can do their individual tallies and make a call and press and say this media house projects that this particular candidate will be winning a certain state, in this Kenyan context, a certain county, and even the presidential election. And many are looking into how the IEBC and how the media this time around have been given that opportunity to tabulate the numbers and to just to give them slowly as they're coming in. Wafula Chebukati earlier in the day saying that he's finding it quite interesting that the media isn't really catching up with what the IEBC is doing. However, he came out critically to warn the media in terms of how the disparities of the figures and how much tension they are creating within the Kenyan audiences within here and also in the diaspora where they are voting. And I'm calling it the 291st constituency because it will play a key role in how the next president will be called. Do you feel that we need to have, like they say in Swahili, akamkutano with ourselves and ask ourselves critical questions in how this has been rendered? He says he's not going to say that stop, but he's just warning that make sure that your data is correlating with what is appearing on the Form 34As.
And it depends on how which way you look at it, because some people say without the results all these hours on after the closing of the stations, the polling stations, there would have been more anxiety if there wouldn't have been any information as to the direction of the results and the vote, especially the presidential result, which is a first main focus for many. And so I believe it's agreeable across the board that the media has played its role in that. It has kept people, it has fed information, and it's not just information manufactured by the different media houses, it's information that is available to the public. And I don't know if it's credit to IEBC, if it's their wisdom, or if this is just good coincidence that it is actually working in many ways to their advantage, in the sense they keep speaking about the finality of what is on the portal, the Form 34As and what has been declared. And that then can only be disputed if you have any evidence to the contrary in court. So as you can see, the results building up from the same source, and we come and announce it. It's almost like preparing people's minds in terms of there won't be quite a big shock. But there is also consensus in that we need, a certain methodology, agreed criteria to work on this. And initially, excuse me, there was discussion about having, partnership in this, same way we do presidential debates. And in many ways, there's advantages of that because we can all put our numbers together, our resources together, human resource and otherwise technical resource, know-how, to be able to come to a firm, a faster way of tabulating this, but not just for the media. We've seen how it's being used or misused by the political class, and that in itself really is whipping up emotions, because people who are followers of either side will have their positions on the results that are being declared by the various political representatives. And so yes, tutajita kamkutano ni kimkutano, itakuwa kubwa. And I believe there's, this, as I was talking to one of our colleagues, is one for the history books. The experience of tallying these numbers this time round, a first for us. There's many pros, but there's cons to cancel for the future reference. But I believe by and large, we have been doing our job in informing the nation. And it's unfortunate that it's been used to make it look like one station is for the other party. And it's granted, this is sensitive times. The numbers are sensitive, especially for what they represent, but lessons to learn from it. But a bit of, pat on our backs for what you've been able to achieve, given the Herculean task. And the main parties that claim that they have the capacity tell you this is a great undertaking. And given what we've gotten to, and I believe with the Nation platform, with over 41,000 polling stations. That is quite commendable. But we'll have to review this and learn from this experience and grow.
Well, Ben, those are just some of our sentiments as scribes or broadcasters here at the Bomas of Kenya. I don't know if you're talking to your panel about the question of propaganda that has played a critical role pre, during, and post this election, and even with the tallying of those results, propaganda is also playing another critical role. But away from that, majorly what will be keeping an eye on is not just the snoozing gentleman before we snooze ourselves, is how the intensity of the tables across this floor is ongoing. This may go on until later tomorrow evening, when Wafula Chebukati is expected to make much more announcements going forward. So Ben, before I take it back to you, we are hoping that within the break of dawn, maybe he will begin now giving us those figures as fast as possible. He's given us 6 already, like Mark said, 80 returning officers are within the precincts of the Bomas of Kenya. The process, we've been able to take you through it. Some of them just taking a breather and sleeping in as they wait in line to see what will happen next. But for those of us who are night owls, we take it back to you. We snooze a bit, and maybe we can see you in the wee hours of the morning. In Swahili, they call it Jogola Kwanza, when we can touch base with you and just give you feedback on what's going on here at Uchaguzi Center, Ben.
And Leila, very quickly, before again you snooze out, again, Max says he has a lot more energy. But again, earlier on when Chebukati was talking, he mentioned that at the moment there are only 80 returning officers, right, at the Bomas. And of course, he talked about an aspect of they need to add more. But some might argue and say, I mean, it has been a whole day and probably another day, but we only have 6. Counters, if that's the thing, constituencies rather, that have again fully submitted and they're verified their form 34Bs. So again, adding more officers, and of course, in your own calculation, again, how much of an impact will this make? Because again, we've waited for like a day and a few hours on top, but we only have 6 constituencies that have verified their form 34Bs.
Well, I can understand that there's some sort of frustration in how fast or slow the process begins for each returning officer, because the number of papers they are carrying, depending on how large the constituency is, the number of polling stations or the number of wards particularly that are in that constituency, and the size in terms of population, then it becomes quite difficult, taking anything between 25 minutes to an hour or so. And that's why the process is really taking a little bit longer than would have expected. Chebukati himself acknowledging that the process is taking much slower than they had anticipated, and also promising that they will increase the number of tables that you're seeing on the floor. He said maybe 4 or 5 will be added just to boost the numbers that you're seeing on the floor here. And he also says that none of them will be maybe going home tonight until they realize that they have hit.
All right, thank you.
Oh, they're back. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Leila. We could not get what you said in a moment, but it's all good. So again, so you were talking about, again, this depends on, again, the number of constituencies in different areas. So thank you very much, Leila. And Mark over there, Mark talked about an aspect of maybe they need a cuddle. I mean, I'm not mad at that idea, but again, do whatever you have to do.
Yes,
At
right. But
least
they're talking about
staying
very
warm.
important
Yeah,
issues.
absolutely.
The issue of tallying of these numbers by the media houses has been raised quite a lot. We've talked about it over the last few hours, and of course this comes from that minor Kiai ruling of the Court of Appeal, where it was ruled that presidential results declared at the polling station are final. So those forms 34A that we are working on our tallies from our official final
the
results.
Final, yeah.
Yes, but all eyes again on Chebukati and his team to see how fast they can be able to tabulate those Forms 34B.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
All right. So, of course, earlier on, we talked about a case that happened, and the central
Yes, here in Nairobi, of course, we have been keeping an eye on the tallying, but even as the votes are being tallied, we are keeping an eye on any issues that may be arising in the tallying centers or even in the polling stations across the 17 constituencies. Here in Nairobi, there has been a case where several politicians allied to the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party have said that they have nabbed illegal ballot papers, and those have been taken to the Central Police Station. We understand that the governor of Nairobi, Anne Kananu Mwenda, was there. He did talk about it. Let's listen.
How can a returning officer or a presiding officer but there are procedures to follow. If there is an emergency, you have your boss. There's somewhere you should safeguard the materials. You should not go with them in your house. So let them not try to lie to us. Na tumesema enough is enough. We want the rightful presidential candidate, governor candidate, senator candidate, women rep, MCAs, MPs. Tunataka wale ambao walijitetea kwa wananchi, wananchi wakawapatia kura. Tafadhali wacha waheshimu hiyo. Maneno ya kukuja kando kando to mark ballot boxes on the side, to put people backdoor, hatutakubali. And those people are trying to do that in Starehe. Let me tell you, at least you've given us a green light. We are not sleeping and we are not relenting until we finish this race. Ule ambaye ameshika hizi ballot papers, more than 20,000 of them, is a police officer who has arrested and brought this culprit to this police station. So maofisa wa usalama wanafanya kazi yao. Shida ambayo tuko nayo ni maofisa wa IBC, because even the suspects that we have in here, the 3 of them, they are all from IBC. So what we need is an explanation from IBC, not from police officers. Because if the police officers brought the guys here, then it's telling us that these guys are working.
They're doing their job.
Yeah, they're doing their job right. So what we need to be told by Chebukati, kwa nini maofisa wake ndio wanabeba hizi makaratasi? So if they get emergencies, Chebukati hakuambia anafaa kupeleka wapi?
The governor of Nairobi, Anne Kananu, there with those nabbed illegal ballot papers. Developing story there. We shall be keeping an eye on that to see how that pans out.
Absolutely. And of course, right about now, let's cross over to Embu, where we have our very own Ken Nyaga joining us now. Good morning, Ken. What do you have for us this morning?
Well, thank you very much. Very good evening there at the studio. I am coming to you live from Embu County, just as you have mentioned, and currently I am at Manyata constituency main tallying center. But from here, nothing much is going on, just that the IBC has been giving results for the various seats. It be senator, gubernatorial, women rep, and the rest of the posts. Well, currently, just to mention, is that some few minutes ago, the IEBC has just declared John Mukunji as the next member of parliament. Now, John Mukunji was vying under a UDA ticket, and he has managed to garner 5,408 total votes against his opponent, Maurice Nyaga, who has garnered a total number of votes, 6,225. Also to mention is that this particular post, the Manyata constituency post, or rather seat, had around 5 candidates who were vying for the same seat, and we have other candidates like John Mugomati, who was vying under CCK Chama cha Kazi party, and he has managed to garner 1,425 total number of votes. We have Dennis Njero Munene, who was vying under Devolution Empowerment Party. He has managed to garner 721 votes. We have Leonard Njiru, Leonard Jiro Mureithi, who was vying under ANC, and he has managed to garner a total number of votes as 1,224. The total number of votes that were casted was 68,629. Well, the rejected ballot, we had 679 votes, and the total registered voters in this particular constituency is 106,698. Just also to mention is that the Commission has also announced some of the results, or rather the results for the gubernatorial race. And just to mention is that Cecily Mbarire, Cecily Mutito Mbarire, who was the former member of parliament of for Runyenje's constituency, has emerged victorious with a total number of votes, 45,404, against his competitor Lenny Kivuti, who was vying under a bus party which is under Azimio la Umoja, and currently he has managed, Kivuti only managed to garner 20,000 votes. So that's a difference of around 25,000 votes. That's a big margin. Currently, we have not yet received the results Embu County's tallying center, so that we are able to get the results for the governor and also for the women rep, and also get to know who won under the senatorial seat and with how many votes. Just to mention is that currently the voting process is complete in Embu County, so it's just and the counting process is also complete, so it's just announcing the results, and that is what the commission behind me is taking care of. So that's it from Embu County. The more we keep on getting more details, we keep on informing our viewers. That's it from here. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Ken, for that. And of course, we sure will be linking up with you again to give us more updates as far as, again, the whole, tallying of the votes. And even as we all look at the IEBC Now Center to just give us updates as far as the verified Form 34Bs. And of course, right about now, we want to cross over to the panel discussion. And of course, Ben is ready with one of our panelists. And of course, Ben, one of the things that I'm really curious about is the fact that, yes, IEBC has, talked about how the process is a little bit slower. Some people are arguing and saying, you know what, the difficult part has already been done, and only the verifying of Form 34Bs, again, should not take as much time. But of course, I just want to understand from your perspective, again, together with the panelists, is a question of the communication from IEBC. I know so many people were a bit disappointed when IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati at some point just stood and give us, the results, verified results of only one, constituency. And a lot of people are saying that is, the communication is not really good as far as IEBC is concerned. They need to do better. But also the question of technology, are we really ready in terms of relying on technology to give us timely results as far as the polls are concerned? So those are the things that I'd want to understand, Ben, from you and our panel.
Thanks, Winnie. Indeed, it has been an interesting couple of days tallying the results from the portal by the IEBC. That is what we have been doing, downloading the Form 34A, which are, according to the Constitution, according to the law, final results, final presidential results. So we have been tallying those ones. It is quite tedious, like we have been constantly reporting. Total of 46,229 polling stations across the country. We have been, and you have to download it before you tabulate it and upload that material. That is where we have been getting our numbers from. And of course, we have been doing explainers across the last 2 days, telling our viewers, explaining to our viewers why the different media houses, different television stations and media houses have different tallies. That is because there is no one single method of tabulating those Forms 34A. There could be some who are the order that they're doing those polling stations. Obviously, you're going to have a different tally. But at the end of the day, if this was to go on until every media house has all 46,229 Forms 34A, that would tally to the same number. These are just challenges because it is very different in 2022. The election management system is very different from what we had in 2017, where by now we would be streaming those provisional results from the constituencies and all that. But now the IEBC cannot do that. They have to wait and verify. They have to receive those Forms 34A, 34B, and 34C and in their portal. And of course, then they will wait for the returning officers to bring the physical forms to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. Then they will verify them before, of course, tabulating all those numbers and finally announcing the results. So those have been our numbers. Of course, we have been keeping an eye on the national tally for the presidential race, the race to the highest office, and also the various other political seats, the gubernatorial races, very interesting across the 47 counties, the senatorial races, the woman representative races, as well as the parliamentary elections across the country. And of course, the IEBC has today started tabulating, after verification, those Forms 34A from the 290 constituencies. And very shortly, the media houses will be switching to those numbers from the IEBC, because those are quite easier to tabulate, because there are only 290, 292 if you factor in the prisons and of course the votes from the diaspora. It's very easy to calculate and tabulate and follow. Even as an individual at home, you can do that on your Excel sheet and then be able to see from the IEBC portal. You can be able to tabulate and tell what the presidential candidates are getting. But those numbers, I shall be giving you there's the 6 constituencies that IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati has been able to announce to the nation at the Bomas of Kenya. He did announce the last 5 of them about an hour ago. We hope that he will resume with his commission tomorrow morning. So I'm joined in studio this morning to just continue breaking down the issues and numbers and the trends. I'm joined by lawyer and political analyst Ishmael Nyaribo. Thank you, Ishmael, for joining me this morning.
Thank you for
Welcome to
having me.
this graveyard shift. That's what we call it.
Late in the night.
I see
Thank
you're looking very energetic. So you're fitting right into the shift. We shall be joined later on by political analyst Hezebon Owila, as well as lawyer and political strategist Chumba Karori. Ishmael, welcome to the show. From what you've been able to see so far with the tallying of results, the media houses doing their thing, all those numbers that are being thrown around in the social media platforms, the flack that we are taking as media, being called this and that by the various political campaign teams, and the process by the IEBC. What is your initial thoughts on this?
Well, I think the national, returning officer, the presidential, returning officer, Honorable Chebukati, has clarified that you have all the chance. If you want, you can give your own results, as long as under the Constitution now, and you remember the 2017 case, where the Supreme Court has ruled that information should be available to everyone, because this is really quite sensitive but public information.
Yes.
It's information, everybody's anxious about it. Who is going to win? I mean, supporters of each candidate want to, figure out who is going to win. And Chebukati has said, we want it to be as transparent as we can be as IEBC. Now, going per that statement, you see that there will be bloggers going into the IEBC portal, making their own calculations. There will be the media houses. There will be individuals. Everybody's interested. There will be social media, individuals and also groups that are, having their own reporting. So I think we should not be worried about these figures as they are being splashed, because when you're being given an exam to do maths, there will be people who will work out a figure, and finish question 1 within 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
And there are those who will take about 3 minutes to actually use another formula to arrive at probably the same answer. So for now, it is because for example, this is Nation Media Group. They are probably picking their Form 34A in a certain sequence, in a certain manner. And other media houses are doing the same, and bloggers are doing the same, but
in a different way.
In a different way. And but in the end, by the way, I think that if everybody's picking results from the IBC portal, they will be having the same figures.
All right. And just as we continue to do this, we are, of course, keeping an eye on the various political seats, the various races across the country. And news just in is that from the county of Bungoma, Kenneth Lusaka has been elected the governor of Bungoma, beating the incumbent Wycliffe Wangamati to retake that seat. Remember, he was the first governor of the county of Bungoma from 2013 to 2017 before being replaced by Wycliffe Wangamati. Ken Lusaka, the outgoing Speaker of the Senate, has retaken that seat, the Bungoma gubernatorial seat. That is news just in from Bungoma. Of course, we have our man there, Sidney Chazima, keeping an eye on things there. Shall be going to him for that declaration. And of course, a final tally from that county. It has been a very closely fought affair, the Bungoma gubernatorial seat. Still in Bungoma, Moses Wetangula has been re-elected the senator of the county of Bungoma. Of course, he has been serving as senator in that particular county. He is one of the key figureheads in the Kenya Kwanza coalition. He is the Ford Kenya party leader. Moses Wetangula has been re-elected as a senator for the county of Bungoma. And in the county of Homa Bay, where we did have Brian Obuya a couple of minutes ago give us the latest tallies from the various political seats in the national tally, telling us that they are waiting. Still a long way to go. But what he has been able to report to us in the last few minutes is that Moses Otieno Kajwang has been re-elected as a senator of Homa Bay County. He has been senator since 2013 when he was elected in a by-election following the death of Otieno Kajwang, his elder brother. He has been re-elected. Moses Kajwang has been re-elected as senator of Homa Bay County. We are keeping an eye on some of those. We shall be giving you more details on the other seats that have already been declared and announced officially by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. We have quite a number of parliamentary units that we've been keeping an eye on. And if I can just get your reaction to this latest information, Ishmael. Moses Wetangula re-elected, Ken Lusaka elected, bundling out Wycliffe Wangamati in Bungoma. What are your initial thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think that that grouping of Bungoma had actually decided they want to go the UDA way. If you look at Lusaka, he was on the other side of Jubilee. I mean, NASA fraternity for a long time. Then now he has actually somewhere in March this year he joined UDA, and they have and together with Moses with Tangula, they have done the homework well, and I think they picked the people's sentiments in terms of what the UDA policy and Kenya Kwanza policy was talking about. I believe Lusaka must have read the signs of the times for the people of Bungoma, not necessarily for the whole country, but for the people of Bungoma. Because if you look at the overall scoring, William Ruto has scored fairly well in Bungoma than Raila Odinga.
All right. That is a big boost for William Ruto, even as we continue to see the numbers.
It's a big boost for Kenya Kwanza, definitely.
Yes.
Because Western Kenya was always ever behind Raila Odinga. But when you look at the results coming in, the kind of numbers that Kenya Kwanza has scooped in Bungoma, I think is what actually is giving them the kind of a strong show that we continue to see. If they were just relying on Central Kenya and Rift Valley, things would be different. But that kind of performance in Bungoma, part of the Western Kenya and probably the coast, is what has given them quite a strong performance.
There was that big promise, or was it requirement, in the Kenya Kwanza group that Moses Wetangula and Musalia Mudavadi were given a target of 70%. Who do you think has delivered from what you're seeing in the numbers?
I think overall in Western Kenya, they haven't delivered 70%. In Bungoma, yeah, probably, but that has not happened in Vihiga, neither in Kakamega.
And Busia.
and Busia is Raila Odinga. So I think, well, it was a good target. You know, when you set a higher target, then you have homework to do. And I think the target wasn't just frivolous or idle. It was, I mean, it was not idle talk. It was a target which was set higher, and that's why Bungoma has actually performed that good.
All right, let's go back to the IEBC now, the election managers, the referee. How do you think they have performed, Chebukati and his team of commissioners and secretariat, in managing this election all the way since voting day and the tallying, the counting and tallying of results, and the announcement now that...
Well, apart from the slight happening that we saw, you know, outgoing Nairobi governor, Ann Kananu, saying about, I think, some people being arrested for, you know, carrying the voting papers,
yeah,
some, you know, ballots, and this again appears to be a story connected to some foreigners who are coming in carrying also, you know, election materials for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from that, Chebukati has come out as a person who wanted to conduct free and fair elections. Now, once these you know, issues that appear to be minor are dealt with,
mm-hmm,
and we discover they are not actually major at the end of it all, then we can say Chebukati has tried to pursue the 2017 constitutional, Supreme Court directions, which will require him to be transparent, accountable, and the results should be verifiable. And by use of the both digital and, you know, manual mechanisms, then it means that really Chebukati has transformed himself.
All right. And what do you think is the effect of that nullification of the presidential election in 2017 by the Supreme Court? Do you think it is the reason why the IEBC seems to have learned so many lessons in terms of the election being simple and verifiable and being able to have more transparency in it? Do you have that nullification to thank?
Of course, that was quite a milestone. It was, in fact, it is one of the judgments that are being used all over the world, not only in Kenya. That decision by the Maraga Supreme Court to stand for the law, to stick with the rules, I think it has come a long way. Also to discourage the competitors, you know, into going into some shenanigans during the election counting.
All right. So in your prediction, when do you see us having, because what this has done is that it has made, pundits have been saying, it has made the election process more transparent, but it also is more tedious in terms of taking more time to do all these things that have been put out there by the IEBC. When do you predict we shall be knowing who the winner of the national tally is, especially?
I think the waiting is not bad, Ben. Mm-hmm. The waiting, I mean, is a form of discipline. You know, we could easily choose to go and do our work and go to the offices and do our businesses, do our trade until the 7 days. But of course, we have televisions, we have social media, we have radios. We will definitely hear if Chebukati is saying, I am announcing, because he said clearly he wants to announce this election results in the day.
Yes.
So we can be sure at least Chebukati may announce the results between tomorrow 8 and in the evening at 5 p.m. If that doesn't happen, then again we know that he may announce them on Saturday.
On Saturday.
So this wait anxiety, as they called it, holy fever, should actually not occur for anybody who is busy and, you know, has something to do. They should go into their, you know, normal work, but keep a tap on the whether
that is easier
television
said,
or social
easier
media.
Said than done, Bonakil, because when the elections occur in this country, everything else stops and we have to wait. We don't sleep until we see.
In fact, we are only seeing that even on the media. We are not seeing any other traffic issues or business going on. So I agree, but why we must, you know, we analyze issues and we give opinions for the sake of, you know, projecting also the citizenry to go towards a certain direction. And in my humble view, it would be if the elections are as transparent as they are now, if we create this tradition as it is, I can assure you people will be going to do their work. Apart from the serious fanatical, supporters and the competitors themselves. But the rest of us should have enough courage to go and look at our files in the offices and reply mails and get life going on until at least 7 days. Because, Ben, don't forget that after the 7 days when Chebukati announces, there could be a petition.
Right.
So if there is a petition, we will have another 40 days to wait before these elections, before the Supreme Court can decide. And after that, then if the Supreme Court says, okay, the results were good, we have within 7 days, then the head of state, the winner must be declared head of state. So are we going to have 60 days approximately of idleness in the country? I think that's where really my concern is. We should have some form of sobriety and some form of work going on within that 60 days. Yes.
All right. That is, if we do that, we'll go into another election cycle, a few days of campaigns all that. All right. So seeing these numbers as they have been trickling in, as we have been giving them at the bottom end of our screens, that is, of course, the provisional results as tallied by our data center here at the Nation Center. Of course, various media houses have been doing their own tallies, downloading the Form 34A and giving their own tallies. As we have been doing this, it is a 4-man presidential field. There are two leading contenders, what have been called the leading 2 presidential candidates. And the newspapers this morning or yesterday have been, of course, and us here as we do our analysis, we see that it is what statisticians call statistical dead heat. It's neck and neck between the 2 leading contenders. People speculating about us, the country going into a runoff, presidential runoff and all that. What is your crystal ball telling you?
Yes, Ben, I
runoff
think,
or no runoff?
Well, I do not want to predict this one. I will leave it to actually media houses and the IBC. But we are talking so much about the 2 leading lights and not the 2. I don't want to say losing, but the two other candidates.
Yes.
Like Wajakoya, the performance is stellar. Actually, it's exemplary. That's too good. A performance by Wajakoya.
Okay.
If you look at his votes, it's now about 6,000. 60,000 if it were given to Raila Odinga or William Ruto, they would make a serious effect. There are people who are saying, oh, they've not even made 1%. If you look at the percentages, they try to lie or they try to deceive you. Look at the actual numbers. If Raila has 5.5 and is now given 50,000 votes, that would be 5.6. And it will, of course, change the margin of percentage. So I think Wajakoya has done very well. And Mwaure, too, is at about 20 something,
almost
25
slightly more than
something.
20,000.
These
votes.
people have done very well. And we must thank democracy and the transparency, by the way, because this is how these people are getting.
Just hold that thought,
numbers.
Akili. Of course, we are keeping night vigil on a lot of tallying centers across the country. Let's take our viewers to Kisumu now, where I believe we are having some announcements. Let's listen in.
I want to ask, you prefer you come here or I come down there? What are you comfortable? Okay.
Bigger than money, we say sweeter than honey.
He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a a new song of praise. God is good, oh, congratulations. Congratulations, see what the Lord has done for you. Congratulations, God is good. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that God is greater than that. Who can battle with the Lord?
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start with the position of senator, and I want to say that we had two candidates. That is Dr. Enos Kudi Okolo of Jubilee Party. He got 15,575 votes. The next candidate was Tom Odhiambo Jenda of ODM Party, and he gained 413,000 votes, 121.
Who can change his mind around me? Through many years, in many ways.
For the position of women rep, we had four candidates. First one was Philgona Atieno Ayugi of UDA Party. She got 7,825 votes. Next, we had Rose Auma Kisia Omondi and of Independent Party. She got 36,692 votes. Next, we had Valentine Otieno Anyango of MDG Party. She got 80,117 votes. Then fourth candidate is Ruth Busia Adhiambo Odinga of ODM Party. She got 304,000 votes, 493.
Congratulations, he has done it for me, and I have come back with a new song to sing. My God is good. Yes, I will come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the position of governor, we had four candidates. First one is Beryl Meso Awor of Independent Party. She got 3,383 votes. Next we had Eric Francis Otieno Osenya. She got 2,705 votes. Then third we had Jackson Raguma of MDG Party. She got 100,000 votes, 600. And the winner is Peter Anyang Nyong of ODM. He got 319,957 votes.
Well, I was thanking the returning officer Solomon and his team. Is it a drill? Is that okay? On behalf of my colleagues here, that noise that. Thank you very much. On behalf of my colleagues, Ruth Adiambo Dinga Busia and my friend Senator Vianda Tom, Professor, Senior Counsel. What was that title? Obviously, we are grateful to the people of Kisumu who went out of their way. People of Kisumu County went out of their way to cast the vote for us. I think the turnout was great. The spirit was fantastic. A great responsibility has now been given to us for leading this county into prosperity under the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya NAS manifesto together with ours. And I think combined, we shall see devolution taken to another level. I know that our leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, the fifth, will definitely be very proud of Kisumu, not knowing not only that this election was very peaceful and very good, and that the policies of the party were properly pronounced to the people, and that we are all looking forward for a great 5 years. I know that in Nairobi there's still There's some delay, but I'm sure that when all is said and done, within a couple of hours, victory will be ours. And as we say, inawezekana. Azimio la umoja, inawezekana. Asanteni sana ndugu zanguni. Najua ya kwamba Kenya kote wananchi wanaangalia kaunti ya Kisumu, serikali ya ugatuzi wa Kisumu. Tukiendelea tutahakikisha kwamba wananchi watapatia maendeleo halisi kidemokrasia na kiumoja, kwa sababu bila umoja hatuwezi kuwa na maendeleo. Na tunaona ya kwamba leo hii tulikuwa na umoja wa watu wote kati yetu na maofisa wa IBC. Matokeo ni sawa. Asanteni sana ndugu zanguni, na Mungu awabariki. Well, the second time we did say that in Luo, wasetimo wadoktimo, which means that we have laid the foundation for the future and we are going to develop on it. Our commitment to the people of Kisumu was that we shall stop walking the kitchen and flying with eagles. And I will tell you that we have already started that. And the many areas of development in this county that we shall look into further, because they relate to the basic needs of the people: health, education, environment, agriculture, food production, sustenance of the livelihood of people in many ways. And as you know, and I must thank His Excellency the President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and the Prime Minister, now the fifth, for what they did at the harbor in Kisumu. You know, Kisumu had always been a great harbor during the East Africa Community days, but from 78 to recently, it was dormant. I was committed to reviving the maritime transport on the lake. I didn't know I was going to do it, but the President and the Prime Minister knew how. And as you know, not only do we have a harbor here, but we have started shipbuilding. And we are looking forward to Kisumu to be a shipbuilding port of the world, just like Singapore, using effectively the Gulf that we have. And this is going to service the whole of Lake Region economic bloc and the economy of Kenya. These are some of the things we have in stock for us. And I know with this team, we shall do it. It can be done. Inawezekana. Ejo kanyane mirukamana inya. Agoyo rukamano ni teach matek mose timre Kisumu ka wananchi ma Kisumu wagokura karombgi. Kakineno waka one ready. Mondo wa
All right, breaking news there coming from the county of Kisumu. All right, that Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o has been re-elected as the governor of the county of Kisumu. He has won his second term in office. The returning officer has just declared the results for the three county positions. So Professor Anyang' Nyong'o has been re-elected governor of Kisumu, and also a professor. It will be a county of professors. Professor Tom Ojienda has been elected as a senator of the county of Kisumu at his first time of asking. And of course, Ruth Odinga has been elected as a woman representative. Is a county member of parliament for the county of Kisumu. So the election officials in Kisumu just announcing this right now. Breaking news from Kisumu. Ruth Odinga elected woman representative in Kisumu, garnering more than 300,000 shillings. Let's now cross back to Kisumu, listening to the senator-elect, Professor Tom Ojienda.
Of course, I will serve the county of Kisumu together with my brother, the governor, His Excellency Anyang' Nyong'o, and the women rep, Ruth Busia Odinga. And clearly, I think we have a great vision for the people of Kisumu to ensure that we are able to deliver through the industries that are available within Kisumu, of course, agriculture and other frameworks that are set, ensure that the port delivers to the people of Kisumu. And let me say this, that we are finally waiting for the announcement of Baba the Fifth. And we are keen to leave this place to go to Bomas and be part of the struggle so that we deliver to this country what we are looking forward to, and that is Baba's presidency. Nothing short of that will make us happy, I think, as the people of Kisumu. So thank you very much. I will not say much, it is late, but we are happy that we have come to the end of a tedious process. Asanteni sana. Wamor jo Kisumu agonu erokamano kuom gonwa kura mang'eny mugonwa mang'eny kanda wuoya. Kendo akwayo ni wadhi.
Now they are just making his first speech there at the County Tallying Center in Kisumu, saying that the eyes are on the National Tallying Center, the nerve center of the IEBC, on the big one. That is, of course, the presidential tally. It is a neck-and-neck affair, nail-biter, I am pretty sure, for the people, especially of the home turf of the Azimio One Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga, as well as the Deputy President, William Ruto's support base as well. Let's now go back to Kisumu, listening to the woman rep-elect Ruth Odinga.
County Government of Kisumu, this is a very special occasion. For Kisumu, it's one of the greatest occasions that we have had a very peaceful elections. And that I am very grateful and thanking the IEBC for conducting peaceful elections in Kisumu. I take this opportunity to thank them for that, and also to say that we are here to work for Kisumu. For me, I'm grateful to say I'm going to work for Kisumu. I'm going to work for the women and the youth of Kisumu. I'm going to work for the people of Kisumu. I've gotten into a position I'm very happy about. And I am happy I'm going to work together with the governor and the senator to ensure that all the president's wishes are done in Kisumu. All the development that is needed in Kisumu is done. And I know the president is going to be the fifth, Raila Amolo Odinga. I have no doubt in that in my mind. And so I say, Kisumu County, hooray! Kisumu County, asanteni, for electing us and making sure that you have the team that is going to deliver. The team that is going to deliver for President Raila Amolo Odinga.
Finally, I think I need to thank our great team who have made sure that this happens. Samongo, Alois, stand up. All of you, this is the team that has managed this process up to now. They have done a good job. Thank you very much. And more than that, I would also like to thank the MCAs. We don't have them here. MCA was elected. They are not here, but I think the MCAs are the grassroots leaders. And as you know, we have our MPs too. They are not here. And we must thank the MPs, the members of parliament who are not here with us tonight. They finished their job at the sub-county level. And the MCAs also. This is the team that is going to drive this county. Now, Maswali? Oh yeah, message my competitors. Well, the competition is over. Oh, my DG. Matthew Chengoville. Thank you very much, DG. My competitors, well, our competitors, the game is over now. The referee has blown the whistle. Now we wait to meet them in another game, if any. For me, this is the end. But for those of us, like the senator, they can look for another game. But this is the end for me. So thank you very much, anybody who has been in the field. I wish you all the best luck where you are going. If you want to play another game, I will be there to cheer you on as you go on. Thank you so much. Yeah. Finito?
Yes. Asante sana. So that was just the final moments as Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, the governor-elect of Kisumu County, was just giving his immediate sentiments after being officially declared the governor of Kisumu. Well, we've spent the entire day just following the proceedings here at the constituent, or rather the county tallying center, I beg your pardon. because we've been here from about, rather we were here yesterday, that is on Friday, from about 8 in the morning, and finally, after several hours, almost close to 15 plus hours, if my math is wrong or correct, we've been able to just get a sense of what to expect. Just to remind you in terms of the results, remember, this was for the 7 constituencies in Kisumu County that were being, of course, collated the results, and finally we were able to get a sense of exactly what has transpired here. So just be recapping the numbers and the statistics. You can see a lot of activity in the background there. Of course, it's been a long night for everyone, for the respective elected officials, for the IEBC staff who've toiled the better part of Friday over to Saturday, just to be able to ensure that these particular statistics, or rather the results that have been found, are tick the right boxes. Because remember, this is a procedure. It began on Monday, the delivery of the boxes. Then Tuesday was election day, and then from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday has been the tallying, and finally we have been able to know who is the governor-elect of Kisumu County, who is the senator-elect officially for Kisumu County, and also the woman rep. Remember, yesterday we were able to know who the MCAs are for Kisumu Central, as well as other different areas, as well as the member of parliament for Kisumu Central. So that's it from me on my end here at the County Tallying Center, more specifically at the Tom Mboya Labour College, where we've been spending the better part of the day, and that spilled over to Saturday morning. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Bernard Ndong, reporting from Kisumu County.
Thanks, Bernard Dong and the team. They are burning the midnight oil, doing very long hours to be able to track all the numbers from the 7 constituencies in county number 42, the county of Kisumu. Finally, the returning officer there at the Tom Mboya Labour College, the County Tallying Center, finally making the final announcement, especially that were awaited for the 3 county seats, the woman representative seat, the senatorial seat, and the gubernatorial seat. And of course, like we've been reporting, Ruth Odinga being elected as the Kisumu woman representative. She will be serving, when sworn in, she will be serving in the 13th Parliament as the county MP for Kisumu. And Professor Tom Ojienda being elected as the new senator-elect for county of Kisumu. And of course, Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o winning his 2nd term as governor of the county of Kisumu, thanking the people of Kisumu. They are promising to get back to work. And of course, now the focus for them shifting to the National Tallying Center to keep an eye and track the presidential race. It is a nail-biter for everyone in this country. The 2 leading contestants, neck and neck, not much separating them. The newspapers in this country reporting that it is too close to call. Of course, the IEBC has begun tallying the Forms 34B from the 290 constituencies. This is said to be much faster. The IEBC chairman, Ofula Chebukati, promising to try and hasten the process by adding a few more tables at the Bomas of Kenya to be able to give Kenyans the results in a much faster way. I am in studio with lawyer and political analyst Ishmael Nyaribo, and we've been joined by governance experts, political commentator Hesbon Owila. Hesbon, good morning. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Morning.
Welcome to our graveyard shift. Yeah, so let's start in Kisumu. The news that just into a newsroom. Anyang' Nyong'o winning his re-election, Ruth Odinga being elected woman representative, Tom Ojienda, the first time of asking, getting into the Kenyan Senate. All this as the entire country obviously looks at the Bomas of Kenya, waiting for that final presidential tally. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a very interesting, combination. Professor. I mean, the 3 of them are in ODM. We've interacted with Tom Ojienda as a very solid legal mind, has talked about lots of legal issues, especially around the Senate. It was very big on the revenue allocation. The BBI gave very solid legal interpretation of the entire process up to how it went to the Supreme Court. But he's gotten into a very interesting field. And I think these are the kind of, ideologues you want in the Senate. because Senate as an institution is very critical in the governance structure that we have in this country, devolution. So I would say that in as much as politics is local, and this was a contest that ODM was likely to win. I don't think winning in Kisumu is that easy, even with an ODM ticket, because there's a lot of contest. Getting that ODM ticket in itself is not very easy, because there is a lot of clan interests, mobilizing different clan interest groups, marshalling, a vote that is capable of giving that threshold. And I would say kudos to Professor Tom Ojienda. I think the most interesting thing is how does this then translate to service delivery to the people of Kisumu? You have Tom Ojienda at the Senate, and then you have Professor Nyang' Nyong'o as the executive in Kisumu. How does that work in terms of oversight and ensuring that service is delivered to the people of Kisumu? We saw in the second term, I think Professor Nyang' Nyong'o actually got it, fairly easy in terms of sailing through. Remember, he was given the direct ticket. Simply because there was a big shift from what he did, what Kisumu experienced in the first government of Ranguma, and what the professor managed to accomplish. I mean, Kisumu got some new sense of economic and political facelift, and it's good to see the people of Kisumu have decided to give him another mandate. But looking at that combination of Professor Tom Ojienda and Professor Nyang' Nyong'o, I think it's a good thing for Kisumu. Because I'm not so sure it's going to be an ODM dilly-dally kind of love affair between the senator and the governor. It's going to be delivering, on the people of Kisumu, which is fairly interesting.
The people of Kisumu usually say, and they have a very high concentration of professors per square kilometer.
I can just a rejoinder.
Yes.
Professor is big in the legal fraternity, but he is also practical. If you look at
right?
Yes, he's a very practical person. I mean, and I'm sure that's why he has won. It's not just that he's professor and he's a lawyer, but he's a practical guy. If you look at his tenure at the Judicial Service Commission, what he was doing, there are these people who are sticklers to the law. Several of us are like that, but Tom would go outside the box to try and fix an issue. And that's also the same thing with Professor Nyang' Nyong'o. You remember a number of people, especially, the hawkers and all that, were complaining at one time that he had destroyed their, vibandas leading towards the lake and all that. But he really was trying to be practical to bring back the sanity to the city. So I think these are very practical people, and I am very sure they will bond with Ruth in terms of bringing better services to the people of Kisumu.
All right, interesting stuff from Kisumu there. Speaking of that region, Hesbon, there was in the run-up to the election this bit of a wars between the ODM. ODM as a party some were saying it was undergoing some kind of trial with some small parties, emerging, cropping up, and a lot of independent candidates. And Raila Odinga going to the campaign trail and saying, look, we need a strong party. We need you guys to vote three-piece. And that did not go down very well with some of the independent candidates. And we've seen a very big battle in Homa Bay between Gladys Wanga and Evans Kidero. How has, in your opinion, ODM come out of this election and all those trials, so to speak?
Well, I think for from just a very political point of view, it has really worked for Raila, the fact that there were other candidates who were contesting in other political parties, including independent candidates, because then it got so many people come to vote. So the unifying factor was essentially the presidential candidate, Raila Odinga. So he was getting those votes. But at the different levels, the senatorial, the gubernatorial, and the member of parliament level, there were differences, and it was fairly healthy. At some point, it was violent, contested, and very, acrimonious. But I would say that, it's the hallmark of a good democracy when you have very many people come with different ideas, and then those ideas are contending. So to a large extent, you'd say that, there's a sense in which independent candidates, guys who are outside ODM, are trying to open up, that space to have, other voices come in. But I would say this, it's very difficult for you to get out of a mainstream political party, because politics is local, and make it. Because the first thing you have to do, you have to distinguish yourself. You have to come out as a leader who has distinguished himself, his track record, his delivery on what he promises. So in Kisumu, Shakil Shabir, for instance, has done it for 2 terms, going in as an independent candidate. We also have, David Ochieng in Siaya, who has come in again with MDG. But if you look at their track record, these are individuals who have delivered, on a serious, note. But there are few, MPs who lost the ODM ticket when they're independent. And it was fairly easy to have them in terms of bringing in more people to vote for Raila as the president. But I think they were not a big threat to ODM, simply because, if you lose that nomination, and it is fairly contested in most of these areas where ODM is popular, it's basically a statement from the people that we gave you a ticket to contest other political parties, but once you got into a position, you didn't deliver. So people who are, very serious on what they've done for the residents of Kisumu, from the word go, they choose their political parties. We had Alago Alot in Kisumu Town West. We've had Shakil Shabir. I mean, they're very confident outside.
Who lost by there? Olago Alot.
Olago Alot lost to Rosa Bui, yeah.
All right. What do you think about it, Wakili? Is it healthy? Is it? Some are saying that ODM is on its way, it's on its decline. Is that a fair thing to say, or is just healthy democracy?
Well, in reality, dynamics have changed since, look at 1992, come to 2007, 2013, and 17, and now dynamics have changed. Because I remember there were times when Tuju would not step in his home in Nyanza, and yet it was his home. So that time, I think people was, so, fanatical about Raila following and all that. There is still that fanatical Raila following in Nyanza. That's not disputed. But now people are relaxed. They are not ready to fight each other for either following the other candidate. I think it's opened up democracy, and we thank the Raila Odinga's, initiative in cooling down his supporters so that they don't have to be against other supporters of other candidates just merely because they are not supporting him. So I think it's opened up democracy, and we have grown as a country. We are not where we were in the year 1992.
All right. And of course, as we talk about Luo Nyanza or Nyanza, of course, more news coming to us. More of this, it's being declared, and news coming out of that very hotly contested gubernatorial seat in the county of Homa Bay is that the woman rep, the outgoing woman representative Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga has been elected as the governor of the county of Homa Bay, becoming the first woman governor in Nyanza to be elected into that position. Of course, she has beaten former Nairobi governor Dr. Evans Kidero. She garnered 244,559 votes to become the second governor of the county of Homa Bay, of course, after Cyprian Awiti. That is, of course, news just coming in after that one of Kisumu. Gladys Wanga has been elected as the governor of the county of Homa Bay. Wanawakili, your thoughts?
You can see how he's shaking his head. Let him go fast. It seems
Well, I think Homa Bay was fairly interesting. Not just at the gubernatorial level. You go to constituencies like Ndiwa, there were very strong, candidates who were threatening the ODM, stronghold in the region. And there were a lot of interest in the gubernatorial race simply because of how, Evans Kidero packaged himself as this refreshing leader who was bringing what he did in Nairobi, which many people have different opinions on, to Homa Bay County. And I must say that, in the 4 counties in the Nyanza region, I think Homa Bay is the one that we least celebrate as members of the Luo community. There isn't a lot to show from, the first, governor who served for 10 years. So Gladys really struggled, to deal with the baggage of being seen as a project of the political party. And then there was the baggage of, there isn't much that Governor Awiti delivered. And Kidero was a fairly strong candidate. So if there was any threat to ODM's, strength in the region, that was a fairly big statement Kidero was going to make. Yeah,
a big test also.
Yeah, why to win. But I kept telling people, I've followed the politics of Nyanza, especially South Nyanza, because that's where I come from. Homa Bay is not Migori County. So if you look at the way Homa Bay has voted over time, they've homogeneously delivered the highest percentage of the vote to Raila Odinga. Yes.
I usually say that it is probably the most orange county of the Nyanza counties.
The most orange. And the other thing they do, they've overwhelmingly rejected anyone that Raila has said this is our main rival.
I actually wanted to, join my voice on that. That if you look at Gladys Wanga, the way she followed Raila all the time, and Kidero is a big wig. I mean, you cannot underrate Evans Kidero by any standards, monetary-wise, even in his politics also, and his stature as a person, his academic background. But ordinarily, he was supposed to beat Gladys Wanga if you use, those as measurement parameters. But because Gladys was always showing that level of loyalty to Raila Odinga, I think people also support Raila Odinga. Those in Luo Nyanza, still, I don't think you can ever play about with their fanatical following for Raila Odinga. So I think they made up their mind that, yes, because there was one time I heard that Kidero was so strong, he was almost driving out Gladys Wanga from Homa Bay. But again, you can see that actually tables turned down and they said we must stick with our person who is Raila Odinga. And because Gladys has also stuck with Raila Odinga, I think that gave him a lead. I am not suggesting in any way that Gladys is weak. I'm just saying that the Luo Nyanza, the people of Homa Bay looked at the relationship, loyalty, the relationship between Raila Odinga and Gladys Wanga.
All right. Let's go to the county of Homa Bay and listening to that announcement being made by the county returning officer rather.
Total valid votes cast 399,985. In favor of candidates as follows: Evans Odhiambo Kidero, 154,182. Charles Rabudi Mark, 1,244. Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga, 244,559. Based on those results, I would then want to declare Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga as the governor-elect. Comes as a ticket, so that goes along with the Mr. Oyugi Magwanga as a governor.
You want to put it there? Okay.
ID number
22008
008
008 619 22008 619. There's a zero missing.
0080.
Yeah, 22008.
All right, there are pictures from the county of Homa Bay, the county returning officer there declaring the results. And of course, that breaking news from the county of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga becoming the first woman governor from Nyanza, winning that seat by garnering a total of 244,559 votes. Her closest rival was Dr. Evans Odhiambo Kidero, former governor of Nairobi, who garnered slightly more than 154,000 votes. Hesbon, that is quite a trouncing. That's more than 100,000 votes. It is not close, is it? And there are people who say that also the choice of the running mate, Oyugi Magwanga, who has been running for that seat over the last couple of elections and was very popular, but he always lost to Cyprian Awiti, that made that ticket stronger. Do you agree?
I do agree. I mean, if you look at the track record of, Honorable Yugi Magwanga, combine that with Gladys Wanga's loyalty and service to ODM as a political party, that combination was fairly heavy. I mean, Oyugi Magwanga as a member of parliament did fairly well. Oyugi Magwanga as a gubernatorial candidate, opened the eyes of guys in Homa Bay to understand what devolution is all about, what a governor is supposed to do. And I think to a large extent, the choice of those two by ODM has vindicated ODM. But from where I see it, I think for me, this is not, a Kidero loss, a Gladys Wanga win. This is a win for political party democracies. I've kept on saying that, political parties are in the business of winning power and not necessarily to please the masses. If they were to go for a nomination, chances are Kidero would have beaten Gladys Wanga in the ODM primaries. But if you look at the contribution that they've both made to the political party, I mean, for almost 4 years, the people of Homa Bay didn't know where Kidero was. ODM as a political party had no idea what Kidero's, what Kidero was thinking of. So that contribution to the political party and cementing your space in the political party builds political parties in this country. And I think the statement that Gladys Wanga and Oyugi Magwanga have made is that if you are loyal to a political party, you make political parties stronger. Those political parties are likely to win power. So the only other thing is, being the political party, seek the mandate from the people. If the people give you that mandate and you're within a political party framework, irrespective of how the political party goes around getting that business, getting that power, the choice of Gladys Wanga vindicates the fact that, you don't have to have money for you to win. Because I can tell you, a few days to most of the primaries, guys with lots of money go to the ground, they attend all church functions, they pay for all funeral expenses, and they do this 3 weeks to the primaries, and then their names are very big in the public domain.
Yes.
And I think if political parties can just borrow from that, people with money will always come in the last minute, win your tickets. You need to be wary of these people. Where have they been? To what extent did they contribute to the political party? And we've seen enough of them win. The moment they win, they turn against the political party. And I don't think that's a good thing for democracy. If we strengthen our political parties, we ensure that individuals in political parties contribute to the growth of these political parties and democracy within these political parties. We'll have, a stronger democracy, rather than if we go with individuals who can come a few weeks to the primaries, win a ticket. After winning the election, they contribute absolutely nothing to the political party. It doesn't help our democracy. So for me, this is a fairly significant win, because then tells anyone who is thinking, I need to get to a prominent political position within the framework of Luo Nyanza. They need to start contributing to the prominent political parties in Luo Nyanza. They need to start, carving a niche, contributing to the political party, which then contributes to a democracy, and the people will give them that power.
Bwana Wakili, the ODM party and its leader Raila Odinga received a lot of flack for the direct tickets that they handed out to some of the loyal political figureheads that were running for these offices, including the Honorable Gladys Wanga, the governor-elect for Homa Bay. Has the party and Odinga been vindicated?
Well, I think it is unfair to democracy to hand over direct tickets in any party, really. I, in a sense, disagree with my brother when he says that, party contribution. If you look at Kidero, he actually assisted the NASA fraternity. I mean, historically, when he was in Nairobi also. But I think the fact that Kidero had been a governor in Nairobi and the way he performed, now the perception within the party echelons about his performance, and then after that, like my colleague says, he then disappeared into oblivion, then now comes back to say, I think there was a sense of betrayal to the NASA fraternity, and then he came back now to contest. So it was a mixture of stuff. Not that he did not support the ODM initially. Probably he failed to do that later on, but he was supporting the party. So I think the people of Homa Bay looked at all those factors. But to say that there are people who can be given direct ticket, it sounds good because the party would probably acquire power that way. But then again, it kills democracy. because why are you so good that the people cannot nominate you, but you have to be nominated by the party? So I think it goes again back to what Hesbon is saying, that if you are so good, then people will nominate you. If there are chances that you are so good and people will not nominate you, and you are a very useful asset to the party, then the party should find some other job for you.
Yeah, those who say that every party has a constitution, and in a lot of these parties, including ODM, they say that they have methods of nominating, including primaries and direct tickets.
It's allowed.
It's allowed.
It's allowed, really. That is actually the law also under the Political Parties Act. But are people? You see, I always say, if the law is so good, it should be obeyed by everybody. So if you decide to give direct ticket to Hesbon must be so good that we will not complain. But if you find that we are complaining over every other nomination done, and probably if say out of 10 we are complaining over 7 or 8, then there's something wrong. But the way you use your right to direct ticketing should be fair and should be transparent, and I think that's what really people in Luo Nyanza and other places were complaining about. Even if you do a direct ticket, it should be fair that, okay, of the 4 people who are contesting, we are going to give so and so a direct ticket. The stature of the person that you are giving that direct ticket, his contribution, his relationship with the people and the party should all match. It's not, you don't just wake up from Nairobi and say it is so and so.
But actually, has a point here, because there was a lot of voices that were not very happy when Wang was given that ticket, and there were reports that some ODM luminaries would campaign for her during the day and did campaign her during the night. I mean, is that a good thing, or now the end justifies the means?
Well, I think I don't believe in utilitarianism. The issue of the end justifies the means. I so much believe in deontology, that as a political party, you have a duty. And the duty of most political parties is to seize power. So were they vindicated? I can say 100%. At no point did ODM give a direct ticket, and we've seen the candidate fall. My MP Junet Mohammed was given a direct ticket. He concentrated at the national level. And I think the First Lady of Suna East did a good job. He delivered on Suna East. So I think political parties have a duty, to ensure that, one, they entrench democracy. But, there's this sense in which Kenyans believe that, if a political party is democratic, then they would subject, all their candidates to primaries. But I think that is missing the point. Because if you subject all your candidates to primaries, and the primaries in Kenya, as we know them, are infiltrated by so many other interests. And then there's the issue of how do we mobilize? To a large extent, at the national level, mobilization is along ethnic lines. But at the local level, it's money. We can confidently say that it's the different sub-tribes within an ethnicity. Like when I go to Suna East, there's a way I'm profiled, that I'm not a native. And I keep asking myself, what does a native look like? I was born here, I was raised here. But then they start profiling you, your forefathers came, these guys are natives here. So that is what happens. But to a large extent, money becomes a key factor. So political parties have a duty to ensure that people are elected on the basis of substantive things that they believe in. So if, for instance, they decide, because we have no control on the primaries, and we are likely to have other extraneous factors come in to give us candidates, the law allows us, and our provisions within the political party allows us, to go the direct nomination way. They are not denying the public that democratic right to exercise their sovereignty, because at the end of the day, the general election is through universal suffrage. So Junet Mohammed went to the people, Gladys Wanga went to the people. What have the people? I mean, the people have overwhelmingly said that we go with the decision of the political party, and they've given them the power. Gladys Wanga as a governor, and then we have Junet as an MP, and there are so many others. We have Ochilo, who is likely to sail through. We have my incoming Senator Eddie. It's the same thing that they did.
But for him, he needs not to worry about Suna, because I think he comes from Suna, because
Suna East.
They have already picked Junet Mohammed, who is coming from far away, nowhere near Nyanza, as their member of parliament for the longest time. So I think if Hesbon Owila wishes to serve the people of Suna East, profiling should never worry him, because I think they have done enough profiling and they have still voted in people who come from outside Suna itself.
Yes, and Migori are very
cosmopolitan,
democratic people. And speaking of which, what about the other small political parties that have tried to give ODM a run for their money? In Siaya, you are seeing the gubernatorial race between another man who was given a direct ticket, the outgoing Senator James Agri Orengo, against Nicholas Gumbo. And we will find out tomorrow by 10 a.m. how that goes. But he is running on a different party, which is not very popular in the Nyanza region. When you go to your county, Migori, we have seen your outgoing governor, Okoth Obado, defying the ODM party and kind of succeeding almost against the grain. What do you attribute that to when it comes to South Nyanza especially?
Well, I think South Nyanza, Migori is unique because Migori is fairly cosmopolitan. And then we have two constituencies, that come, into the whole mix and complicate stuff. Kuria East, and Kuria West. But I would say that, the first term that Obado served, I think, ODM went with, a candidate who was fairly up there, a university professor, technocrat, and he was facing, a gubernatorial candidate in Obado who was in a different political party, PDP back then.
Yes.
And you see, Obado was coming from a fairly political tradition because he was in the sugar industry, the sugar growers. So he had risen through the ranks up to the national level where he was chairing, a sugar, an association that brought both, millers, growers, and he was the chair, the national level. So he had since oriented himself in the political process, and he gave ODM a run for its money in the first term. He won. Now, what happens? And I think these are lessons that political parties picked. So what happened is, in the second term, in 2017, he coiled his tail and came back to ODM and maneuvered his way, got the ticket. It was fairly easy for him to win in 2017. Yeah. But he turned against ODM almost immediately. And you see, those are the lessons that ODM learned, that, we can essentially have people who come in, we give them the ticket, they win, but they don't diligently serve the party, So to a large extent, I would say that, Siaya is totally different. Siaya is totally different. And I think what we've seen in Siaya is we've seen, an individual who has served as a member of parliament, distinguished himself, and has won outside ODM. And this is the second time. The first time he actually lost challenge, won against ODM. Right now he has won, of course, within Azimio. Are we likely to see that, at the gubernatorial level? There is a way in which, Senator James Orengo has distinguished himself. And I think he's one of the key, luminaries of the second liberation, who once went, against the grain and sort of faced the wrath. I remember in 2002, Raila was in a talk show like this, and he was asked, there are people who've gone against you, and they are now contesting against President Mwai Kibaki. And Raila said, some of those names you're mentioning won't even make it to parliament, And a number of people are saying, no, here Raila is getting it wrong. Orengo may not be the president, but he's going to win the Ugenya parliamentary seat.
Yeah.
He lost.
He lost to Mwanga.
Yeah. He lost, and he had to come back in 2007. And when Orengo was losing in 2002, Anyang' Nyong'o was just coming back from SDP and Charity Ngilu from 1997. And since then, I think they've built a very solid political party that is anchored on a solid social democratic ideology, and it has worked for them. And I can confidently say that in the next couple of hours, I think we'll see the same thing that has happened in Ugenya, has happened in Homa Bay, happening in Siaya. I think Kidero was more of a threat, than Prof. in Engineer Larry Gumbo in Siaya.
Ben,
yes.
What also is coming out clearly is that the people want to talk, want to speak. They want their voice to be heard. I think James Orengo at some times was never campaigning. He was actually simply being elected by the people because they loved him and he was close to Raila Odinga. But what they are also saying, there's the issue of succession. What happens if James Orengo is out of the scene? Who then will be helping the community to carry on their, issues? There has to be that element also, so that what the country is saying, they should be allowed, to produce new leaders, so that the new leaders can also be placed somewhere. We don't want a situation. So I think this is what Gumbo is doing. Gumbo is coming in the event that James Orengo has run his time. Then there has to be some people who are also going to be taking those, to be wearing those
Yes.
big shoes, if I may say. So that democracy wants everybody to be heard. And when, like Raila Odinga keeps saying, if somebody does not give you his votes, and
Yes.
late Moi also said the same. If someone does, you go there, you request him, I want your vote. If it doesn't give you, it should never be a source of much acrimony or hate.
Yeah, some people used to say that Orengo it doesn't even do campaigning.
Yeah, he used to win.
In 2000, he lost to was it
He was Reverend Archbishop Ondiek.
Ondiek, yes, in 2000.
I know they're in-laws. Yeah.
Yes. All right. Let's now take you to the county of Mombasa, where our Kevin Mutai is also keeping an eye on the various tallies across that county. Kevin, good morning from this part of the country. What is new from where you are?
Good morning to you, Ben. Right now, we are live from the County Tallying Center, the Kenya School of Government. And what's happening behind me is that the IEBC officials are validating the results of the county. The direction of the announcement of the woman representative-elect and the senator-elect, an exercise that is likely to take more time. This is a process that perhaps might conclude in the morning, and the declaration made by the county returning officer, Yusuf Swalha. And as you can see there, it's still a process and a tedious one. It has been happening from midnight, and it's still going on. But just to take you through what happened during the day, 5 members of parliament have been declared winners across the county. And let me begin with the Changamwe constituency. The ODM took the day after Omar Mwinyi, the incumbent, garnered 25,077 votes, followed closely by Abdi Mohammed of the Jubilee Party. Not that close. Mohammed had 5,789 votes in a contest that attracted 13 candidates in Jombo constituency. Also, the ODM party took the day after the incumbent, that is a Badi Twalib of the ODM party, garnered 13,850 votes, followed by UDA's Karisanzai with 5,439 votes. There were 8 contenders in that particular seat. Now crossing over to Kisauni constituency, the former member of parliament, that is Rashid Juma, commonly known as Bedzimba, has won, and is the Kisauni member of parliament elect. Bedzimba garnered 34,747 votes, making the third win for the ODM in the county of Mombasa. Bedzimba was followed by his rival and politically, that is Mbarak Hamid of the United Democratic Alliance Party, with 12,336 votes in a contest that had 8 candidates with a total of 217 polling stations. Now crossing again over to Nyali constituency. Now this is interesting, Ben, because this is the only constituency that the United Democratic Alliance won, and the incumbent Muhammad Ali trounced his closest opponent of the Orange Democratic Party, that is Said Abdallah, who got 18,642 votes. Muhammad Ali won by 32,988 votes and was declared this evening by the IEBC officials and awarded his certificate. He actually spoke about his campaign period and the kind of tribulations he underwent, not forgetting to mention how the deputy president really helped his campaign in the region that is perceived to be the ODM stronghold. So Nyali is the only constituency that has been won by the UDA party. party. And to Likoni, we don't have yet verified results from that particular constituency, but we understand the incumbent Mishi Mboko is on the lead. Mboko is the member of parliament of Likoni under the ODM ticket, and of course also there is Janet Ndago of Jubilee, Mohamed Mohima of UDA, Ahmed Salama of PAM. In Vita constituency, finally, Said Mohamed Machele of ODM took the day by after garnering 22,611 votes, followed by his closest opponent Omar Shalo of the UDA party, who got 11,125 votes. Said Twaha of Pamoja African Alliance Party garnered 6,738 votes. So this has been a contest that has seen ODM win all the 5 elective posts with regards to the representation in the National Assembly, with UDA taking 1 slot. But now again, Ben, finally, before I cross over to you, it's just worth mentioning that an independent candidate in the neighboring county of Taita Taveta has trounced the incumbent Granton Samboja. Andrew Mwandime, who was once a member of parliament in that county, is the governor-elect in Taita Taveta County after garnering 49,901 votes. The incumbent Samboja got 23,703. Remember, this is also one of the hotly contested race, and we expecting to hear a lot from the residents of Taita Taveta, voters from that particular region. Our colleague Bill Otieno is there, and of course also lastly, let's go to Lamu County. Lamu County, what we witnessed today is the kind of politics that has never been seen before. Ruwaida Obo becoming the first female member of parliament elected in Lamu East. Ruwaida defeated the incumbent Sharif Athman of the United Democratic Alliance Party after she garnered 5,498 votes against 4,333 votes of won by Sharif. This is a milestone for the women in that particular region, and definitely, Ben, we are on standby to bring you the latest updates from the Kenya School of Government as we await for the IEBC officials to finish validation of the results of that position of women representative elect and that of the senator. So we are keeping tabs on the happening regarding the decision 2022 here in the county of Mombasa, and we'll be updating you with the latest results as soon as we get them, Ben.
Thanks, Kevin Mutai. They are coming to us live from the county of Mombasa, from the County Tallying Center, the Kenya School of Government. Many thanks for burning the midnight oil to make sure we are updated with the very latest from that county. Of course, reporting that the ODM party is sweeping across all but one of the 6 constituency parliamentary seats in Mombasa. Of course, that one being the Nyali one, where Muhammad Ali defended his seats on a UDA ticket, beating Said Abdallah, who was running on an ODM ticket. On your screen, we have pictures from the county of Uasin Gishu, where Lois Ongoya has been telling us that by tomorrow we shall be knowing almost everything that's happening there. But we can see from the picture on your screen, is that Jackson Mandogo, we understand the UDA senatorial candidate, has won that seat, and that has been declared by the county returning officer and is currently being awarded his certificate there. That is part of that group, if I'm not wrong. Those are pictures from the county of Uasin Gishu, where, like Lois did report earlier, the UDA party, the deputy president's party in his home county, painting that county yellow. All the 6 constituencies going to the UDA party, and as well as the senatorial woman rep and gubernatorial one en route to going to the UDA party as well. So those are pictures from Eldoret, where we, according to the returning officer, we shall be knowing the latest figures by tomorrow mid-morning.
Good evening.
Remember, at the bottom end of your screen now, we have changed tack. We are giving you now the official final tallies from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. That is what you're seeing there. These are final tallies from the constituencies after verification of the Forms 34B by the IEBC. Remember, IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati has released only 6 constituencies out of the 292. That is, of course, including the prisons and Kenyans in the diaspora. So we have about 286 to go, quite a long way. Those are the Forms 34B now. That is the presidential results from the constituencies. Those will be scrolling. Those are now official results. Easier to track, easier to tally. Winnie, what do you have for us?
All right, Ben, and of course, it's indeed. I saw Lois Ongoy at some point getting ready to get back to us. Remember, again, she has been, at the tallying center that is in Eldoret for a while now, and she promised to give us updates. So as soon as she is ready for us, we will get back to her. But for now, let's cross over to our very own Sydney Chazima, who is in Bungoma. It's very good to see you this morning, Sydney. What do you have for us?
Good morning. You are in Bungoma, pardon. Have been celebrations on Jane Gatri. In that background, we have that is the home of new governor-elect, who is Kenneth Lusaka. Earlier on, we were at Mabanga Tallying Center, which is the county tallying center for Bungoma County, where we got to see some interesting results in that the woman rep, who is Catherine Wambilianga, was elected, garnering a total of 140,069 votes, 140,069 votes. Moses Masika Wetangula, who is a party leader of Ford Kenya, was re-elected resoundingly with 286,146 votes. And then Kenneth Makelo Lusaka, of course, garnered 244,298 votes to clinch back the Bungoma gubernatorial seat, which was pitting him against the incumbent Wycliffe Wangamati, who had earlier conceded back in the day. Earlier in the day, we received a couple of results from the constituencies in Bungoma County, where we saw 3 giants were failed, and these 3 giants were Wafula Munyinyi of Kandui, we had Seli Simi of Tongaren, and then now the incumbent governor, Wycliffe Wangamati, who, if you remember, were sometime back during the year were in contention to take the Ford Kenya party away from Moses Wetangula. So this, as according to political pundits, appears to be a revenge served. And we can see in Bungoma Kandui constituency, John Makali of Ford Kenya garnered 32,099 votes. Wafula Munyinyi, who is the party leader of DAPK, came in second with 20,240 votes. In Tongaren constituency, John Chikati of Ford Kenya garnered 20,108 votes. Seli Simiyu of DAPK garnered 9,814. In Webuye constituency, you can see Dan Wanyama of UDA emerged victorious with 14,325. And Kelly Walubengo of UDP coming in second with 12,005. John Waluke won the Sirisia member of parliament seat, coming back with the Jubilee Party. So these are some of the updates from Bungoma County, and next up we'll be going to Trans Nzoia County, so just to give an overview of how that vote is looking over there. Back to you, Winnie.
All right. Thank you very much, Sydney Chazima, for that update. But let's cross over to Uasin Gishu, where we have our very own Lois Wangui in Eldoret. So, Lois, if you can hear me, of course, we've seen a number of candidates who are being presented with their certificates, but let's take a listen as to what's happening now.
improve on our health facilities, improve on the human resource aspect, and equip the same facilities. So that even as we go ahead to give NHIF cards, we want to make sure that counties are capable to give those services. There are also legislations that have been passed in the past that are contrary to the constitution and impede on devolution. And those are some of the laws we have actually as a council of governors prepared a list of 67 pieces of legislation that go against the constitution. Some of them we have even had from the court, but National Assembly was yet to make the amendment. So it is also our responsibility to make sure that all legislation that has been passed contrary to the constitution or those that impede on devolution are actually amended or done away with. It was listed by those who are against the progress of this country, and they were listed not based on any information. I have said and I've repeated time and again, as the governor of this country, we have made sure that the communities that live here stay cohesively. And it is not me. We have peace committees all the way from the sub-location level. So if there was an issue, there is no way you'll tell me that somebody from a sub-location would not know. What we want to tell NCIC and others who have been negatively branding this county is they should actually stop. And we should even be contemplating taking them to court for giving us a bad name unnecessarily. Finally, let me also say to you, the media, and particularly citizens, you must learn to have balanced news. You are completely so biased in your reporting in the entire campaign period. And even the tallying that was going on in your station, we are worried whether it was meant to really give Kenyans the full information or you are stuck. Did I see the leader of Azimio in your station in Nairobi? Was it a tallying center for Azimio? Asanteni.
There you have it, Winnie and Ben here at the Uasin Gishu County final tallying center. We have had the results from the county returning officer who has declared for us the senator-elect, the woman representative, and the governor-elect. Let us start with the governor's seat, and Jonathan B. of the UDA party. He is the governor-elect for Uasin Gishu County. He managed 214,036 votes. And Bona Governor, maybe at NTV we could just have a word with you. Yes, I'm sure Kenyans who are watching knew that you are facing off Zedekiah Bundotich, also known as Abuzeki, and they want to know how was the race and how do you feel that now you're the governor-elect of Uasin Gishu County?
Thank you very much. The race has been a bit competitive, but I was way ahead because I had started earlier and I had two advantages. One, I was in the right party of the people, where the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya will come from. Secondly, I was already resonating with the people on the ground because I am a people person. I'm called Governor Waraya. So somehow I had an added advantage over my competitor.
And for us who live and work here, we may know why you refer to yourself as Koti Moja, but those listening to you for the very first time or watching you, talk to us. Why Koti Moja?
Koti Moja is a brand. And first, it was not a good name. It was a sarcastic kind of name. We call it in Kiswahili Kukejeli. And my competitors thought I was not reaching anywhere because of my one coat, and they called me Koti Moja. But then I turned this Koti Moja into a slogan, and because it was resonating very well with the hustler world, and it was resonating very well with the commoners. And because we belong to that bracket, now I had the largest following ever. Yes.
And now you'll be filling in the shoes of outgoing Governor Jackson Mandago. What are you promising? What is that one thing that you really want to do for the residents of Uasin Gishu finally?
There are many. I have Nguso Kumi, 10 pillars, but the one we wish to focus on Very first is the issue of the challenge of our young people who have no jobs, and we want to see how we can empower them, how we can help them go for technical training colleges, how we can give them startup loans. At the same time, how we can help our farmers. This is a farming community. We want to move from the usual planting of maize and keeping cattle to manufacturing and processing, so that we'll be able to value add and get the real product and get guaranteed minimum return for our products.
So from here, where do you move next? Are we going to see celebrations in the streets of Eldoret, or what's your plan?
Now, we can't do it now until the deputy president is also declared president, so that we will do it in unison, all of us as a community and as a region. And remember, this is his home county, so we will not go ahead of him. From here, I will go to Nairobi, join up the rest of our leaders, and see to it that we stand with the deputy president, who I'm very sure and very confident that he will be declared the president of the Republic of Kenya. Asante sana. Koti moja sasa ni brand, haitabadilishwa. I will start so many programs under Koti moja tag. Yes, please. Thank you, Asante.
Thank you for your time. That is our governor-elect here in the county of Uasin Gishu. Remember, the county returning officer has just declared the county bosses who will be running Uasin Gishu County. And Jonathan B., the gentleman that we were speaking to, is the governor-elect from, he flew the UDA umbrella rather, and he has gathered 214,036 votes. Coming in at number 2 is a politician and businessman, Zedekiah Bundutich, popularly known as Buzeki. He managed 127,013 votes. When it comes to the senator seat, outgoing Governor Jackson Mandego has carried the day. He has managed 252,865 votes. Robert Kimei, his only other competitor, managing 94,875 votes. For the women representative seat, the sitting woman representative, Gladys Bosch-Sholei, has managed 292,152 votes against her closest competitor, Dorcas, who didn't do very well. She managed 54,754. So the county returning officer here, Madam Irene, has given these statistics. She has announced the winners and issued certificates to that effect. And this goes to say that the vote tallying, reconciling of the numbers and the announcements, awarding of certificates that should be done at county level has come to an end. We have seen the governor-elect receiving his certificate, the woman representative, the senator-elect, and we have seen members of parliament earlier and members of the county assemblies earlier. So from here, all eyes now shift to the bombers of Kenya. As you have heard, the leaders here saying they're not going to celebrate anything. It is still a tough time for them as they await their presidential tallying. The bombers of Kenya for the national tallying for the presidential seat. So that should be it from us. From now, we can now say that the counting process, the tallying process, basically the electioneering process, is seemingly drawing to a near end, and the only thing pending for the residents of Uasin Gishu is seeing how UDA's presidential candidate, Deputy President William Ruto, will perform at the ballot. And from here, really, what is left for us is to just talk to the residents in the streets of Eldoret to see how they will be carrying themselves even as they follow the proceedings at the bombers of Kenya in Nairobi. But a lot of calm, a lot of quietness here in the streets of Eldoret. Earlier, we're just going round and people were just going about their businesses. Of course, the mood was not so lit up, I should say, as many of them are still focusing on the national figures so that they see where the candidate whom they support, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, will perform. As I wind up, just to say, for all these persons who have been declared and awarded certificates today, from the governor seat to the members of county assembly, all of them were on a UDA ticket, and so it is basically a UDA affair here in the county of Uasin Gishu. For now, back to you in Nairobi, Winnie and Ben.
All right. Thank you very much. Our very own Lois Wangui holding fort for us in Uasin Gishu. And of course, to be specific, she was or is in Eldoret, where of course candidates have been awarded their certificates. And of course, one among them being the governor-elect, that is Jonathan B. again under the UDA ticket. And of course, something that the outgoing governor talked about, that is Mandago, who said that he has completed more than 200 projects, including bridges, waterworks, and new hospitals. So of course, it will be interesting to see what Jonathan B. would do. He talked about an aspect of Koti Moja being a brand. So we wait to see what are some of the things that he will be launching, under his brand, that is Koti Moja. Like he said, it started out not as a good thing, mostly, sarcasm, but of course, he made good, of the sarcasm and, coined a brand out of the same. So we're waiting to see, what he will do. So much work cut out for him. But again, we wish all the candidates the best of luck. So right about now, let's cross over to Bomet, where Uasin Gishu is not the only county that announced, some of the final results just now. But all that happened also in Bomet, where, of course, we join our very own Aaron Keep Koech, who again was in Bomet. So, Aaron, what do you have for us?
Kwenye kituo cha kujumlisha kura za kaunti ya Bomet, na unayemwona kwa sasa ni Linet Chepkorir ambaye anafahamika kama Toto. Amekuwa akiwania kiti cha mwakilishi mwanamke katika kaunti ya Bomet na yuko kwenye harakati ya kupata matokeo kwa sasa. Na pia gavana wa sasa Hilary Barchok vilevile, ambaye amekuwa akiwania kiti cha ugavana akitumia chama cha UDA. Kumekuwa na mashindano makali baina ya Hilary Barchok na Isaac Ruto wa CCM, na kufikia sasa matokeo haya, wakazi wa Bomet wanahisi kwamba imechukua muda, na hata awali walikuwa kuna baadhi ya watu ambao walikuwa wamekusanyika na kuanzisha malalamiko kwamba iweje kura hizi zinachukua muda, ila ni mbinu tu ya IEBC. Lazima ifuate kila hatua ya kuhesabu kura na kudhibitisha kabla ya kuweza kutoa kwa umma ama kutangaza. Lakini kulingana na jinsi hali ilivyo kwa sasa, ni kama kila kitu imekamilika na msimamizi wa kituo hiki cha kuhesabu kura yuko tayari kutangaza matokeo haya, na dalili zote zishaonekana, na wakati wote kufikia sasa atatangaza matokeo ya kaunti ya Bomet. Kumbuka matokeo ya wabunge na wawakilishi wadi, matokeo yao yalikwisha tangazwa katika maeneo bunge, na matokeo tu ya gavana, seneta, mwakilishi mwanamke, matokeo hayo yanatangazwa katika kituo cha kujumlisha kura za kaunti. Kwa hivyo ni shughuli ambayo imechukua muda kidogo, lakini kwa sasa ni kama maafisa wa IEBC wako tayari kutangaza matokeo haya, ijapokuwa ni usiku ndio, lakini shughuli hii inaonekana kwamba inaenda kukamilika. Kumbuka kaunti ya Bomet ni kaunti ambayo inawapiga kura zaidi ya 1376. Kwa hivyo kaunti ya Bomet ina maeneo bunge matano, na kaunti ya Sotik ni eneo bunge kubwa zaidi yenye wapiga kura zaidi ya 1086. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu kutoka kaunti hii ya Bomet. Baadhi ya wafuasi ambao wamekuwa wakifuata ama kuunga mkono wawaniaji mbalimbali wako tayari kabisa kupata matukio hayo, na kumbuka pia kaunti ya Bomet ni moja kati ya ngome zake naibu wa rais William Ruto, ambaye kwa sasa kuna dalili kwamba kwenye ngome hii yake ya Bomet, kulingana na matokeo ambayo tumeshuhudia, amepata kura nyingi kuliko yule ambaye alikuwa anashindana naye Raila Amolo Odinga. Kumbuka gavana wa kwanza Isaac Ruto ambaye
All right, thank you very much. We're very on Aaron Kipkoech reporting from Bomet earlier on the final results. And of course, some of the persons who really, not really surprised, but a lot of elicited a number of not mixed reactions, but major positive reactions from Kenyans is, Lynette Toto, who clinched, the woman representative seat, and of course becomes the youngest parliamentarian at only 24 years. And of course, she defeated the incumbent woman representative Joyce Korir in the nominations. Of course, major congratulations again to all these candidates who had been awarded their certificates. But again, like we promised you, we have our reporters across the 47 counties. So let's take a look at what happened a bit earlier on in Elgeyo Marakwet, where again independent candidates really put up a fight and of course made sure that they clinched several positions or several seats in different parts of this country. And of course Elgeyo Marakwet is one of them. And of course joining us is our very own Gabriel Kudaka. So Gabriel Kudaka, what do you have for us?
Well, tallying of votes for gubernatorial, senators and women reps position is still going on at E10, the county tallying center for Elgeyo Marakwet. Meanwhile, results of 4 constituencies that constitute Elgeyo Marakwet County, that is Marakwet East, Marakwet West, Keyo South and Keyo North, have already been declared by their respective returning officers. Gideon Kimayo of UDA was declared a winner after garnering 35,881 votes against his main challenger, Mika Kigen of Kanu, who got 12,068 votes. In Marakwet East, Kangogo Bowen was declared a winner after getting 16,188 votes against his main challenger, Lawrence Mutual, who was an independent candidate who got 15,864. But what is most striking here are some few independent candidates who weathered the storm and survived the UDA wave. I caught up with Marakwet West MP-elect Timothy Kipchumba just after being declared a winner.
Mimi nimefurahi sana na nashukuru sana wakaaji wa Marakwet West ambao waliweza kunipigia kura. Nashukuru sana watu wetu wa ward 6 kutoka Arur Ward, Kapsuwar Ward, Moiben Kusero Ward, Lelan Ward, Cherangany Cheborora Ward na Sengwer Ward. Nasema asante sana na washukuru sana ndugu yangu. Asante sana.
Hii ni ngome ya UDA. Je, ulifaulu kivipi?
Nilikuwa nominations ya UDA, lakini watu wetu wakahisi ya kwamba kupata haki wakati wa UDA nominations. Kwa hivyo wakaniahidi na tukakubaliana kwamba mimi niweze kugombea kiti hii cha ubunge Marakwet West kupitia tikiti ya independent. Na nashukuru hao kabisa kwa sababu walisimama na mimi, ndio maana unaona kura hii nimepigiwa kura 27,000 dhidi ya mzani wangu. Dhidi ya mzani wangu ambaye alipata kura 17,000. So nashukuru sana kwa sababu watu wetu wa Marakwet West hawakupata haki. That is why wakaniambia nisimame kiti hii kupitia tikiti ya independent. Na watu hawa wamenichagua kwa sababu ya sera, wamenichagua kwa sababu ya manifesto, wamenichagua kwa sababu ya agenda, wamenichagua kwa sababu ya plan ambaye niko nayo kuweza kukomboa Marakwet West. Asante sana.
Baada ya hapa utashirikiana na bwana Ruto ama na kiongozi wa Azimio mkenda kule kwenye bunge?
Watu hapa wanajua mimi vizuri. Wanajua niligombea kiti cha ubunge kupitia tikiti ya independent. Mimi sina shida hata kidogo na UDA. Sina shida hata kidogo na naibu wa rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Mimi ninasimama na UDA kwa sababu sina shida na UDA niko na shida na wakarabati ambao waliharibu chama wakati wa nomination cha UDA.
Yeah, exactly. Asante sana.
Kitu ningeomba Marakwet West ya kwamba uchaguzi imeisha. So saa hii tupange kazi Marakwet West. Kuna watu walipigia kura Mheshimiwa Kisang. Kuna watu walipigia kura Mheshimiwa David Sudi ambaye aliamka pia. Mimi nataka kueleza watu wetu wa Marakwet West ya kwamba saa hii hatuna wafuasi wa wakili Timothy, hatuna wafuasi wa Mheshimiwa Kisang, hatuna wafuasi wa Mheshimiwa David Sudi. Sisi tuko na wakaaji wa Marakwet West, na hao ndio watu mimi nataka kuwafanyia kazi. Saa hii mimi sitapagua. Yule alinipigia, yule akunipigia, wote ni sawa. Asante sana.
Kwa majina yangu naitwa Asbel Kipto. Sango, elected MCA Sengweru Ward, pia kupitia chama cha Independent. Nafikiri changamoto ambazo tulipata wakati wa nominations mwezi wa 4. Tulipitia changamoto mengi sana kwa sababu unapata tulipewa nafasi na wananchi, lakini kwa sababu ya watu wawili watatu wakatumia mbinu tofauti kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanapewa kile cheti cha nomination ya UDA. So sina shida, na tulishawishi wananchi kupitia sera nzuri, tukashawishi hawa kupitia agenda ambayo tuko nayo kwa wananchi, na tukasema ya kwamba wacha sera ituchakue kama viongozi.
We will be here to bring you more details about vote tallying in Elgeyo Marakwet County. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Gabriel Kudaka. And again, the same spirit, let's cross over to West Pokot County, where we get to see the governor-elect, that is Simon Kachapin, who actually beat the incumbent governor, that is John Lonyangapo, by garnering 86,476 votes. So take a look.
Yes, thank you so much from studio. It has been a long 12 hours of waiting for the top gubernatorial candidates here in West Pokot County as they sat here at Mutelo Hall, which is the main county tallying center, watching the results streaming in from various constituencies that make up this county. And here with me is the winner of the very tight race. This is a former governor who is now coming back to take the position. He was the first governor of West Pokot County. He is now the third governor of West Pokot County. Congratulations, Mana Governor. Please, can you tell us how are you feeling when you were just sitting here watching the results coming by?
Well, it has been a tight race, as you have put it, and I thank the people of West Pokot for having confidence in me once more, because I was the first governor, and today they have re-elected me for the second time. I think that confidence comes from the performance of my first term, which I performed relatively very well. And I think I have another energy and experience to work for them for the next 5 years. And I want to promise the people of West Pokot that I'll do all I can to see to that their standards of living is raised by seeing that what affects them, the problems, the challenges it affects them, are addressed. And I think I will work closely, I'll cooperate closely with other leaders to see to that we solve those problems that affect our people.
And we have seen the former governor who is still incumbent until he hands over. You have beaten him with less than 2,000 votes, but he has accepted to support you. What does that mean to your next administration?
Well, that is the spirit of democracy, that when the people decide, you concede. And I want to thank him for that, because even in 2017, I did the same in the same mall, and I gave him all the cooperation and all the environment, the opportunity to lead. And I think he has also reciprocated in the same manner. He has also done the same. And I think I'll work for the people of West Pokot tirelessly to see to that the fruits of devolution are realized. As the first governor, and now I worked in the national government as CAS, I think I have the experience to work even better for the people of West Pokot, for the many challenges they face, in the health sector, infrastructure such as roads, issues of insecurity, issues of water, and seeing to that we have food security in our county. Yes.
Now that the people of West Pokot have given you a second chance, what are those projects that you wished you had done in your first term, but you didn't do them, but now you really promised yourself that you're going to do them if you are given the opportunity?
Well, in my first term, I did much, although if you know that was laying the foundation of devolution, and now I have another opportunity to move forward to realize more developmental issues, especially creation of wealth, because our youth these days are unemployed, and I think I will concentrate more as the Jubilee government, which are all in the big four: food security, issues of industry, issues of agriculture, to realize food security, issues of health, because our peoples still go far areas like Eldoret to get medical attention. I think I'll concentrate on issues that will see to it that the standards of living of our people is raised. And that is what, when I was in national government, we addressed as the Big Four agenda. And that was also to see to it that we create employment for our youth, which many of them are unemployed. And I think that's a time bomb which any other government must address. So I think I laid the foundation for devolution, and I think all the devolved functions. I think I'm going to see with that with now enhanced revenues. I think we're going to do much more, especially in health and infrastructure, to boost the economy and also to boost agriculture. So I think I'm going to do much in this second term, and that's why I want to thank the people of West Pokot for having that confidence in me. Yes.
Thank you so much, Bana Governor. I see the MP-elect for Kapenguria constituency, Mr. Samuel Moroto, joining us. This is your how many term?
Now heading to the 5th term. And I want to congratulate. I want to congratulate incoming governor. He was there and he did it so well. That's why people still recall what he did. And we have a lot of faith. And we will support him. Especially where I come from, like, Kapenguria. Kapenguria there's a dense population. There are many people here.
All right, thank you very much. That was our very own Steve Keter, again speaking with the governor-elect, and that is Simon Kachapin. And of course, Kachapin was not alone, not only battling against the incumbent governor, that is John Lonyangapuo, who garnered 84,610 votes, but also against Governor Lonyangapuo's deputy, and of course, who was running on a Kanu ticket, that is Professor Nicholas Atudo Nyang. But let's cross over again to where we have our very own Bill Otieno in Taita Taveta. Bill Otieno, what do you have for us? Has been a busy, days after the election. So what do you have for us this morning?
I am at Mwangea Tallying Center, where declaration of elected leaders have just been concluded at the Tallying Center, and I'll just be speaking to one of MCA elect, or one of the elected leaders or declared MCA here in Voi sub-county. If you may come close, tueleze majina yako, ni unaitwa nani, and how was the whole process? Welcome to NTV.
Oh, thank you, Bill. My name is Azardin, the newly elected member of the County Assembly for Kalenod in Voi constituency. Basically, the whole thing was fine, even though we had some few challenges with the tallying center. They were taking a lot of time, but everything went on fine. We had nice campaigns, we did everything fine, and that's it. Everything was okay.
How are you feeling now that you are declared, not just chosen, but declared?
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. emotions are high, but we know we'll deliver for our people because we have got a lot of we share a lot of things with people, and we know we'll deliver for them. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the second time you've tried, you've been aspiring to become the member of parliament, member of county assembly of this particular county. Now, today you're one. This experience, how is it to the locals? Do you have any visions, any plans for them?
Oh yeah, we started done it back in 2017. We lost then to Omar Ahmed, the MC that was here then. This time around, we managed to win. We've got high expectation for the youth and the women and the PWDs and everyone aboard in Kaleni. We know we'll deliver for them. A lot has been said, a lot will be done, and we still need a lot to work on. What we want is basically teamwork from the county, from the executive down to the MCAs. We really need to put a lot of effort.
That is Azar, who is now member of County Assembly Taita Taveta, is elect member of County Assembly here in Taita Taveta. We are at Mwangea Tallying Center here in Voi Sub County, and we've just concluded the tallying process where the IBC officials have combined numbers, and from here we'll be heading to Taita Taveta University, where the official or the main tallying of the county is being done. We have 4 tallying centers in 4 sub-counties, this being one of them. And before going far, I would just like to update on what is happening. We had 13 gubernatorial contestants or candidates, and one of them was the first governor of this county, that is John Tutam Ruto, and we also have the sitting governor of this county, that is Granton Samboja, who were now, overlapped by Motate parliamentary MP, that is Motate constituency MP Andrew Madime, who is now leading with at least 49,901 votes. And I'll just break it down. In Voi, he managed to garner 16,171 votes. In Undanyi sub-county, he managed to garner 12,000 votes. In Motate, he managed to get 13,938 votes. And in Taveta, he managed to get 8,551 votes. Just on top of that, it should be noted that number of contestants, or those who those who are eyeing that seat had already conceded, including John Tutam Ruto, who wrote on his social media page saying that he agrees, he respects the decision made by the locals of this county. That is it from now, and we'll be going back to Taita Taveta University, that's where we have the main tallying center of this particular county. I'll be giving you more updates and keeping you on tabs on as things develop, or as we get development or developing stories. Back to you, the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Bill, for that. But of course, earlier on, we were in Homa Bay, where, of course, the governor-elect, that is Gladys Wanga, that is ODM's Gladys Wanga, was actually awarded her certificate. And of course, she spoke a little bit earlier on, giving her winning or her victory speech. So take a listen.
I declare that Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga of ID number 22008619 has been duly elected as the county governor for Homa Bay County in the election held on the 9th of August 2022.
I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Homa Bay. I know it has been so hectic, but we started on a slow move or a slow tone up to the time when we were now reaching at this level. The situation was not actually very, very good, but through God's protection, God has been with us, and finally we have made it as a team. So I would actually encourage the entire team to remain united so that we work as a team, we deliver to the people of Homa Bay the much needed services in this county. I know the services has been wanting, and this is why the people of Homa Bay entrusted us with this role to serve them. And I hope that we will actually work and deliver the services to our people. And we ask each and everybody to support us in this cause so that the people of Homa Bay can get the services.
We always hoped that we would win, but that we would win with such overwhelming majority and mandate was never in the slightest of our expectation. And therefore, the people of Homa Bay, you have overwhelmed us with your vote of confidence. And I want to state here unequivocally that we will not betray this trust. We will take this responsibility as seriously as you have laid it on us. We will not let you down. We will deliver the much needed services to you in every village where you are. No part of this county will be left behind. Whether you voted for us or did not vote for us is no longer a question. We are one united Homa Bay. We will work for everybody and with everybody. I'd like to thank my colleagues and congratulate them. I'd like to thank my Deputy Governor-elect for the sacrifice that he has made and that we have walked this journey together. I'd like to congratulate and thank the Senator. I'd like to congratulate and thank the Woman Rep-elect. I'd like to thank my colleague MPs who in every way sacrificed and walked this journey together with us, including the National Chairman of the party, Honorable Mbadi. I'd like to congratulate and thank all members of the County Assembly who also walked this journey with us up to this point. I'd like to thank our teams who have been dedicated every day from the grassroots. They have worked day and night. Our teams, our coordination teams, our agents, our coordinators, they have worked tirelessly to see us where we are today. I would like to thank the IBC and our county returning officer, Mr. Popa, returning officers from all our 8 constituencies, because they have been diligent, they have done their duty above board. So IBC, led by Mr. Popa, we really thank you because you have performed your tasks above board. And even when we hurried you, you said, let's not hurry. Let's just do it slowly but surely. So you have delivered an election in Homa Bay that will be difficult to challenge, because you have done it. You have done it very, very well. So we thank you for that. Members of the Fourth Estate, you have sacrificed. You have been here days on end, trying to give coverage, trying to inform the people of what has been happening while we were campaigning, and also this period of counting of results. So we thank you, members of the Fourth Estate, for your sacrifice as well, because you have sacrificed. To our worthy competitors, we ask that now that this is over, we put the election behind us. You had an agenda for Homa Bay. We had an agenda for Homa Bay. Let's come together. Let's work together. Let's serve the people of Homa Bay, which I believe is the reason why we were all in this mission. To the people of Homa Bay, as I have said, it doesn't matter that you voted for us or you didn't vote for us. Let us come together. Let us pull together so that we can move Homa Bay to the next level. It is not lost on me the support that I've received from the women fraternity from across the country, this being historic and being the first woman in this part of the country to be elected as governor. I thank our deputy president who actually came here to push the agenda for us, and several women and women leaders, some whom I even see in this room today, who have stood with us and supported us. I thank our party and our party leader, who is now the incoming president of the Republic of Kenya, for the vote of confidence that he gave in us, but also in the women of this nation. I spoke too much, perhaps because there's too much to be said, but this is not the occasion. I thank you all, and I am really deeply humbled and overwhelmed by the mandate that the people of Homa Bay have given us. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Everybody, have a good morning and wish you well.
All right, major congratulations to all the winners. But of course, at the end of the day, I know all those winners, but the eye still remains on the IEBC, which all the Kenyans are awaiting to hear the final results, and especially as far as the presidential results is concerned. Up until now, the number of Form 34As that have been submitted stands at around 99.98, if I'm not wrong. But just to get the number clear, just give me a sec. But yes, it's about 99.9. Yes, 99.94 is the number of submitted Form 34As, but up until now, we only have 6 that has been verified. That is Form 34Bs that have been verified. Up until now are only 6. But of course, we are waiting to hear more updates from the IEBC. But aside from, again, Governor-elect, that is Homa Bay Governor-elect Gladys Wanga, here are some of the list of members of parliament, again, who have been elected or who have received their results, and of course, are mostly in the celebration mood. Take a look.
Which way will the pendulum swing? That is a big question on the minds of Kenyans as we go into day 3. Since the election on the 9th of August on Tuesday, it seemed like ages ago. because the tallying of the votes has been spectacularly, painfully slow. But the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is almost done with uploading the Form 34A from the 46,229 polling stations across the country into their online portal. They have in fact gone to the next stage now. They have been uploading their Forms 34B, the ones from the constituencies, the 292 of them. And in fact, they have started last evening. They started verifying those numbers and announcing the final results to Kenyans. Wafula Chebukati, chairman of the electoral body, are saying that they would try and expedite that process today. And in fact, at the bottom end of your screen is now the final tally. The IEBC has already tallied 6 constituencies. So what you're seeing is a final tally as announced and declared by the IEBC. We hope this will pick up pace a bit later on today as Kenyans wait to hear the final number. It is a neck-and-neck affair between the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga and his UDA counterpart, Deputy President William Ruto. Too close to call is what the media has been announcing. That is what it is. Statisticians calling it a statistical dead hit between the two guys. Is this going to end in round one? Is Kenya going to a presidential runoff? Those are some of the questions Kenyans are asking themselves as they wait to hear the numbers. We have been tallying the Form 34A to give you just something to look at in terms of numbers. But the IEBC has been insisting they have 7 days constitutionally, so they still have time until Tuesday next week to be able to give Kenyans their presidents, their next president, and of course their next set of leaders, gubernatorial, senatorial, woman rep, and parliamentary, as well as member of county assemblies. Our teams across the country have been keeping an eye on this. Several announcements have been made tonight, and of course we have been following that for you. Those include Jonathan B., who has been declared by the IEBC as the governor-elect of the county of Uasin Gishu. Stephen Sang has been re-elected as governor of the county of Nandi. The first governor of the county of Bungoma, the outgoing Senate Speaker Kenneth Lusaka, also has won at second back that seat from Wycliffe Wangamati in Bungoma. Also in the county of Kisumu, Professor Peter Nyang'ong has been re-elected for his second term as governor of Kisumu. And of course, the big one from the county of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga has become the first woman from Nyanza to be elected governor, trouncing Evans Kidero in that hotly contested race. Those are some of the winners. Of course, we have been giving you the parliamentary seats as that 13th parliament continues to take shape. I'm in studio with governance expert Hesbon Owila and lawyer and political analyst Ishmael Nyaribu. We have been here for the last 3 or 4 hours or so. We are into the final hour. Gentlemen, I shall be letting you go and catch some beauty sleep in a short while. But some of those we've talked about Lusaka and Anyang' Nyong'o and of course Gladys Wanga. We have gotten results from Uasin Gishu and Nandi. Bwana Wakili, your thoughts on very quickly on Jonathan B., who is really a newcomer into politics, so to speak, getting that UDA nomination ticket and now getting that winning the gubernatorial seats in the county of Uasin Gishu.
I think voters can really punch people, and it's not really about voters and who they decide to elect. While you think that so-and-so has a winning disposition, so-and-so should be the one to be elected, that is your opinion. The voters have the final say. So I think that Koti Moja has actually benefited from that kind of rendering. And the other person who was expected to perform better has been left out. But having said this, Ben, I just want to remark that, we have been watching the trailer of the movie. The real cinema starts now, when now the constituency Form 34B is being tallied. And that is why you hear some people are so sure it is color blue, yet others are so sure it is yellow. So this is now the cinema now begins, because we were really getting, Form 34A, which not everybody was able to pick. But now the IBC has started now, streaming the actual reconciliation of the presidential votes. So I think this is the time to be keen and start watching.
And it is really not about which, like in the past, has been where we see the various political campaigns flood social media platforms with all their numbers. Everybody has their numbers from the agents and all that. This is pretty straightforward. Those forms 34B have been uploaded on that portal by the IBC. So they are there to see. Like he says, the forms 34 are bits, there are many. It's quite tedious to tally them. But these ones, only 292. It's easy to do that even in your home, in your Excel sheet at home. So it's really, the IBC has left nothing to chance in terms of contesting it.
Yeah, I think IBC has upscaled their transparency. All of us have access to Form 34As. And you see they're final. It's only that the presidential race is called off at the Form 34B level, essentially generating 34C that now declares the president. And I think at 34B, you don't even need to do an Excel spreadsheet and calculate at home. Because now what the media is giving is verified by IBC. Because whatever IBC is putting as Form 34B is actually the Form 34B that the returning officer has delivered to the National Tallying Center. And IBC has verified with the Form 34As that have generated that. So it's pretty much a question of, by the time IBC is giving us the 92nd, 292nd, Form 34B, anyone can call it. And it's only IBC that can call it. A lot of Kenyans have been anxious, saying, oh, we are seeing these numbers, you're seeing these numbers. Those should be treated as provisional based on Form 34As. And anyone living in this country or all over the world that has access to the portal can do their maths. It's only that now the capacity and the due diligence that IBC has is the reason why IBC is the only body that is mandated to tally and tell us who has won.
All right, and we'll continue to do that. We'll be waiting on the IBC to see how many updates and how frequently they give those to us. Part of the numbers on the winners we have been announcing, because we have been, those have already been declared at the constituency and county tallying centers. Okia Omtata, Bwanawakili, has won the Busia senatorial seat. He has been a public defender. He has gotten into arguably every public discourse in this country to fight for Mwananchi. That's a win for Kenyans, not only the people of Busia, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think he deserves it. If you look at the trajectory he had taken in life, he was a people person right from the time he was training himself at the National Police Service posts, if you remember.
Yes.
And then the way he has been going to the court, he did not take a formal law degree then. And he still went ahead to, bring out the issues, because there were issues concerning the people. And I think the people of Busia looked at this and they were like, this is our representative, even before he goes to any parliament. So I think he deserves it.
Your thoughts, Desmond?
Well, I think I'm very happy with the caliber of leaders that have been elected. Looking at Kisumu, you have a very enterprising, renowned professor who is very practical, professor of law. Then you cross over to Busia, which is not very far from Kisumu. You get someone who has been in the public domain fighting, lots of injustices. I've read a number of feature stories done by the media around Okia Omtata, and the number of litigations that he has taken in the interest of the public. You're thinking, that's the same kind of enterprise that we need at the Senate. Another thing I've also learned is, he's known for, social activism and fighting for the common Mwananchi. But he's also a playwright, what people don't know. So,
really?
Yeah, he's a playwright. He's written a play, Luanda Magere, very interesting, and I think it's been studied. I was once a teacher of literature, so I've used that book to teach. Very enterprising. So he has this fairly panoramic view of the plight of so many, vulnerable people in the society. And what you expect is that he'll bring that into, the national discourse at the Senate. The other thing that we may want to pick from Okia Omtata's victory is that sometimes when you do something persistently and you're diligent, the reward might take some time, because I remember in 2017 he lost.
Yes.
And if he had given up, I think he wouldn't be where he is. But the fact that 2017, probably there was a colossus in, Attorney General Emeritus Amos Wako, meant that, there was a more substantive candidate. His exit left it, fairly open for Kiom Tata. But if you look at the political party that he's won with, you actually start appreciating our democracy. I mean, ODM is very dominant in Busia.
Yes.
But he has won within Azimio and not with ODM, which is a big plus in terms of looking at how the public evaluates the candidates who present themselves and gives them power. It's not always about the political party. It has to begin with, do you have, the track record for fighting for common mwananchi? Are they seeing a future where you can be a leader who represent their interests? And I think, Kiom Tata, we are beginning to see many people who emerge with a track record and they get the mandate from the people, even outside the big political parties.
Speaking of which, Bonawakili, we shall be seeing how the next parliament will be shaping up, both National Assembly and the Senate. From the main political formations, how do you see parliament shaping up for whoever wins this the presidency in the next few days? We have seen UDA start shaping up as a big potential political party in this. We are seeing ODM also winning some seats, and then there's the Azimio formation, which will also play a part in this. How do you see the parliament shaping up?
I think that it's inevitable that there will still be mergers, and there will be handshaking, and because if you look at Azimio, there is Wiper Party, ODM, and Jubilee, major parties that have won seats. Whenever they are going to discuss an issue in Parliament, there will always be a consensus. They will always have to agree that do we go in, because if Jubilee sticks to a certain trajectory and ODM the same, Wiper the same, then again they might not even be able to actually pass their agenda. So I think there will be a bit of agreeing, as usual, horse trading, but majorly there has to be coming together of sorts among the coalitions. And this also is imperative for the Kenya Kwanza, because suppose William Ruto wins, from the numbers, it looks like Azimio has gotten more members of parliament than the Kenya Kwanza. That it will be very difficult for the Kenya Kwanza to pass a motion even. So a question of handshaking and merging and coming together is imperative.
All right. Do you agree?
Well, if you look at the way the country is painted, if you have a picture of the map, I think to a large extent it's blue. So at the coalition level, you can actually see that there's a sense in which Azimio has spread its tentacle all over the country. Mm-hmm. And then on the contrary, you realize that Kenya Kwanza, and Kenya Kwanza is specifically UDA. You get UDA out of Kenya Kwanza, there's nothing there. So Kenya Kwanza is sort of restricted in just two regions, parts of Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. And in terms of numbers and our politics being what it is, I think Azimio can actually function without any sort of arrangement. All they need to do is look at where do we have the Kenya Kwanza MP spread. And you realize that they're dotted in areas where Azimio is fairly popular. So you go to Kisii, there are like 2 or so UDA, but then the bulk of members of parliament are in ODM, and then there's a Jubilee candidate. And it's the same thing. You go to Kakamega, it's ODM has painted Kakamega blue completely. It has taken it to Azimio. You go to Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, where I say that Kenya Kwanza has asserted itself. It's still dotted with ODM. Saboti, for instance, ODM took Saboti. So if you look at how they can just work with individuals without reaching out to the political party or the coalition partners, if Azimio takes this, I think for them it will be very easy to just get MPs as individual MPs who are like-minded. But I think
you know, from
some
where
people would say that also Azimio is majorly ODM and maybe Wiper, because Jubilee has lost quite a number of seats and DAPK as well.
Yeah, you know, I mean, you'd say that Jubilee
from
has
the projections. Anyway.
they've actually lost a number of seats in Mount Kenya. And you'd understand the reason why they've lost a number of seats in Mount Kenya. You know, I mean, critics outside there say that this country is painted blue, but there's a savior who duped 2 regions to go into opposition. You know, so to me, it's not really a big deal because if you look at the 2 major coalitions, they are protagonists everywhere. There are folks in the Mount Kenya region who are prominently placed in Azimio. You see, and if you have a winner, you know, a ticket that has won, let me say Azimio has won. If Raila and Martha do the right thing, I don't understand why an MP who has won in Mount Kenya region would be out to just frustrate their effort, especially if this MP is from an opposition area. And what the government is doing is basically taking resources there. And to a large extent, you know, if you look at the voting pattern generally,
all right.
what you see is that, you know, these 2 areas that Kenya Kwanza seems to be very popular. One, you understand, they have, you know, a de facto leader, kingpin in the deputy president. But to a large extent, the Mount Kenya region has voted on the basis of grievance. They've voted on the basis of hurtful messages, you know. So, and the most guys in Mount Kenya who didn't come out to vote, because it's the area that has the highest voter apathy, are simply folks who decided, you know, this is so grievance driven, it is so antagonistic, and what we need to do is very simple. You know, rather than support one side or the other, let us get out of this grievance-driven kind of politics. And, you know, it's very easy to bring them back to the fold if you're doing the right thing. So if you have a government that is doing the right thing, I don't think they would have a problem with that, because then they will vindicate their choice of stepping away from voting.
I think this is correct, Hezbon, but I mean, if I got the question correctly, how will these people operate? I mean, even if a party has 3 members of parliament, they have a position. Like you were analyzing earlier, it's all about power play. So if there's a motion to pass a certain finance bill in parliament, ODM has, let's say, 100 members of parliament, Wiper has 20, Jubilee has 10, you know, you still have to handshake. You will go back to Wiper as a party and say, look, we are going into the, you know, we want you to support us. I don't think what now Parliament will look like, no one party can really be strong-head unless, again, you want to start disintegrating. So it's all about what Raila has been calling inclusivity. You have to go to Jubilee, you talk with them, you have to go to Wiper, you have to go to ODM. And where you still don't have numbers, you have to look at UDA and tell them, I think we need to meet in Mauritius or Mombasa and strike a deal. That's my understanding of the question, how will they operate in terms of passing their agenda through?
Yeah, and you see, that's what I'm saying, yeah? You know, if you're passing an agenda, for instance, that is benefiting Mount Kenya, a region that didn't vote for you overwhelmingly. And I think the reasons that most political formations and caucuses from Mount Kenya, you know, were coalescing around either Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, or at some point, Martha Karua was actually leading a caucus. The main bone of contention for them was representation and resources. So I'm picturing, you know, an Azimio government that is, you know, passing bills to do with distribution of resources. Yeah, if there is an Azimio government, what would be the issue that would stop them from reaching out to MPs who would be seeing that the issues at hand here are resources going to our people, you know? And it's the same thing. If it is a Kenya Kwanza government, why would MPs in Kenya, in Azimio, predominantly, you know, areas, be having a problem if these are bills that are, you know, focused on, you know, the sugar belt where I come from in Migori, you know, parts of Moroni. If it is an agenda that is supporting the interest of what an MP would champion for,
on
you
the
don't
other side,
have to go to
on
the
the
coalition.
flip side of the coin, remember in our dispensation, we do not have an opposition. We have a majority and a minority side, and the work of the minority side is to, check the excesses of the majority, and that almost is like playing the role of the opposition. That means if the government is doing A, B, C, D, there's a shadow side on the other side comes to check if they don't like the things they're doing. So there is likely to be that an antagonistic kind of relationship in some
Everyone
points.
would like to supervise the other one.
Yes. How would that play out, and how?
I think one, it's not really an oversight of majority or of minority oversighting majority. To a large extent, it's parliament as an institution, oversighting the executive. So naturally, what the executive would be doing, the executive would be passing a lot of its legislation through the majority.
Yes.
You see, so that is where the minority comes in. And what I'm saying is, if the majority comes with bills that are fairly progressive, that antagonism is likely to be calmed down by the fact that even guys in the minority will be looking at what is this bill that is originating from the minority? How do we make this bill better? And if it is not a solid bill, I'm sure it is not just going to be less solid for guys in minority. It might also have guys in majority. And when it doesn't serve the interest of the public, and we've had this in the 12th parliament, MPs complaining that parliament was captured. If it doesn't, I think we hold it on parliament to rise beyond the minority majority dichotomy and speak for Kenyans, because they are representatives of the people.
The reason I'm asking this as you answer is because there are people who say over the last 4 years we've not had anybody to
That
check
is the point. I was just
because of the handshake.
I was coming in here because what is the evidence that this particular parliament will be different, and they will not follow the executive? If they have a hand to the executive, they are the ones recognized. And human beings by nature are so selfish and actually looking for a way on how they can eat, quote unquote, and how they can benefit from state opportunities and privileges from the executive. So there has to be express direct evidence suggesting that this parliament, if it is Kenya Kwanza, they will not really dance to the tune of the executive. If it's Azimio, they will not dance to the executive. So I don't see it anyway. There's a lot of talk, a lot of public policy imagination, a lot of good standards and principles. Now we have, like my brother pointed out, a good Professor Ojienda. We have Nyamira this side, Mogeni, Okongo, senior counsel also. Now we have Okoiti, who has been fighting for all this. I don't know what happens when they go to parliament. I think things just change overnight. I think after they go to some, meeting, conference in the coast, I think things change. I don't know why. So I cannot comment about that until at least 100 days I see how they operate.
It looks like a very solid Senate, but also it will have the parliament generally will have a lot of new
faces,
legislators, new faces that have never been there. Will take a few years to learn some of these things, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, you look at the county like Nandi, only one member of parliament is coming back here. Yeah. The member of parliament for Tinderet. I mean, it's both a good thing and a bad thing, but I can say that predominantly they'll have people to hold their hands. And I think the induction process in parliament is fairly rigorous. By the next few months, I think they'll be, up to terms with what happens. But to a large extent, how parliament functions is dependent on the powers that the executive wields. And I think we can actually take a look at whichever formation that will win and say to what extent do they have a track record and an agenda to deliver on the promises that they've made. And if it is a transformative agenda, I don't think they will have any reason, to capture parliament, But at the end of the day, I think the parliament that we get is the one that we give ourselves, because we are the ones who elect these members of parliament.
Right.
And I think we have a fairly democratic country with so many spaces where we can express our dissent. I know it's fairly sad when MPs, stand in the floor of parliament, stand in front of cameras and say this parliament is captured. I mean, it's not for MPs to cry. If it is captured and they think parliament should not be captured, it's upon them to just distinguish themselves as members of parliament who expose any sort of, state endeavors benefiting certain individuals. But to a large extent, I would say that, this election is going to be very consequential in the sense that whichever formation we go with, I think they're going to depart a lot more from, the past than any successive government that we've seen in the past.
All right. Speaking of which, I really have to ask you gentlemen this question. As we see things take shape, the various seats, but especially Parliament, we did touch on some Jubilee figureheads. Headlines in the newspapers yesterday was President Uhuru Kenyatta's, political lieutenants losing their seats. We're talking about the likes of Majority Leader outgoing Amos Kimunya, the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Ndarako MP, Jeremiah Kioni, the likes of some. So the president has lost some of these big lieutenants, especially in the mountain area. And then there was the issue of Martha Karua being picked as the Azimio running mate to try and counter that Mount Kenya narrative and try and bring some numbers, and whether it is working or not. Bonakili, if I can begin with you, why is Mount Kenya voting the way it is voting as we see these numbers trickling?
I think they have protested. Primarily, they have protested. Uhuru Kenyatta is Kikuyu in all senses and respects. But I think that during 2013, there was a deal. And you've heard William Ruto mention it quite a number of times that they wanted to stop these wars that are happening between major tribes and Rift Valley. Every time there's an election, there's a fight and all that. Mm-hmm. But when you look at Uhuru Kenyatta's approach to political leadership, he made a decision also that, yes, we can stop these wars, but we may not have to use the same method we thought in 2013. That's why in Matungu, he said, it doesn't have to be only the two of us. It doesn't have to be the big tribes. It can be anybody else. And I think from the way you look at his resolve to go that direction, he had a good intention of inclusivity, of every other Kenyan feeling like they are part and parcel. But I think that the people in Central Kenya were not explained clearly why he did that from the very beginning, and I think that's where the gap was. So that by the time he was sure that he wanted to do the right thing in the way he thought, William Ruto was tangatangaing in Central Kenya and completely convincing them that your man has betrayed you. So how are you going to live with us over there in Rift Valley? I mean, this may not have come out of the lips that way, but that's how he convinced them. So, and he made it clear that your man is betraying you, and that is how they have protested against Uhuru Kenyatta. If you talk about, there is hunger in the country, economy has failed, all these are issues existing all over Sri Lanka, United States, in the Europe, Italy, everywhere they exist. I think the main issue was William Ruto managed to convince the Central Kenya bloc that your man has betrayed you. However wrong, however irregular, however not true that is, they believed him, and that is why they are protested against him, at least for now.
Esbon, this looks like a big protest against the president. What would you attribute it to?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's a big protest against the president, but let me come back to that later. I would attribute it to three things, yeah? Kenya Kwanza, and specifically UDA, rode on three major issues. Hurtful, the way they were communicating to folks in Mount Kenya, depicted a lot of anger. These were individuals who are hurting from what Wakili says is betrayal. That is what they propagated. Number two was hateful. They were so hateful in the way they talked about the president and everything that the president did. And then number three, grievance. They were driven by grievance. And I think that informed the choice of Rigathi Gachagua as a running mate. I mean, predominantly, even in the presidential debate, his message was very simple. Whip emotion, show people that they've been hurt by one of their own, build momentum around grievance, then they will come and vote on that basis. Did it succeed? It failed terribly, if you ask me. Why? because majority of them decided that, yes, we resonate with what you're saying, but you're not going to disown our son. They didn't come out to vote. What they don't know is not voting for your man is actually giving the power to your man's rival. So that is essentially what they did to Azimio. And then number two is the question of Martha Karua. I think the bigger picture that President Uhuru Kenyatta had seen can be traced back to the handshake. So the choice of Martha Karua, for instance, was not necessarily to get Mount Kenya people to vote. But if you ask me, the numbers that Raila got in the Mount Kenya region are numbers that he wouldn't have gotten without the support of President Uhuru Kenyatta and the choice of Martha Karua. And I think Azimio was very strategic in how they went about it. They managed to get Martha Karua, first of all, to get at least 20% in most of the Mount Kenya regions, which they succeeded. And then number two, to bring Kalonzo on board to lock out the Kamba nation, which he has succeeded in doing. And then number three, and most importantly, they brought Martha Karua to bring in a sense of, we are healing this country. Right. So there's a certain class of Kenyans who actually went with Azimio simply because of the choice of Martha Karua. But let me also finish by saying this. What Kenyans don't understand is that, we've lived in a country that has had a multi-party democracy, the return of multi-party democracy for almost 30 years, from 1992. And our mobilization has essentially been around tribe. And we've balkanized this country. If you look at 2007, 2013, 2017, this country was essentially balkanized. In 2017, there are regions that Kibaki didn't go to. In 2013, there are regions that Raila didn't go to, Uhuru didn't go to. Same to 2017. Actually, after 2017, David Ndii and company were actually saying they were drawing the map of Kenya. But through the handshake and BBI, there is nowhere that Raila went that Ruto didn't go. And they went and told the people what they wanted to do for this country. So the vote that we are seeing today is a major milestone that we need to trace back to what President Uhuru Kenyatta has done through the handshake and what he has done in the past. Because when people complain that, President Uhuru Kenyatta went supporting opposition, he was also in opposition and he went supporting the government in 2007. So this is a president who has been big on building consensus. He may not win 100% this 2022, but I can tell you, if Azimio wins, this will be a very big step. And we will remember President Uhuru Kenyatta for beginning this journey where people will go all over the country, sell their ideas, sell their track record, and they will be evaluated on the basis of what they're selling and not where they're coming from.
But even if Uhuru doesn't, even if Azimio doesn't win, still there is already created that milestone. As far as Uhuru is concerned, he actually goes down in the Guinness Book of Record if they will recognize that and make sure that he is portrayed as a president who was killing tribalism, who was trying to bring inclusivity. And he, like my brother says, he succeeded because no one can stone you anywhere you go. Yeah. No one is bothered, by the way, even if you go into a village.
All right, I have to ask you, gentlemen, this. What would, an Azimio victory mean in a nutshell? And what would a UDA victory, the presidential election, mean?
For me, it's unfortunate that there was quite a bit of divisive sentiments created initially, starting from dynasties and ordinary people, then now hustlers and middle class and rich people. Some of us have actually been fighting and sweating every day to make sure we make a living, but we would be branded something else when we are actually sort of hustlers as well. But we will not be given that opportunity to be called hustlers proper because somebody has created a schism, a division between, just a necessary division in society. Mm-hmm. But going forward again, if Kenya Kwanza comes up and says we want to unite people and they stop those threats they were giving, we will look for them, we will do ABC, then again, they may succeed. But when you look at the Azimio bandwagon, they were saying, they have been singing the song of inclusivity, and that's why BBI fell. Just because of those two. One is saying dynasty, another one is saying inclusivity. So, one team felt like you're saying we become inclusive in your dynasty. And the other one is saying, no, we just want to ensure that everybody has the national cake. So I think that if Azimio goes ahead and wins this thing, they are likely to bring in, like they have promised, the inclusivity and make sure the country is unified. The other bandwagon has been saying really that the classes are different and quite separated from each other. So they have to do the homework now then to bring people together. So the issue of inclusivity really cuts across the two teams.
If I can be the devil's advocate, the formation of the Jubilee Party that is now on its deathbed seemingly in 2016 was to create this national party, the dream that Uhuru and Ruto had to have a party that is not does not belong to a particular region or particular tribe.
But you know what happened, Ben?
So UD have been saying, we will show you what a national political party. Do you think that dream is
you
still
know
valid?
what happened before my brother says, I mean, just in brief, the intention was that. But after 2013, leadership, people read certain things, even before 2017, they read certain things. And there's talk in town that by 2016, before 2017, people knew they were going to go separate ways after the elections of 2017. So you can have an intention, but the intention is not realized. There was intention to create a huge party that would take care of interests of Kenyans and will bring Kenyans together. It didn't happen because it was soon realized that people have different intentions, different agenda, different plans. And I think that's why there was handshake and differing practically and openly in the public.
Esben, what do you think, before you answer the question of what would a Raila presidency mean and what would a Ruto presidency mean, do you think UDA is that party that Jubilee was meant to be, that can field candidates anywhere in the country without tribal region considerations?
Well, I don't think so. UDA seems to me like a purpose-driven political party, more than Jubilee. And this is the reason why I'm saying this. UDA is a fairly new political party. It has ridden on, hateful messages, grievance politics, and managed to get, predominantly MPs from just two regions, with some who are dotted here and there, very few. So I wouldn't say there is anything nationalistic. If they were built on very solid ideas of uniting Kenyans, taking Kenyans forward, I would actually celebrate the fact that UDA is gaining traction. But you see, this is a political party that was built on grievance, that was built on rejection. And if you look at what the Jubilee government has done in the Mount Kenya region, as a matter of fact, you actually pity guys who went with the UDA narrative because it's massive. I've taken a drive all over the Mount Kenya region, and it's a narrative that these folks who defied President Uhuru Kenyatta would live to regret. And then number two, it also started its foundation on this hustler narrative, the hustler thing, and it was so big until they realized that you're actually dividing Kenyans, along the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots. And it was becoming very chaotic that even owning a bicycle in a village where people don't own bicycles, you are threatened because then you are perceived as a hustler. So I don't think there's anything unique about UDA. Absolutely nothing that departs from all the other political parties. But if you look at Jubilee and the disintegration of Jubilee, people forget that Jubilee did not just disintegrate. I think we shared enough platforms where we're talking about Jubilee. And for a very long time, we're saying that this is a democratic political party where they allow dissenting views to contend with other views. But what happened is, more than 4 times, I think President Uhuru Kenyatta was on national platform, talking about, we were given power by Kenyans, let us deliver. Politics will come. So immediately Jubilee as a political party won power. There are individuals in Jubilee who decided to run away from the agenda that they had sold to Kenyans and gotten power to deliver for Kenyans and started the agenda of 2022 politics. That is what broke Jubilee. So Jubilee was a function, whatever happened to Jubilee is a function of what created UDA, which is very unfortunate. That you want to tell us that UDA is going to be a strong political party because it destroyed Jubilee. But finally, let me come to your last point. What would Kenya Kwanza or an Azimio government mean? I mean, in as much as we didn't see the voter turnout that we expected, because from where I sit, I'd looked at the political terrain and I thought would hit 18 million. because I thought this election was fairly consequential. The way both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza package themselves, I think we are poised to see a fairly, strong departure from how things have been done. One, if you look at Azimio, I mean, we're talking about Martha Karua and Raila Odinga. I mean, these are guys whose, ideology is fairly reform-oriented, no nonsense when it comes to the rule of law, and then Raila, social democracy. So you're looking at a situation where we are moving to a dispensation where any injustice, anything that disenfranchises the vulnerable in the society is likely to be addressed by the Azimio government. And the key thing that is consequential is the fact that no one in Kenya, if Azimio wins, will have to suffer the indignity of living below the poverty line. No one, because there's that social protection. Right. And I think that's very consequential. And then number two, we've seen, Raila and Martha, articulate their issues on the basis of anti-corruption reform agenda. So you'd expect that the accountability, and they have this in, I think, in one of the agenda items, uwajibikaji. You'd expect that they would subject themselves to the public more. And that is fairly consequential. And you actually think that if that happens, then the Mwananchi is likely to benefit. For Azimio, for Kenya Kwanza, I think there's also, something in the deputy president, that tells you, one, this is a guy who has risen from abject poverty to the top. I mean, he's the closest that we have of, a story of a common man going all the way to the top, So he has that consciousness of a kid who grew up, walked to school barefoot, came back for lunch, there was no food, struggled through university and made it in life. How he made it now, that's another story. But the fact that the deputy president has gotten this far, is fairly consequential. And the fact that, this Jubilee government that started with URP and TNA didn't quite work according to his plan, basically tells you that the first agenda would be to outdo, the last 10 years. And I think if he succeeds in outdoing what they did with President Uhuru Kenyatta, who benefits? It's Kenyans. Yeah.
He's spoken about voter turnout, what he expected when he saw all of us, saw the campaign trail and all these Kenyans getting involved in this. That has not been replicated. IBC are yet to, release the final numbers in terms of voter turnout. But yesterday, Chebukati said it's about 65%. Is that good enough for you? And why is it that low compared to the last election?
I think for me that Azimio supporters did not come out to vote the way they were expected to vote. Why? Because probably they assumed there is a win. And at the same time, there was a huge chunk of young people who actually did not vote. I can see it through the interest created in Wajakoya's semantics of whatever kind of business he's trying to engage in. So if Kenya, today I'm very sure several Kenyans will be like, wow, this is the kind of elections in the country. Now they will, in 2027, you will see that a lot of people will be engaged. So there was a huge number of people who did not vote. That's number one. And number two, there were people who had already lost hope. But the kind of engagement that came up through these quote unquote smaller, parties has shown the Kenyans that they needed actually to come out, take out voting cards and vote. So I attribute the low turnout to disinterest at first. Then later they find that the music is too good, but they don't have a voter's card. What can they do? So that's why you saw a lot of people in rallies. But because like he says, actually on my own estimation, I knew that there would be about 16, 17 million people. The others who think it should have been 18. And this is reasonable because when you look at, you take cards, you take a voter after 18. And if IBC is talking of 22, there should have been at least 16 or 17 million voting. But from the statistics, they did not do that. So I think that Kenyans who are, like Hesbon said, this is a very momentous kind of elections. But Kenyans were not sure that is the case before.
All right. Hesbon, what was the reason for the low voter turnout?
Well, I would say that predominantly, Kenyans just decided not to take part in the narrative that Kenya Kwanza was propagating. The hate, their hurtful feelings, the grievance that they propagated. To a large extent, I think the people they targeted, and they were so ferocious in the last, few days to the election when they were indiscriminate, and attacked the president, attacked DCI with reckless abandon. I think they got into the nerves and hearts of a few Kenyans who are like, if it is this, acrimonious and rancorous, then would rather not take part in this. I think that's the first reason that comes into my mind when I think of the voter turnout in Mount Kenya. If you ask me, did it benefit them? No way. I mean, apathy in Mount Kenya region plays, to the advantage of Azimio, because then those percentages that they get are fairly high, but the global figure is very low. And then number two, I also want to agree
about apathy in Azimio strongholds.
Yes, in these other regions, I think there was a sense in which Azimio ran a fairly well-oiled campaign, and they were so distributed, and then they created this illusion, that probably gave people the impression that Azimio is winning, and there are guys who are like, this thing, we've already won this thing. Why should I come out? But it I mean, from a purely, participatory dimension, I think there are also Kenyans who thought that this election is not consequential enough for them to come out. And I think that's my biggest worry, that if people didn't see what Kenya Kwanza was doing and what Azimio was presenting to come out in large numbers, we need to be very worried, because then it leads into a political dispensation where we'll have majority of Kenyans least engaging with the political class, because in the first place, they never bought into the idea that these guys will change the society. So they have no basis to start asking, have you done everything that you promised to do? So for me, that should be our worry.
Final question to both of you as we continue to wait, as Kenyans wait for the final tally. What is your message to Kenyans, the political class, Mwananchi, all of them?
I think my message, and this is the message I would tell myself, I mean, take it easy. We've seen the provisional results, and we know that they're just provisional. This is a time where if you are twerking, you need to start twerking, as they say. Don't. Some of us started twerking before the music. Some of us are waiting for the music to end. This is the time. Just follow the verified results, because IBC is now giving us just 292. And ultimately, we have a country. The person who will be declared will be the choice of Kenyans. We have a country. There is brotherhood beyond the political contest. Your neighbor will remain your neighbor. Chances are you may not reach any of the presidential candidate, but you'll still have your neighbor. So conversation should be about how do we then reconcile, irrespective of who will be declared.
Yes.
And to the political formations, I think if they can tone down on giving false expectations, because I'm pretty sure that the two political formations already have a clear picture of
what's really happening.
Yeah.
Ishmael, what is your message to Kenyans?
We must avoid the temptation of dividing the country on any lines whatsoever, and ensure that going forward, we bring people together. Even if it's a government of whichever side, let it bring people together. Let it not go into the trajectory of saying this one is tall or short or whatever color. Let people be one as a country. And we have come from a very heated campaigns.
Yeah.
That was campaigning. Now, going forward, people should know that we have one country.
Nation building. All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on this graveyard shift here, as we are going to leave no stone unturned as we try to make sense of what's happening as Kenyans wait for the IEBC to declare the final tally, especially of the presidential election, and of course the other very important position, the gubernatorial races, senatorial, woman rep, and parliamentary. Hesben Owila, governance experts and political analyst, and lawyer Ishmael. Thank you so much. And We come to the end of day. Oh, is it the end? The beginning? This is the beginning of day 3 since the election, Winnie.
Absolutely, and of course, it's been a good run. A bit slow in terms of the tallying. I know so many people that remain anxious, really, because we don't know. At this point, we cannot say we can predict. All we need to do is just wait. And wait for the IEBC to just do its thing and give us the numbers at the end of the day.
And all eyes today will be going to this place, the nerve center of this exercise, the National Tallying Center, to Chebukati and his commissioners. He said he will add more desks, so Kenyans will work with numbers will be coming a bit faster today.
Yes, we hope that by the end of the day we'll see some bit of progress, really, to help someone like ease the tension, ease the anxiety.
Right.
But I like what he said, that is IBC Chair Wafula Chebukati, that let's just exercise patience and allow them to do their job, not really rely on what's happening on social media, where almost everybody is actually celebrating their candidate or just saying, yeah, we won. The other party says we won. Let's just wait for them to do their job. So that, again, that helps us in terms of maintaining peace in the country, even as we wait for the final results.
I have a feeling Kenyans don't have too long to wait because remember the IBC has gone now into the second phase after receiving all those forms.
Easier.
34. These are the ones, and that is the numbers that we have been scrolling for the past few hours. The final verified results by the IBC from the Forms 34B, after they have collected all that data. There are 292 of them. They've already done 6, 290 constituencies plus the diaspora and prisons. So once they do this, it will be very easy for you, even at home, to do your own Excel sheet and do your addition maths and be able to know what is really happening in this country.
Yeah, and of course, IBC said it's all about transparency this time round. So let's wait and see. If you can do the tally, we have been doing it from our end as the media. But again, you can also do the same as well at home. But for now, we wait patiently to get the verifiable numbers, really, as far as the final tally, and especially the presidential seat, which everybody is waiting for. So I think from us, we just have to say, be patient, maintain peace, and let's wait.
Our journalists are still dotted across the country to just make sure they give you what's happening from those county tallying centers, those governors, who has a new governor, who has been re-elected, the senatorial seats, one representative, the parliament. We shall be taking a look from today, hopefully. When we were talking to some of those reporters, he was telling us the returning officers are saying tomorrow by around 10 a.m. we shall be declaring these results. So we hope that will be happening. In Nairobi, it's been a bit slow, but we hope it will pick up pace at some point.
At some point, and of course, during the day, we hope to see some of these results. But we have to say goodbye, on our shift. But of course, our colleagues, all the barriers, together with Dennis Okari, are coming up very, very shortly in the next few minutes. So you do not want to go anywhere, together with a battery of journalists, again, who are spread across the 47 counties, just to make sure that you do not miss a thing. So stay put and, of course, enjoy the rest of your viewing. My name is Winnie Lumbembe.
Our big question continues to be, which way will the pendulum swing? Is it UDA's William Ruto is seeking a first stab at the presidency, or is it the Azimio One Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga seeking it for the 5th time? Our eyes are on those numbers, and at that now center, it is neck and neck, too close to call. We shall be here to provide you with all the lowdown when we get it. I'm Ben Kitili. Have a good day.
is NTV. Do you need access to verified numbers of previous general elections and minute-by-minute updates on who is winning and who is losing? Nation Media got you. Simply log into elections.nation.africa from any device and get verified updates and data for your analysis. The platform is easy to navigate and absolutely free. Stay informed with accurate and verified elections data on elections.nation.africa, the most preferred elections data website you deserve. Everybody's gonna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody's gonna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody's gonna come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody, 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 everybody. Oh, yeah! Everybody in the front, front, front.
Paper from the Junior Sport magazine of the Daily Nation.
Wow, this is wonderful. Are the revision papers from Taifa Leo and Daily Nation working for you guys?
Yes, Dad. Wanauliza maswali yao kwa njia nzuri na nyepesi sana.
And the questions are in tandem with our syllabus.
Dear parents, invest in Taifa Leo and Junior Sport for KCPE and KCSE revision papers. Kwa maswali ya gazeti la Taifa Leo, usiukose uhondo huo kila Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. In our Junior Sport, it's every Monday. Do not miss out.
Hamjambo wa Kenya, mimi ni Eric Smith, na kupata wimbo huu kama sikiza tune yako, bonyeza *811 *851#. Sikiza na Nation, supporting local talents.
Labor markets, economies, enterprises, supply chains, governments, workers, employers. We go deeper and beyond. Business Daily. Available off and online.
Kenya is a country of resilient, innovative,
and hardworking people.
The sovereignty.
Our journey highlights major national divisions, the unity that followed, the gradual economic growth, and our daily struggles.
I call upon Nobel Peace Prize laureate for 2004, Wangari Maathai.
Our greatest achievements are our sports personalities
Is still in podium position, contention here, and he seems to be coming in for the second position. Oh my God!
and our national pride is the unity of our diverse cultures. Our land is blessed with exotic tourist destinations that we boast of globally. These are the deeply rooted principles of our national pride. Mimi Mkenya.
Get the latest and credible news on the general elections. Subscribe to the Daily Nation Election News. Send the word election to 20688 and stay informed on coalitions, defections, resignations, election candidates, and many more. Daily Nation. The truth.
.nation.africa from any device and get verified updates and data for your analysis. The platform is easy to navigate and absolutely free. Stay informed with accurate and verified elections data on elections.nation.africa, the most preferred elections data website you deserve.
This is NTV.
morning, and it is that time when myself, Olive Burrows, and
Dennis Okari
take the helm. And Dennis, can you believe it is Friday?
I lost track of days yesterday, by the way, including the time, because our clocks are working the other way around with these very, very crazy shifts, just trying to keep tabs on what's happening around the country. You can hardly sleep because you're just trying to run through these numbers. When is this announcement going to be made? What's going to happen? All this build-up happening at the Bomas of Kenya, the drama that you're seeing around the country. You can actually hardly sleep around this time, honestly.
Trying to keep up with the declarations.
Yes.
Lots actually were made last night. Muhammad Ali Nyali, MP-elect, Gladys Wanga taking the governor-elect seat in, is it Homo Bay?
I mean,
yes. And Ken Lusaka, I saw some celebrations around Ken Lusaka.
Yes.
Is he now the former Speaker of the Senate?
So you can actually see the numbers down at the screen, and there's so many of those changes, the tally around the different counties. And we were saying yesterday that throughout the day we will be expecting a lot of these announcements. Today they'll actually double, I think, because the tallying has entered its third day, I think. Yeah, third day. So there's a lot that we do expect around today. More announcements on who's won the different gubernatorial seats.
You can see Anyang' Nyong'o here behind us.
Oh yes, Anyang' Nyong'o, Kisumu governor. Again, he has actually taken back that seat. And there's so many of this that we do expect. But of course, the attention now.
Suti Moja.
Oh, Suti Moja. And
yes, Jonathan B. Wasingishu.
Yes, and yesterday he was actually live on MTV and he was talking about how people thought he was such an underdog, that he had no chance of winning the seat. But eventually he won. And he appeared to be very, very happy about it.
Winning over Buzeki.
Yes.
I can see Stephen Sang retained the Nandi governorship. So a lot happened overnight. You're right, Dennis. It's very hard to close your eyes for a prolonged period of time.
Yes, and what's happening, all focus now is at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. So the slow numbers that have been building up since this tallying started is because we are so manual than digital, and we're going to go into the details of what's happening there. But at the moment, returning officers from all the 291 constituencies have just been arriving at the Bomas of Kenya with the physical forms 34A and the physical forms 34B. So in a short while, we'll be talking to Leila Mohammed.
She's here. She's right here.
Oh, she's
in fact, she's listening to you. She was nodding when you were talking about the forms arriving at the Bomas of Kenya.
And Leila, my understanding is there were choppers and flights that are going to pick some of these returning officers from the different parts of the country to make sure that their arrival is in their tens or in their hundreds, so that this process can move very, very fast. I don't know what is happening where you are. I can see a lot of activities. There are desks there.
I saw they see a fire somewhere in the middle.
Yes.
Good morning, Oliver and Dennis. I don't know which one to begin with, but let me begin with the cold weather or the temperatures here at the IEBC. People just milling around that fire, just to give you a glimpse of how cold this amphitheater is. I was just having a conversation with one lady in the morning in the ladies area, and I was asking them, have you guys put an AC machine here? And they're like, no, this is the weather for Bomas of Kenya. So many of us having to brave the cold temperatures, myself and many other journalists here. But it's significant for the teams on the tables that Wafula Chebukati now says will be added, as at 1 in the morning in our last conversation with Ben Kitili and Winnie Lubembe, about 80 of those returning officers had already arrived within the vicinity of the IEBC area per se, because Bomas of Kenya is now declared an IEBC zone. How fast are they being able to be received and to sit on these tables and go through each and every paper that they have? It takes quite a while. So many issues coming up, so many back and forth conversations. Just talking to some of those who have had a seat at the table, they say it's quite tedious and elaborate because they are going through each and every number, not skipping a beat, not losing an inch, and not really trying to underline all the figures to make sure that the numbers that are on those physical forms, the ones that are on those ones that have been photocopied, as well as the ones that were taken, their pictures at the polling centers in those respective counties match and they tally, and it's a back and forth conversation taking almost maybe 25, 30 or even more time for one returning officer to get through it all. So majority of them, if you can just look on the other side on my left, I hope my pictures and my audio can be able to show you the real picture, is many of them just deciding to rest here and just take that moment, because majority have not had the opportunity to sleep since before the election, while preparing for the election day, going through it, and then the tallying at the polling centers, polling station areas, and eventually having to go through the constituency and the county and here, and it will be quite a longer day for them, because once everyone starts picking up from where they left off at around 2 a.m. A majority of them will be kneeling here, especially gentlemen and ladies from the political parties who are a critical player in what is going on here. They have a specific access to the IBC portal, and IBC officials say that once they were granted that, and it is within the presence of the law, they should be able to come here to verify and not again to begin a fresh tally of those votes. So that is what has been happening. The political class exchanging shifts, if I may say, many of them having to sleep here within the presence of the Bomas of Kenya. One interesting gentleman is Davis Chirchir, who was once a cabinet secretary, has been with us at this whole. I have seen Charity Ngilu and the Jubilee Party Secretary General Raphael Tuju, the previous Secretary General, also within the presence of this facility. Probably many of them have just gone for their morning coffee, but majority of them have slept here. Some of their agents are also here with us. So it's a very, very critical moment, not only for Wafula Chebukati, who himself at exactly 10 to 6 a.m. he was doing the rounds back here at the podium just to check whether this whole verification process is going on, and he was dressed in the warmest of coats, and probably an indicator that he and his team going forward may not necessarily go home to freshen up, but also use the facilities here just to get a change of clothes and get what we call a power nap every now and then, and coming back here into the amphitheater to now do the serious business of making those announcements. What I saw earlier at around midnight was before he made those announcements, those returning officers whose documentation had been cleared, they came to him at the podium, sat opposite him, and they went through the papers again, each individual signing those documents and then handing it over to him, because at the end of the day, the exchange of hands has to be from the returning officer to the national returning officer who is for the presidential election, and that is Wafula Chebukati. Even as they sit here at the desks, they do not handle it with any other individual. All the other players on that table are handling documentation that is photocopied, and they have enough photocopy machines across the floor here, and they are also tabulating this documentation and looking at how those ones that were taken their picture of by the King's kids, if those numbers tally. Some of the major players are complaining of discrepancies in the numbers. They were able to get that question through to the chairperson, and Professor Gulia insisted that once such an occurrence occurs, then they will be able to address it if and when it happens according to what the law dictates for the IBC to do. But earlier yesterday in the afternoon, he was saying that if there are any discrepancies in Form 434A, Form 34B, then they will do a special paper and have several signatures just to say there are discrepancies or there is a dispute in this Form 34A, and they will attach that fresh piece of paper together with the Form 34C that even the agents will sign and place it under lock and key in a safe, just in case a court case appears or there are any queries around us disputed particular Form 34A or B, then this will be documentation that will be presented before the court of law. So this morning, going into how the day breaks later, we are hoping that majority of those 80 that had arrived by 1 in the morning, Wafula Chebukati will be able to now verify those documentation, receive the original copies, and now start reading to us how the 4 candidates have performed in the constituencies that are already here and ready, done and dusted.
Well, many thanks, Leila Mohammed. Those pictures that you're seeing right there are live pictures. Leila's just given us a breakdown of what happened yesterday, what we do expect today, some of the comments that Wafula Chebukati, who's the IBC chair, made yesterday. But just to explain one or two things quickly, you can see at the center there, behind Leila, we saw some desks there. And what we were told is that there are actually 4 verification desks that have been set at IBC. And so what is happening is returning officers from the 291 constituencies, when they arrive with the physical copies of Forms 34A, 34A and 34B, have to go through the 4 desks. So the first desk is the preliminary desk, where they're just looking at whether the signatures have been done right, whether there are stamps, whether it's the official stamp of IEBC, before it moves to the coordination desk, where now they're looking at errors, whether there are any discrepancies. And then there's a report actually they do on the side to just note the discrepancies from all the forms before they move to the administrative desk. And after that, that's where now the whole process goes to now filling up the numbers that have been tallied from the Forms 34, from the Form 34A and 34B, before the final tally can now be computed into Form 34C. And this is now where Chebukati comes in, because he's the presidential results returning officer. So it's a long, tedious process, because so far they've not actually done much. The last time I was checking, just the tabulation of the Forms 34B into the IEBC portal, they'd only done 183 of 291, which is 62.89%. So you can clearly see from the Kim's kits, from all the constituencies, they've not done 70% yet. And now you can imagine they have to bring all these physical copies to the Bomas of Kenya, where they have to go through these 4 different levels of verification process before the final tally can then be computed, and then Chebukati can come in and make an announcement. I earlier had a joke, someone saying, Olive, Chebukati will come and everybody's in anticipation to get these big numbers, but he only announces the results of 1 constituency, then goes back to have his tea. But this is what he actually prepared us for from day one. You could tell from his demeanor, Olive, that he was preparing us for a long duration of time before the final announcements can be made. So we're looking at something around Saturday or even Sunday, Olive.
And the law does give him, as he said, up to Tuesday. It gives him 7 days after the election date. So buckle up and settle in, I guess, is the message.
Have your tea, have your coffee, just relax, because again, the whole day we'll just be expecting these results to trickle in. It will be so slow. Like I said earlier, it's more manual than it is digital. And this is, I think, a conversation point we'll be having with our guest at some point this morning.
All right, so we want to bring you up to speed on those who have been declared elect as we wait for the president-elect announcement. And when we come back from that, we will be taking a look at the newspapers this morning. The Daily Nation saying Raila Ruto battle for parliament, and we'll delve into that. The new faces, because they see a mix of the old and new guard get tickets to House. I particularly, I love Taifa Leo headlines. And today's reads Niro Mkononi.
Yes.
All right, let's take a look at those, what should I call them? Winners. All right, that is just a snippet of those who've won in this general election, those who've attained legislative seats and county seats. We start, if I'm not mistaken, in Bungoma County, and there were celebrations for Ken Lusaka. We just had to replay that. Dennis, are you able to do the shoulder thing?
No, I feel a bit old. I can't. The Sukuti dance?
Yes.
That's another level of energy and adrenaline. But
I'll need to take lessons from Zainab Wandachi. I have to get it right. Looks like it was a lot of fun there.
Yeah, those are
for the winners.
celebrations in Bungoma after Ken Lusaka makes that comeback. And then Wangamati conceded.
Yes, and I can see here a message that came in at 2:27 a.m. from Sydney Chazima, who's been covering Bungoma for us, and he said, Senate Speaker Ken Lusaka floors incumbent Governor Wangamati by 244,298 votes to clinch Bungoma gubernatorial seat. And in terms of concessions, I see he also shared a message here. Felicitations to Governor-elect Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, and they were sent by Governor. Now he's the outgoing governor.
Yes.
Wycliffe Wafula Wangamati, as you stated.
But the good thing is we are seeing this pattern and this trend from day one. Those who know that they've lost fair and square, conceding, making their announcements, addressing their supporters, congratulating those ones who have won. It means that the democratic space is really, really shaping up well. And this election looks a bit different. Of course, that's going to be one of the talking points we'll be looking at with our panel much later on. But more celebrations across the country.
But that's the spirit. That's the spirit.
Yes.
Being graceful in victory and defeat. We now head to West Pokot County, and Steve Kater has been covering that for us. He has an update.
Yes, thank you so much from studio. It has been a long 12 hours of waiting for the top gubernatorial candidates here in West Pokot County as they sat here at Mutelo Hall, which is the main county tallying center, watching the results streaming in from various constituencies that make up this county. And here with me is the winner of the very tight race. This is a former governor who is now coming back to take the position. He was the first governor of West Pokot County. He is now the third governor of West Pokot County. Congratulations, Mana Governor. Please, can you tell us how are you feeling when you were just sitting here watching the results coming by?
It has been a tight race, as you have put it, and I thank the people of West Pokot for having confidence in me once more, because I was the first governor, and today they have re-elected me for the second time. I think that confidence comes from the performance of my first term, which I performed relatively very well. And I think I have another energy and experience to work for them for the next 5 years. And I want to promise the people of West Pokot that I'll do all I can to see to that their standards of living is raised by seeing that what affects them, the problems, the challenges it affects them are addressed. And I think I will work closely, I'll cooperate closely with other leaders to see to that we solve those problems that affect our people.
And we have seen the former governor who is still incumbent until he hands over. You have beaten him with less than 2,000 votes, but he has accepted to support you. What does that mean to your next administration?
Well, that is the spirit of democracy, that when the people decide, you concede. And I want to thank him for that, because even in 2017, I did the same in the same mall, and I gave him all the cooperation and all the environment, the opportunity to lead. And I think he has also reciprocated in the same manner. He has also done the same. And I think I'll work for the people of West Pokot tirelessly to see to that the fruits of devolution are realized. As the first governor, and now I worked in the national government as CAS, I think I have the experience to work even better for the people of West Pokot, for the many challenges they face in the health sector, infrastructure such as roads, issues of insecurity, issues of water, and seeing to that we have food security in our county. Yes.
Now that the people of West Pokot have given you a second chance, what are those projects that you wished you had done in your first term, but you didn't do them, but now you really promised yourself that you were going to do them if you are given the opportunity?
Well, in my first term, I did much, although if you know that was laying the foundation of devolution, and now I have another opportunity to move forward to realize more developmental issues, especially creation of wealth, because our youth these days are unemployed, and I think I will concentrate more as the Jubilee government, which I was in, the big four: food security, issues of industry, issues of agriculture, to realize food security, issues of health, because our people still go far areas like Eldoret to to get medical attention. I think I'll concentrate on issues that will see to it that the standards of living of our people is raised. And that is what, when I was in national government, we addressed as the Big Four agenda. And that was also to see to it that we create employment for our youth, which many of them are unemployed. And I think that's a time bomb which any other government must address. So I think I laid the foundation for devolution, and I think all the devolved functions. I think I'm going to see to that with now enhanced revenues. I think we're going to do much more, especially in health and infrastructure, to boost the economy and also to boost agriculture. So I think I'm going to do much in this second term, and that's why I want to thank the people of West Pokot for having that confidence in me. Yes.
Thank you so much, Bana Governor. I see the MP-elect for Kapenguria constituency, Mr. Samuel Moroto, joining us. This is your how many term?
Now heading to the 5th term. And I want to congratulate. I want to congratulate an incoming governor. He was there and he did it so well. That's why people still recall what he did. And we have a lot of faith. And we will support him. Especially where I come from, like Kapenguria. Kapenguria is there's a dense population. There are many people here.
Well, that was West Pokot Governor-elect Simon Kachapin, who's now going to be the new West Pokot governor, dethroning the very popular John Lonyangapuo.
You know, when I saw Kachapin speak, I had to go back to YouTube to listen to some of those witticisms by Lonyangapuo, but he has conceded defeat. Do you remember Kijana Fupi amenona around?
Yes, who doesn't know that comment? But interestingly, it was a very, very tight race. Kachapin also admits that it was very, very close because the difference between him and Lonyangapuo was only 1,866 votes.
It was close.
Very, very, very close. And so, I mean, for Kachapin coming in after, this is very interesting. He was governor and lost in 2017 to Lonyangapuo. Then now he ascends to the county's top seat, dethroning the person who took from him again.
Same situation that was in Bungoma.
So, yes, exactly. Same situation. So it will be interesting to see how this relationship plays out in the next election. We'll be just flipping and switching back and forth. We don't know.
He abandoned KANU in last year and launched his own vehicle, KUP. The Kenya United Party. He also had issues with his deputy towards the end. Because his deputy now ran on a KANU ticket.
Yes.
The missing deputy, famous doctor who was absent for the duration of their tenure. All right, now let's take a look at what transpired in Homa Bay, where Gladys Wanga won over Evans Kidero, the former Nairobi governor.
Hereby declare that Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga of ID number 22008619 has been duly elected as the county governor for Homa Bay County in the election held on the 9th of August 2022.
I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Homa Bay. I know it has been so hectic, but we started on a slow move or a slow tone up to the time when we were now reaching at this level. The situation was not actually very, very good, but through God's a protection, God has been with us, and finally we have made it as a team. So I would actually encourage the entire team to remain united so that we work as a team, we deliver to the people of Homa Bay the much needed services in this county. I know the services has been wanting, and this is why the people of Homa Bay entrusted us with this role to serve them. And I hope that we will actually work and deliver the services to our people. And we ask each and everybody to support us in this cause so that the people of Homa Bay can get the services.
We always hoped that we would win, but that we would win with such overwhelming majority and mandate was never in the slightest of our expectation. And therefore, the people of Homa Bay, you have overwhelmed us with your vote of confidence. And I want to state here unequivocally that we will not betray this trust. We will take this responsibility as seriously as you have laid it on us. We will not let you down. We will deliver the much needed services to you in every village where you are. No part of this county will be left behind. Whether you voted for us or did not vote for us is no longer a question. We are one united Homa Bay. We will work for everybody and with everybody. I'd like to thank my colleagues and congratulate them. I'd like to thank my Deputy Governor-elect for the sacrifice that he has made and that we have walked this journey together. I'd like to congratulate and thank the Senator. I'd like to congratulate and thank the woman rep-elect. I'd like to thank my colleague MPs who in every way sacrificed and walked this journey together with us, including the national chairman of the party, Honorable Mbadi. I'd like to congratulate and thank all members of the County Assembly who also walked this journey with us up to this point. I'd like to thank our teams who have been dedicated every day from the grassroots. They have worked day and night. Our teams, our coordination teams, our agents, our coordinators, they have worked tirelessly to see us where we are today. I would like to thank the IBC and our county returning officer, Mr. Popa, returning officers from all our 8 constituencies, because they have been diligent, they have done their duty above board. So IBC, led by Mr. Popa, we really thank you because you have performed your tasks above board. And even when we hurried you, you said, let's not hurry. Let's just do it slowly but surely. So you have delivered an election in Homa Bay that will be difficult to challenge, because you have done it. You have done it very, very well. So we thank you for that. Members of the Fourth Estate, you have sacrificed. You have been here days on end, trying to give coverage, trying to inform the people of what has been happening while we were campaigning, and also this period of counting of results. So we thank you, members of the Fourth Estate, for your sacrifice as well, because you have sacrificed. To our worthy competitors, we ask that now that this is over, we put the election behind us. You had an agenda for Homa Bay. We had an agenda for Homa Bay. Let's come together. Let's work together. Let's serve the people of Homa Bay, which I believe is the reason why we were all in this mission. To the people of Homa Bay, as I have said, it doesn't matter that you voted for us or you didn't vote for us. Let us come together. Let us pull together so that we can move Homa Bay to the next level. It is not lost on me the support that I've received from the women fraternity from across the country. This being historic and being the first woman in this part of the country to be elected as governor. I thank our deputy president who actually came here to push the agenda for us, and several women and women leaders, some whom I even see in this room today, who have stood with us and supported us. I thank our party and our party leader, who is now the incoming president of the Republic of Kenya, for the vote of confidence that he gave in us, but also in the women of this nation. I spoke too much, perhaps because there's too much to be said, but this is not the occasion. I thank you all, and I am really deeply humbled and overwhelmed by the mandate that the people of Homa Bay have given us. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Everybody, have a good morning and wish you well.
All right, I'm seeing a message here that came in at 2:51 from Brian Obuya, who's been covering Homa Bay for us. And he stated, Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga has trounced Evans Kidero after garnering 244,559 of the votes cast to become the second governor of Homa Bay County. Before that, he had stated that she was on the verge of making history as the first female governor in Nyanza region. And he said the town is already lit. And I can see from, I sneaked a peek at Dennis's laptop, and it says that, if we could scroll back up, it reads, Nyanza gets first female governor after Wanga floors Kidero in Homa Bay race. We do love our cliches as the media, don't we? Floors.
Yes, we do. And she's now the governor-elect of Homa Bay County. And she was a very, very close ally of ODM leader Raila Odinga, obviously, beating Kidero with a vote difference of 90,000 plus votes.
You can see here, Wanga got 244,559 votes against Kidero's 154,182 votes.
And yes, and when Kidero wanted the ODM ticket, was denied the ticket, and Gladys Wanga was given the ODM ticket. Kidero decided to run on an independent ticket. And you know, they say in Nyanza, especially that part of Nyanza, they say if you get the ODM ticket, it's almost automatically clear that you're going to win that election anyway. Yeah, it's as good as you've just won the party primaries. You will win the election anyway. But they put up a brave fight. I mean, the two leaders were very, very vocal in their campaigns in Nyanza and in Homa Bay, to be specific. But because of the relationship and all those things, they really, really played out. But I think for Nyanza, it's a good thing to have the first female governor, beating all the odds, breaking all the cultural barriers because of the conservativeness of the electorate in that part of the country. So giving her that opportunity, then this is a sign that, you know, the rise of women in these positions of, you know, of power and influence and governance is something really incredible.
And I like the sense of competition. You know, we talked about Bungoma in West Pokot, where one person comes in, they're taken out, the other comes in. That sense of competition, like you can't relax, you have to deliver, otherwise you'll be shown the door.
You can't. And Wanga got those votes. Former Kasipulka Bondo MP Oyugi Magwanga now will become Wanga's deputy. That's why you heard in her speech, she was actually saying that, you know, Oyugi has been walking with her the journey. It's been a long journey to just, you know, move from a seat where you are and then to allow somebody else to take charge and you do campaigns together to winning. It's really, really a big win for her.
All right. And now we had, I think, to see what transpired in Garsen, the awarding of the certificate to the candidate there. Just one quick second. Let me refer to my notes here. You know, Leila has her black book at the Bomas of Kenya. So I have my notes on my phone. And Garsen MP retained seat on ODM ticket. Ali Gure Wario. Let's take a look at that.
President Returning Officer hereby declares that Ali Wario ID number 21-58-52-44 has been duly elected as a member of National Assembly for the same constituency with an election held on the 9th day of August 2022.
Sorry, enough.
Thank you, our county return officer, and I thank God for this opportunity, and also thank the entire IPC team led by the county Amboni constituency return officer. I also thank the people of the same constituency for giving me a second chance to serve them. Mine is to thank also IPC for conducting free, fair, credible, and peaceful election in the same constituency. I also thank my worthy competitors, the candidates who have vying for this position. I thank them for maintaining peace. I also thank the people of the same constituency for maintaining peace during this period. I also thank our security team for their tireless effort to actually maintain peace and security in our area. Mine is to assure the residents of the same constituency, and we make sure we bring cohesion, we bring them together during this period. Now the election is over, it's time to work. It's time to work for them. So I urge everybody to maintain peace and unity. Now, so now I thank you everybody for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Ali Guyo Wario retains the Garsen member of National Assembly seat. He is now the MP-elect of Garsen. I think I had said Gure earlier. It's Guyo. Ali Guyo Wario.
Yes, there a bit of tension on voting day because Tana River, there are some portions of Tana River that experienced delays in election materials arriving. Garsen was one of those places, but at some point the voting process went on smoothly. It was expected to start at 6. Voters have actually started queuing up as early as 4. So in the parts where voting started at 8 in the morning, but ended up smoothly anyway, that part of the country. So Ali Guyo Wario becomes the MP-elect of Garsen. Now we want to cross over to Embu, where Ken Nyaga has been, camping at the tallying center, just going through the whole process of vote counting. Let's just listen to what update is coming from Embu.
Well, thank you very much. Very good evening there at the studio. I am coming to you live from Embu County, just as you have mentioned. And currently, I am at Manyata constituency main tallying center. Well, from here, nothing much is going on. Just that the IBC has been giving results for the various seats. It be senator, gubernatorial, women rep, and the rest of the posts. Well, currently, just to mention, is that some few minutes ago, the IEBC has just declared John Mukonji as the next member of parliament. Now, John Mukonji was vying under a UDA ticket, and he has managed to garner 5,408 total votes against his opponent, Maurice Nyaga, who has garnered a total number of votes, 6,225. Also to mention is that this particular post, the Manyata constituency post, or the seat had around 5 candidates who were vying for the same seat, and we have other candidates like John Mugwamati, who was vying under CCK Chama cha Kazi party, and he has managed to garner 1,425 total number of votes. We have Dennis Njero Munene, who was vying under Devolution Empowerment Party. He has managed to garner 721 votes. We have Leonard Njiro, Leonard Jiro Mureithi, who was vying under ANC, and he has managed to garner a total number of votes as 1,224. The total number of votes that were casted was 68,629, while the rejected ballot, we had 679 votes, and the total registered voters in this particular constituency is 106,698. Just also to mention is that the Commission has also announced some of the results, or rather the results for the gubernatorial race. And just to mention is that Cecily Mbarire, who was the former member of parliament of for Runyenje's constituency, has emerged victorious with a total number of votes 45,404 against his competitor Lenny Kivuti, who was vying under a BAS party, which is under Azimio la Umoja, and currently he has managed. Kivuti only managed to garner 20,000 votes. So that's a difference of around 25,000 votes. That's a big margin. Currently, we have not yet received the results for the senatorial seat, and we are yet to receive also results for the women rep seat. And the moment we receive the remaining results, that is for the senator and also for the women rep, will be headed to the neighboring school, which is Kangaroo Girls, which is the main Embu County's tallying center, so that we are able to get the results for the governor and also for the women rep, and also get to know who won under the senatorial seat and with how many votes. Just to mention is that currently the voting process is complete in Embu County, so it's just and the counting process is also complete, so it's just announcing the results, and that is what the commission behind me is taking care of. So that's it from Embu County. The more we keep on getting more details, we keep on informing our viewers. That's it from here. Back to you in the studio.
All right, that update coming out of Embu, more specifically Manyata constituency. And I'm actually quite curious about how the governor's race there will turn out. If my handwriting here is giving me kidogo changamoto, but above 40,000 votes, while Lenny Kivuti came in at 20,000. So one of those key races to keep an eye on.
Well, let's cross to Nandi. Ibrahim Karanja has also been following up the updates and the vote tallying process and everything, and there was a winner coming in Nandi. And you know, the interesting thing about Nandi is Nandi County elected the youngest governor the country has ever produced. And there's this debate on the six-piece UDA in the North Rift region, which is something we were discussing with our panel yesterday. But let's just listen into what happened in Nandi.
according to the order in which they appear in the ballot paper. Candidate number 1 is Bor Joseph Kiptarus, who garnered 3,684 votes. Second is Koech Nicholas Tirop, a total of 4,222 votes. Number 3 is Kombora Peter Kipkemboi Sowon Mayo, 2,391 votes. Number 4 is Cleophas Lagat Kiprop, 54,375. Number 5 is Sang Stephen Kipiero, 237,405 votes. Number 6 is Serem Kibet Anderson, 2,999 votes. So, ladies and gentlemen, going by these results that I have just announced, it is very clear that Sang Stephen Kipiego has garnered the highest number of votes in this election. And let me ask this gentleman to kindly give me his identity card so that I can go ahead and prepare the certificate of the election of the governor of Nandi County. 3692387 has been duly elected as the county governor for Nandi County in the election held on the 9th day of August 2022. County Returning Officer Silas Kipruto Rotich. Your Excellency, please, you may come forward to receive your certificate.
I want to say thank you so much for the support that you gave me for the first term. We were able to do a lot of work. We have been able to set a good foundation for the county. It is upon that foundation that I am going to build on my second term to ensure that the fruits of devolution are felt far and wide across and building and growing Nandi County from the bottom up. I want to tell the great people of Nandi, thank you, thank you. I will not betray that trust. And I want to confirm to you, based on the agreements that we have had in our villages, based on the development agenda that we discussed and agreed, I am going to faithfully discharge and ensure that we deliver on that development agenda. Thank you so much for that confidence. I want to give you my word that I am going to deliver to the best of my ability. And I want to thank the team that has worked with me in my first term. I am sure we are going to transit to the second term and build a formidable team that will deliver to the people of Nandi.
Stephen Sang promising his electorate, those who voted for him and generally those who are resident in Nandi County, that he will not let them down.
Yes, he's now the governor-elect, retaining his seat after beating Lagat, who was running on an independent party. He was denied at the party primaries, and Sang was given the UDA ticket. And like the case of Gladys Wanga in Homa Bay, we were saying, the block for DP Ruto in North Rift, if you get that UDA ticket, it's as good as you've won the election anyway. So the interesting thing is, this starts from Nandi, because the last election, Sang made headlines. He was elected as the youngest governor in the country at the age of 32. And interestingly, Cherargei, who also won the Senate seat, was the youngest senator at the age of 30. Now, more interestingly, the MCAs in Nandi, they formed the block of the youngest MCAs. The youngest was actually a 24-year-old gentleman, was an MCA in Nandi. So breaking all the three records, from governor to senator to MCA, all very, very young people. And the composition of the assembly, county assembly, was pretty much very, very young people. 25s there, 26 there, and around the ages of 24.
So is it that the electorate is generally young, or they were breaking with the old guard?
I'm not.
Curious.
I mean, it's going to be an interesting case study, whether it's the older people believing in the younger generation. You know how we say, nyinyi mtakuwa viongozi wa kesho, vijana nyinyi ndio. Maybe for them they take it literally. So vijana wacha waongoze.
All right, good for the residents of Nandi County. This is how Parliament is shaping up. That is on the front page of the Daily Nation. I can see here Kenya Kwanza Coalition has already secured 119 seats, Independents 10, and out of the 349 in the National Assembly, Azimio One Kenya Party, 133 yet to be declared as of the time this went to press, 87 seats. I can see Mishi Mboko of Likoni, ODM, Ochendi Amolo Rarieda, ODM, Rosa Buyu, Kisumu West, ODM, John Waluke, Sirisia, Jubilee, Felix Odiwar, Langata, ODM, Miriam Kitani, Eldai, UDA, Omboko Milemba, Muhaya, ANC, and Ndindi Nyoro, Kiharu, UDA. And I'd like to bring in our panelists at this point. If you could just take a closer look at the happenings of Parliament. I'll start with the gentleman in the middle today.
I always start with the lady first.
Prof, yesterday I called you doctor, but Prof Alfred.
Well, in Kenya, most professors are also doctors.
All right. So was I mistaken, or
So the title is correct.
It applies?
I should actually be called Dr. Professor Alfred Obenya.
All right, Dr. Professor Alfred Omenya. Sitting next to him is Sam Mudoka, Director Ipsos, and governance experts Caroline Mose. Glad to have all three of you back in studio this morning. Now, as Parliament was wrapping up business just before the general election, a couple of weeks to the general election, I spoke to several parliamentarians who've been there for several terms, including Aidan Duale, Kanini Kega, who is now out. And despite them, the two being from two different sides of the political divide, they seemed to agree that for you to perform at your peak, at your optimum, in the National Assembly, you need some experience.
Right.
And so they were making the case for the re-election of members of Parliament to the National Assembly. I don't know, is there a case to be made for that experience?
Right.
I'll start with you, Caroline.
I actually disagree with that assertion, because even they, when they became MPs, where do you go to get experience to become an MP if you don't just throw yourself in there and become an MP? For women, what you're seeing is that either they get nominated or they begin their political careers as women's reps. And then once they gather that courage, they seem to go up, But I totally disagree. Even they at one point were greenhorns and they got in there. In fact, I am actually a proponent of new MPs just getting elected or nominated and getting in there and just getting the experience on the job. This is one of those jobs you get experience on the job. And I think the more you sit in parliament, gathering that so-called experience, the more mediocre people tend to become. And we've seen some of these mediocre non-performing MPs serving, maybe one term, even some with 3-4 terms, getting ejected because they get entitled and they feel as though the more they stay there, the more that seat belongs to them. And at the end of the day, the people are saying these seats belong to us and we are the ones with the power to give you that mandate to put you there or to remove you. So I completely disagree that you need experience. This is something you can learn on the job, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
Prof, do you agree? And also on the issue of age, Dennis talks about the youth in Nandi, the youthful legislators in Nandi, for instance. Do you think having these young people in parliament provides some much needed impetus, lights a fire underneath the quote unquote old guard?
Yes, thanks, Olive, for that, and Carol, because I want to echo those sentiments. Yeah, because the question you must ask when it comes to representation in Kenya is experience in what? What exactly do members of parliament do? They're actually meant to do policy, they're meant to legislate, they're meant to do oversight. These so-called experienced MPs, what's their record in those areas that we're talking about? In terms of legislating, in terms of oversight, and even in terms of development of policy. Some of these characters don't even appear in parliament. Exactly. So I think this whole narrative of experience is a red herring to exclude competition. I think as long as you've got basic education requirements, you can actually do the job. In fact, experience is not one of the requirements, either in the constitution or even in general practice.